And good morning, everyone. Here at Nine Bowling Club for finals day. We've had the 2 days qualifying, and we're down now to the last 5 teams for the ladies and the last 6 teams left alive for the men. The 2 games that we're bringing you today, or this morning's session, is Victoria playing Waihopai. Note down there in Southland, we do know it is Waihopai.
We do.
So that's our feature match for the ladies on Rink 1. And on Rink 2, we have the Dean Drummond, Sam Morton game from their respective section wins. So that's all good there. So alongside me, I have Dave Hewitt, local legend from the Wellington area, ex-CDO for Bowls New Zealand, ex-CEO for Bowls Wellington. Welcome aboard, Dave.
Thanks, Steve. And good to be back.
Good man. So in front of you, you can see the draw for the men with Foxton Beach and Elmwood Park getting the bye through to the semi-finals. Waihi will be playing Gore. That's the other match going on further over in the rink, and we'll bring you updates of that as we progress through the morning. But the feature match for the men is the Bowls Hastings Temuka game there with the Hastings boys of Dean Drummond, Neil Barron and Patrick Golder from Bowls Hastings. And they're up against the... oh, yeah, there we go. Dean Drummond, Patrick Golder, Neil Barron, playing Sam Morton, Marshall Stoddart and Greg Valentine, the local Temuka boys there. So welcome in there for them. So they're going good. So... in 1 of 15, time limit applies for the opening rounds of the quarters.
And then there'll be no time limit for semis and finals.
Correct. So for the Wellington side, Nina de Munnik, who has very happily been mic'd up. Her husband, Alf, thinks it's the greatest thing we've ever done to her because it manages to keep her a bit quiet. So Alfie paid us to get Nina
mic'd up,
and he's going to go and buy her one for Christmas, apparently. So it's all good. And Nina's got Sarah Taukamo in her team with Marianne Wilson off the front. And the Invercargill Waihopai side of Jean Stratford, Evelyn Ussher and Robyn Hall. So quickly into their work, it's the interesting thing for the male side there. We've got Orange Bowls we've got black and white bowls. Both sides have those, and so we're going to have to rely on the stickers to sort out who's who in the zoo there, Dave.
Yeah, the Hawke's Bay team or the Bowls Hastings team's got the black stickers on, and the Temuka team's got the white stickers on.
Thank you. And for the ladies?
And for the ladies, Victoria has the black stickers and Waihopai has the white stickers. Victoria bowls are blue, black and blue, and the Waihopai bowls are orange, blue and pink.
It was nice to arrive today in daylight.
Yes.
With the early starts. Oh, there's Alf, there's he, in behind Nina. He's happy, man. Yes, it was a bit different getting to work here this morning.
About an hour later than the other days, and my word, it was a cool morning coming here though, and it's cool out here with the frost.
Yes, you'll see the players all rugged up until a bit of temperature goes through the place. So it looks like Drummond missed his line there. Big Sam Morton, he does a lot of sterling work for Bowls New Zealand with the write-ups, and he'll be hoping he's going to be writing himself up, because he'll be doing a written summary of the triples event for Bowls NZ, which will appear on the website within a couple of days.
And I think he's had a turn in here during the weekend as well, has he not?
He has. He's been a busy boy. He's been going good for us, and he's also doing the write-up for the North-South there, where we're getting very close to announcing the sides. Just a couple of I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed. Dean Drummond having another wander down the side there. Looks tight.
Pretty good weight if he gets under that, Steve. And he's not quite.
So we've got the first end there. See if we can. See if Nina talks to us. I believe it was 1-2 Victoria.
I can't hear Nina through my headset. She's been very quiet.
Yeah, well, that's why Elf loves it, eh? Okay, so okay, we've got Dean on the mic on the other one, and he's just told us it was 1 to them on that end. So it's Bowls Hastings, first out of the blocks with a 1. So Dave, you know, ex-CDO for Bowls New Zealand, ex-CEO of Bowls Wellington. What are you doing with yourself now, mate?
Nothing. No, that's not quite correct. I'm still involved in a bit of selection for the club, and I've got a company that I have owned for 30 years. I might put in a couple hours a week. So, but yeah, I came to Bowls New Zealand in 2004, about the same time as you, Steve. And then I was gone in 2008, and I did 12 years as CEO of Bowls Wellington. And as you'll have heard in the broadcast already, Blake Signal is coming in to take that position in August, so that's a coup for Wellington to get Blake back from Australia.
Yeah, well, administration and playing ranks. And they tell me you're getting good at doing nothing?
Absolutely.
Good. Good.
Well,
What
I
do you
guess
do
I
today?
still play a
Nothing.
bit of bowls. Wednesday I come in here and we have a Wellington Winter League every Wednesday morning in here with 19 teams, which works out very well because there's 9 rinks we can play on, so everybody apart from the bye team gets a game. We don't have to have a second round. And that's grown from the first year. Last year it was about 9 or 10 teams to 19 this year.
Right.
So we're expecting it still to grow next year so that we may have a Hutt Valley division and a Wellington division. So again, just pointing out how useful this facility is.
Yeah. So do they have lots of leagues, or is it just a Wednesday sort of thing? Like I know in Dunedin, there's a morning league, an afternoon league, and a night league, virtually 7 days a week.
There's just that Wellington Centre winter bowls, but there's galas every Tuesday and every Thursday, and generally the weekends they have a number of 2-day tournaments, classic tournaments. I think you played in one, Steve, recently, about 5 or 6 weeks ago.
That was the fundraiser for Foxton.
Yep.
Nine did really good there. I think Lisa White was one of the driving forces behind that. Lisa did a brilliant job with that.
About 17 grand or something.
Yeah, no, it was magic. And was it the other night, Foxton and Beach presented Nine with a plaque and appreciation of what they raised there. So outstanding there. Bit of a loose start by everyone here. No one sort of nailed the line or the jack at the moment, Davey.
We commented yesterday on the difference in the head. Suddenly you get one really tight head, and then you sort of comment on that, and then the next thing, they're all over the place again. There's a nice little bowl just come down now, though.
Yeah.
On both greens, actually.
Yeah. It's the black team. Bowls Hastings. Be Patrick Golder drawing shot.
And the women's, it must have been Sarah with the black bowls.
Yep. So be Evelyn Ussher trying to change the head. It's hard to pick who's got shots sometimes with the angles we've got, eh?
I find it very difficult in here to pick a shot. We've got it wrong. With Kevin, I've got it wrong a number of times, so I'll see how I go with you, Steve.
But one of the things that we're going to be doing with the North-South match is that we've found these sticky labels, like they're huge. It's about 1 metre across, and they get used on footpaths and sort of things like that. Councils use them.
Yep. And
we're making a bullseye out of it. Erin at Bowls New Zealand will be dramaing it up with colours and all that sort of thing. So with that radiating out 1 metre, it will give us a better look at who's holding shot also. Okay, Sarah.
It's another black bowl coming in.
Nina.
I think it was Nina that time.
Yep.
Victoria were featured in our first game on Friday morning, and I mentioned to Kevin I was quite surprised to see Nina skipping, because normally it's Sarah that skips the Victoria teams. But it turns out that Sarah's coming as a replacement for Lee Griffin, who's injured.
Yeah, so she's staggering around. She blew a knee out or something.
Yeah, I've seen her wandering around here. Even this morning, I think she's on crutches still.
Yep. Yeah, she's bought a beach seat and a big rug. She found it a bit cold. Okay, Dean Drummond attempting to add to the shot count. Just left a bit in his hand there.
Nina's just pulled up short.
Okay, change of hand for Jean Stratford from the Waihopai club. Be heading down there for the charity pairs. Waihopai is generally the headquarters for bowls events in Southland, so they're one of the biggest hedges around a bowls green I've ever seen. It's huge.
That'd be causing extra maintenance for the club then.
Yeah.
Keeping that trimmed.
So that was 2 to Hastings.
And Waihopai's taken out 1 for Victoria here, and Sarah's got the measure out. One of the things I notice about carpet, Steve, when you have to get down and measure, you've got to be very careful with that measure, because unlike on a natural green, it slides.
Yeah, actually we've commented at, I think it was Hawke's Bay. Some people, that play a lot on the carpet will stick
bit of Velcro underneath.
Velcro or sandpaper.
Yep.
Just give it that wee bit of grip.
looks like we're out to 3-0 to Victoria.
Yep. We need to remind Nina about standing in the middle. Yes, it's quite strange for the people when we do I do the briefings for them, you know,
Yes.
for the TV rink, and the particular green there, because it's they play PBA on it. There's a couple of wee crosses about a metre out from the centre line, and we talk about the no-go zone and the likes there. But it's hard to break some habits.
All you got.
And although we haven't heard Nina give us a score yet, we just heard her querying the length of that kitty, if the Waihopai team were happy or not that it was up, and they were.
So did you watch the rugby last night?
Unfortunately, I did.
Yeah, there's a few people walking around proud to be Irish now, even though they're Kiwis. They were just
I
too
watched
good.
it on telly, and there was certainly a great
probably follow
noisy
it
group of
down, like,
Irish,
get a little
loving every minute of
Up
it.
around the corner, be great.
Yes, there's be a stadium of 5 million selectors for the All Black job now, all having an opinion.
Yeah, I got excited early in the second half when they started to come back, but it didn't last.
Very good. Right down.
It's a good opening there from the Hastings team. A couple of close ones, but there's a bit of a shelf there. It's be tempting for the Temuka boys to be moving through, playing through that, but the thing I was pleased about coming back here, Dave, was, as you know, I worked for Bowls New Zealand and as a facilities manager, and the company that we have as the preferred supplier, Field Turf New Zealand, just recently relayed this green, as you're aware, and the pace is very good now, and you know, it's still a new green, so there's a couple of wee kinks in there that we can get out, but it just needs flattening out, and play will bring that right. But I know the clubs are very, very happy with the surface.
Yeah, I've been wondering aloud, Steve, whether or not, I know how flat the surface was when it was surveyed before the carpet went on top, and it wouldn't seem to me that you'd ever get straighteners out of it because of the
levels, no.
levels that it was. So I just wonder if there's something in the underfelt of the carpet that might be causing those straighteners that might stretch out.
Yeah, well, the ones that are, the couple of rinks that they think that's, you know, there's a couple of wee kinks in, it's in the middle. And this is a big green, 40 squares.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, like we need to be stretched. You know, it takes some play, a wee stretch, more play, a wee stretch. But, yeah, we're certainly confident, very confident that it'll pass the New Zealand Sports Turf Institute World Bowls assessment.
I play it every Wednesday, and most of the rinks are really good now. And as you said, Steve, the pace is so much better. But I also think in the early days when people were saying how slow it was, that was also because this is a 40-metre green, and that's an extra 4 metres on their length that they don't normally play.
Yep, there's an element of that as well. And but we did find the base wasn't as good as it should have been, and the underlay that they used wasn't the appropriate one. It was just too soft, and that's where
And
you drop too.
Mark showed it to me.
Yeah.
Comparison to the new stuff.
Yeah.
And it definitely had a lot more, as you say, soft underfelt under the carpet than the new one does.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting down to the business end of this end for both sides. So Hastings is holding a hatful, and Sam Morton has just played a bomb. So there's the one down. It was a bomb. Well, we cut it back from what, 4 there, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did I get that bowl out of there, or
Hasn't been marked yet either as a toucher.
No. A bit cold for him to get his hands out of his pocket. And over on the left-hand side there, we know that it's Sarah's black bowl holding shot. I think it's surrounded by the Waihopai team's bowls. Unfortunately,
Certainly looks
Jean's
like
a bit high with that one.
Certainly looks like there could be three or four, one in front and three, one to the side and two blue ones behind that are all the opposition bowls outside of that shot.
Great bowl, Dino. Played to look to flick Sam Morton's bowl out and has done so.
Heard him ask if it would work and he played it to perfection, didn't he?
Yep. And the big fella's come down for a look.
And Nina's just played an absolute cracker as well.
Beautiful.
Sitting, resting, fell in and rested on the kitty.
Okay, Jean will be looking to from Waihopai. She
Looks a little bit strong to me.
Yep. Well, or wide.
Or both.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, what do you got in your box of tricks here, mate?
Sarah. What was it? 2 to Victoria.
Well
There
done.
we go. We've just got the score from Nina this time, so that 2 from Victoria, so that's 5-0. Played 3.
Okay, here's Sam coming in. He looks like he's undergreened it. He might. Okay.
This is going to be an interesting count, Steve.
It'll be at least 3. Probably. Who have been caught before.
Yes,
But that orange one looks like it's in for all money, eh?
it does from here.
That's 3.
Of
4.
course, there's orange bowls on each side, so
Yeah, you can see the black sticker on the just on the top there. The white ones are on the
white
left,
one's
Dave.
on the left, yeah.
You missed that, didn't you?
I did.
Concentrate, boy.
And what did the count end up being?
Dean didn't talk to me. And I can't see the scoreboard.
4 to Hastings.
Still putting it up.
4 to Hastings.
7-0.
7-0 now. Jumped out to a good start. Always pleasing to both be on TV and start a game strong.
Yes.
Just lets you settle in, even though it took a couple of ends to find it.
All right.
Be quite unusual for a lot of people to be on TV and probably a little bit unsettling for some of them that have
Andy.
never done it before.
Yes. Yeah, like we had a couple of games yesterday that were a nil result. But yeah, it was their moment of glory. I remember at the singles, the player from Openoni, he got his 15 minutes of fame playing, and it was really neat and thrill of a lifetime for people to be on TV. And just in the amphitheatre of what we're presenting here.
I was in commentary with Kevin Hickland in the second game yesterday, or the last round of the women's qualifying, and there were 2 teams that didn't need or couldn't qualify,
Yep.
but they wanted to play because it was their, as you say, their chance to be on the TV rink.
Yeah, no, it's. I have to admit, when Mark Cameron's CEO says we're going to have split screen, I'm going, really? I wasn't too sure how that was going to go, and I remember Kevin Hickland and I doing the first commentary, and we just didn't know where to look and what to talk about, and man, it was tough, but a bit of practice and that, and the feedback we've been getting on it has been great. Normally bowlers aren't shy of telling you what they're thinking.
1 down. Either way, he's high.
The other thing we were talking about, Steve, that's made it a different sort of feature as this is now that these champion events run on actual club winners, centre winners, as opposed to previously where they were generally coming from open winners.
Yep.
Great effort.
So you're seeing a lot of different people now.
Yes, yes. And like the number of first timers at a national event. It's been great, especially some of those. And with the winners that we've had so far, we've had Martin Borough, probably first New Zealand title for them. Honorari, I think it was. So it's really neat.
It's another one we were talking about yesterday. The Martinborough Club were
Yep, stay there. Just
in
under
both the
orange.
women's triple and the men's triple.
That's right.
And for a little club that's almost been in recess over the last few years, they're now rebuilding it.
Yep.
And Gary Murawai, who
He's the driving force
he's
there.
the driving force, but he's also the chair of the Waihopai board now.
Yep.
So they're doing a great job.
It's not a bad area of the country if you like wine and that as well.
Well, you mentioned before as CDO, at one stage I used to travel into the Waihopai. Martinborough actually turned their half green in the back into a vineyard,
Okay.
and they produced a few harvests before they gave it up. But I can remember getting a couple of bottles of Bowler Jack red wine from the Martinborough Greens.
Very good. Okay, Sam's a bit better position this time with Temuka holding a couple by the look of things. And we've got Nina and Jean playing their first lot of bowls
Still stay there, Sarah?
on the
or-
left.
I don't think Jean's
Don't
quite
stay
found the
there.
weight yet, Steve, because
No,
we commented the last one was big and that was big again. So hopefully she'll settle down soon.
Yeah, she's jumping from side. Well, she's been forced to play side to side too. So, as with most greens there,
Swing.
Nina called that one early. Said it was going to swing, but not all bad there. It's a bit hard to see who's got shot there.
I just think it looks almost like a Waihopai shot, the bowl standing up behind. But
Yeah. See if Jean makes the adjustment.
yeah, Jean's definitely made an adjustment here. She's going to be much closer. She's just going to run out of steam this time.
One to Waihopai.
Okay, they're on the board. Tighten the buckle.
We managed to
Do
pick
the
it right.
Do the buckle up, so that's all good.
Yep.
Dean Drummond has looked like he's got second shot. Big Sam Morton coming into the head now.
Oh, that's not me, it's you. You got to sign up there, don't you?
I'd say Dino will be playing through that with good weight, that black and white bowl. He's got
Looks like he's
stuff
got
at the
two
back.
good back bowls in position.
Yep. And as I'm sure I didn't sort of hear too much commentary, you would have heard Kelvin Hickland reporting that Dean's on his way to Australia. If you care, oh,
Must be
he was
going
just
soon,
under
soon.
that. Yeah, apparently he's going home, packing his bag, and
And
he's
leaving.
away. So. Okay, Sam's having a change of hand. Just need to land his outside bowl. He doesn't need to get to the jack. Danger of getting to the jack, of
Next one,
course. It's going to
Marianne.
squirt and it's going to go
Move
to Dean's bowl. Oh, there you go, all rugged up.
Lee behind. We were talking about Lee being in the original team, but having to be substituted due to an injury.
I'll get it.
She's
Group
got
of
a
Victoria
fair,
bowlers behind the head.
yeah, she's got a fair resume too, hasn't she,
Oh.
Lee?
Yes, I would say from my days in the centre, if I remember correctly, she'd be mid-20s of centre titles,
Yep.
along with Helen King chasing down Judy Howard.
Yeah, well, Judy sort of set the bar fairly high there, hasn't she?
She did.
Is she still playing?
Yes. Yes, Judy's still playing. And she's still very competitive.
Oh, you don't lose that.
I can remember playing in a fundraiser with for Claire Hendra at Silverstream one day, and we had an invite team. It was a sixes competition, and we had a couple of Bowls New Zealand reps,
Come down here, Sarah, two down.
and myself and Judy had three women, and we were the six as the guest team. And I played at pairs with Judy, who I get on with really well. And even though it was a social day, I dropped a couple short, and I got told all about it.
Okay, we've just got an update from the other quarter-final match with the Sheldon Baggery Howley team of himself, Elliot Mason and Thomas Cockrell from Gore. playing the Waihi combination from Waihi Beach of Devon Brooks, Wayne Head and Terry Scully. And it's 4-3 to Waihi. So a nice start there for the Waihi boys. So thanks, Steve, for bringing that in. Appreciate it, mate. We'll just get regular updates as we're going through. Of course, the winner of the game that we're watching between Drummond and Morton will play the winner of the Baggery Howley Devon Brooks game.
Good second, sweet.
The bye teams will both come in cold.
Yep.
Do their warm-ups, have a couple of trial ends. And
couple of trial ends, yep. And it's the 11:45 kick-off for the semis.
well, this is still on time limit from 9 till 11, so
Yeah,
Could be
11:45. We're just looking to
Yeah, great effort.
give us time to set up and do the break. But joining us in the booth here, it's we haven't had the number of visitors because when they open the door to get into where we are, Dave, as you know, it's really
certainly
cold.
feel it, yes.
It's really cold, but certainly an impressive setup here with buttons and bells and TV screens and that, and the number of people are very fascinated by just the whole setup and the whole thing that Bowls New Zealand produces here. And you know, Tamara and Colin in particular do a brilliant job, but it just doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't just set up by itself. There's quite a bit of work.
Absolutely not.
Oops, probably too wide.
Get right down.
I remember doing a commentary a couple of years ago at the first Wellington Centre Champion of Champions finals weekend.
Yep.
And Bowls New Zealand set up the equipment for us, and Tamara was here then. And I've got to say that this equipment now has come a long way since then as well.
Yeah. Yes, with all the banners and those Toblerones you can see running down the side of the rink, and the banners in behind when you go back up there, those Somerset banners, and we're very grateful to Somerset for their sponsorship of this. Yeah, it takes us. You know, we've only got a small team in of 4 of us, and it's 4 or 5 hours work to set up, and you know, when the dust settles tonight, there's another 4 or 5 hours packing it down, and it's quite some effort from Tamara in particular with, you know, like just packing that camera gear away, and it needs to be packed properly, otherwise we get breakages and that, and it's quite an art, but it's a lot of work, and off we go again, and heading to Hastings
For next weekend.
But or home for a couple of days, and Hastings for the final. So
Tamara's got all the hard stuff to pack down, all the valuable stuff, and
oh yeah,
you've got all the bulky stuff.
yeah, I can't be trusted with all the good stuff.
I wouldn't say that, but
you were thinking it. But even the cables, you know, like that run down the ditch, you got to fold them a special way. Yeah. If you don't, it gets a kink in it, and it just, you know, ruins it. So.
Yeah, I was here Thursday afternoon, a bit late on, when it was all been set up, and quite fascinated to see all the cables getting run down the drains and then under the carpets, and that are put out to make sure nobody trips on them.
Okay, so Waihopai's come back. Well done. And with the Drummond Morton game, it's 1 each playing. Sam's holding 1. And just put a great bowl in there. It just takes a lot of danger away. There's quite a group of those white disc bowls. Okay.
Was that lasting to 4 to Waihopai then while we were yakking about something different?
Yeah, had to be.
It's not a bad starter either from the Waihopai lead.
Yep. Robyn Hall playing with the pink bowls. Here's big Sam Morton looking to just adjust the weight. Okay, so Dean's got every chance now to, he's got 2 seconds, so there's an opportunity to run for the bowl or play just over draw weight.
I'm looking, you coming quick for Neil. Mate, you got
Jack's yuck though, isn't it?
Hey?
Jack's yuck though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, it's 4 there, bloke. Orange gone at 4. I'm seeing 14 under there. Do you reckon you got a...
One of the things we've noticed, Steve, over the days on these TV rinks
a bit
is
more green
that if you're
there.
under green, you don't get forgiven.
No, no, you got to take it.
Pulls across very sharply.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
As you can see here, there's 3 bowls up on this head in the Victoria Waihopai game. We can only see one of them.
yep. There we go. One just coming to the...
That must have been nudged because I think it was a blue bowl coming up.
Yep. Okay, so they decided on the just over the draw weight for Dean Drummond. Just needs to get round this. He's not too bad. Oh, he's got a lovely slide. You sort of grin and smile when you get
Yeah,
them.
you do.
And you go, oh heck, when they go against you. But if you play long enough, I found out the
Pretty
luck
even,
goes
isn't it?
round.
Coming down here, Sarah.
Those ones like Dean just played don't tend to worry me because he had pretty good weight, marginally under the green, and he was in the vicinity.
Yeah.
It's the ones where guys drive and pick a bowl up 3 metres out in front and crash into the head.
And invariably it's one of your less than good bowls that they come off and you go, oh goodness gracious me.
But once again, you just got to grin and bear it. You can't let it upset you. And as Steve said, over time it goes round.
As I say with the thing there, if you're having a rattle round, you know, dip into the lucky bag. Some days you get lucky, other days you don't.
Yeah, pretty good start.
Okay, it's a bit of a rough old head on rink 1 here, but Invercargill are holding, so you take that. Get Sarah. Look to get something tight to give Nina something to play with.
Come on, babe.
Oh, Nina's happier with this. Has it got all the legs?
Pretty good
Oh,
bowl.
shot, Sarah.
Well done. And a touch up.
touch-up.
Good stuff. The way they dress there, you wouldn't think it's a summer sport, would you?
No. And if you're standing in that arena with the sun shining in, but with the frost,
Very
you wouldn't
good.
think it was a summer sport.
Well, believe it or not, folks, we arrived here and there was frost on the ground and we had to open the windows and the doors to warm the place up.
Warm the arena up.
There's a brilliant arena. It's just a cold arena. And I know Ross Thorne, the legend of Nine Eye, is working with the council to look at some opportunities and looking at what can be done. But it's an extremely high ceiling in here.
And a membrane ceiling, and I understand it's got a gap in the middle,
Yeah, there's a big,
which is open to the sky.
which is fine in summer, letting the warm air out, but not so flash in winter. Okay. Jean just a bit high there with her orange bowl. Just,
A couple of bowls
No,
to
don't
come in the head, and it's still a fairly spread head.
yeah. Apart from the pink one, nothing within a yard. Just about got a mirror image happening next door as well.
Yeah, you work back off, Neil.
Nina's gone very wide, hasn't reappeared into our screen yet.
Okie dokie. Right, Jean with the last bowl on the forehand.
What you got?
The orange bowls are well grouped over there, even though they belong to 2 players. On the orange
Yes.
rink.
Okay, so see what Nina can do, see if she can add a bonus. Looks like Marshall's out a bit high too. Boys just losing their line. As you said, Dave, if you miss your line,
Yep.
The swinger.
Nina's line wasn't too bad, but the weight was a bit shy. Although it's crossing
Oh,
over now.
Sarah.
yeah.
How much time did that one down?
Well, one to Sarah.
Victoria.
Okay, Victoria holding, oh, got the one. Now leading
So we're going
6-5.
6-5.
Yeah. Is that you I can see off to the left there, Dave?
What's that?
Behind those in the wee office. Not quite.
Oh, we've got a camera on us now, have we?
No. You can see the wood behind the. All right, it's all gone. Here we go. Right. It doesn't sound like Dean's too happy with it.
Say it sounded like a bit of a groan from Dean to let that go, and I can see why. It's pulling up short.
He'll be giving himself a talking to.
Marianne's got pretty good green on this, just a bit over for the first bowl.
Oh, let's see if Sam can get something in there, because it looks like two to the purple. He's, don't know if he hit that hard enough to get it up or not. It's,
that last round of the women's qualifying yesterday, Steve, we were talking about, Kevin Hickland and I were talking about, you could get a possibility of 8 qualifiers yesterday, which would please Bowl New Zealand because they didn't want 9. It adds an extra round, but we had 4 teams that needed the last game to win.
That's right.
And 4 teams that could, all playing teams that couldn't qualify. And we mentioned at the start of the game that sometimes the games go the unexpected way because the teams that can't qualify relax.
Yep.
And at the start of the game, all the ones that could qualify were going ahead. We thought, oh, well, we predicted that wrong. But then by the end of the game, 3 of the teams that could qualify had not qualified, and 3 of those relaxed teams had beaten them.
Yep. So and some of those teams that screwed the scrum moved their combinations around, and Sammy just going across the face of the bowl there. So it'd be 1-2 bowls Hastings. Hastings now 9-1 up.
I think when you look at it, well, how many teams do we have in the men's?
We got 6. At one stage, I was.
How many teams do we have start?
We had 10 possible going into the sort of the last round, but yeah, it was over 20.
Over 20, and we got 6. So it shows how cutthroat it was.
Oh, mate! Some of the, you know, like my good mate Steve Smith and Dusty Reader from Carmo, they go, "What? You know, he gives me a ring, and he goes, you know, you don't like me or something," because you know he drew Sheldon Baggery Howley in the first game. Wow. And then what else did they get? It was just a horrible draw for them. And yeah, they went bang bang.
Yep.
And they're going, but you know they went through and won a couple more games after that. You know, then they had Ricky Cook, Nathan Glasson in the second game. So, you know, 2 teams that you would say were 1-1, 2-2 in the betting. You know, bang, it's the luck of the draw. And I can assure you the Bowls Hub system is totally random.
Yep.
So, yeah, it is a bit of the luck of the draw, but you've still got to win 3 out of 4 to qualify. And the old saying goes, if you're not good enough to win, you know, whether it's a tough draw or a soft draw, it's you're not going to win it anyway. Okay, so it looks like Victoria there with Sarah's bowls dominating.
Got my disease.
I think it's all 4 counting there by the look of that, Dave.
Could be,
I can see the 2 white discs on the
back
pink.
in front and the 2 pinks on the other side.
So, yeah. Okay, so Jean's got a bit of work to do here.
See what Nina does first, whether she adds one or covers.
Neil's that far. You choose.
She's certainly out high enough to get.
To put in the cover.
Just gets past that pink. She'll take that any day of the week. It just cuts that
big number out.
Big number if there's a super swoop down there.
Good.
Okay, Gene, you're a couple or 3 or 4 down. What can you do?
Swinging in towards the head.
It's not far away.
Going to tangle with the front one, unfortunately. Had really good weight if she'd missed that.
Well, she's cut the swelling. Okay, Sarah's going to give us a bit of a...
Only one.
Okay, so well, that's a good
A
bowl.
great bowl in, wasn't it?
Yep. She cut 3 of them out.
I certainly wouldn't pick that from the screen here. I can tell you that for free.
Same again.
Yep. Patrick Gold has just drawn a bomb. Oh,
Ooh.
she puts that past. Ooh, that could change things. Okay, Gene. Need another good one.
I'm not sure that Nina would have been aiming for that because I've got it slightly wrong. Could have gone into for shot.
This looks
Doesn't look
like it's
a
going to
bad
be a
bowl, does
bomb.
it?
Bomb. Great
Great
bowl.
bowl.
That saved
I
a
said
heap.
earlier she was struggling to find a weight. She's definitely not now. They were 2 great bowls.
That front one might be... let's measure. That's the vagaries of the camera angles here, Dave.
Yep.
I know.
might pay to just... don't. It's like the old story playing on Starway Green. Don't clap until the thing stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the blues in. Might be 2 blues in. So, Victoria.
Mary Ann's got the match. She thinks they've got shot. What's that signal?
I think it was 1. Come on, Nina, talk to us.
Wonder Victoria.
Thank you. So, 7-5. Okay, Dean Drummond and Sam Morton with their skips bowls. Yeah, Dino hasn't quite nailed that weight yet, has he?
No, he's played a couple of goodies, but he's struggled a bit as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But regardless of his struggle, he's still got a very handy lead.
Yeah. I always find the artificial, it's hard track to chase on.
Yes, we commented on that. That's particularly important that your lead starts well because
Okay.
you're hard to chase on. If you're always chasing on these, it's not as easy as...
In 2-bowl triples, it's you can't afford a bad end, and you need your guys in good position, good bowls in good positions, sort of thing, and you don't get into too much trouble. But when you start spraying them around, old helicopter shots. She's a hard day at the office. Always.
Oh, you're
Dean's
joking.
inside again.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nah. Dino giving himself a sarcastic compliment. Beautiful. Not. Okay, Sammy, see what you can do, bud.
Despite his bowls, I think they're probably still holding.
They're
Scott.
still holding, but man, like he's 2 yards short. Sam on a clear run here is going to be somewhere close.
Very close. Well played.
Oh, he's going to run away.
Don't need to run away quite far enough to not get
Hangs
shot.
there, doesn't it?
Okay, it looks like...
One to Sam's last bowl.
no, I think no. No, Hastings got it.
Hastings
He
got
just ran through,
Yeah, too far.
dive late there. That's interesting calling it from Dino. Just wherever...
Wherever you can get to.
yeah, for Neil. There's a lot of skips, fairly, and I'm probably one of them. Matt in the right spot. Please throw the jack to my feet, or as close as you can. Otherwise, you get the big double teapot.
And a bit more. I've experienced that on one occasion when I played with you.
Down there, Sarah, just leaving that bowl.
Well, I remember back in the day, we used to actually practice throwing the jack. I hardly see anyone out there doing that now.
My brother, the young one that got ruled out of this with COVID this week.
Was that the one height coming? Wasn't he supposed to be in home isolation, or?
Yes, he was, but he was sick of being
no.
in home isolation, so he kept himself in isolation and stayed outside the stadium and looked in through the window
Shot,
Yeah.
Neil.
on his own. He hasn't yet tested positive, but his wife has. and hence why he's stuck at home. But he's an advocate for all leads to take a bucket of kiddies out and practice with them.
Yep.
As much as he is for them to practice their bowls.
Yeah, our ones at my old club in Whakaari and Dunedin, they were kept in a box, so I used to go out and practice putting the jack in the box.
You stay there, another good handy one.
Might have been able to throw the jack, but the bowls weren't too flash sometimes. Good opener and from Greg Valentine with his orange bowl right on it from South Canterbury. Makes Sammy happy. It's probably a bit closer than it looks to the reply from Neil Barron.
Looks like a couple of
Was
black
he
ones
was
again
he
over
ex-Wellington,
here.
Neil?
Neil ex-Wellington, yeah. Long ago. I think he played at both Victoria and Johnsonville.
Okay.
You try one down there. You try to draw around, Neil. You turn him down, you're all right.
What's in Neil to the shot bowl?
Shot ball, about that.
To Neil.
Yeah.
So it is a lot closer than it looks.
Yep.
So it's actually good to hear that. Yeah, for the viewers, you can see what the boys are trying to do, and the ladies, of course. But he's looking to arrive through it. But I think might have spooned that one. He'd be disappointed with that.
I'm not sure, did Tamara say earlier that you and I get the benefit of the players' comments, but it doesn't go out over the broadcast?
They can hear it. Yep, we just got no.
I can't hear it.
That's good. Okay. It's just sort of tracking how these guys are trying to be neat with their shots, and you've got to be playing through, even on the draw.
Not going to do anything.
Well, Nina's just
He's not happy with that one either.
Save does the commentary there. Sarah's playing well. Every time I seem to be looking at, when I'm looking at the left of the screen there, Dave, I'm seeing those black bowls of Sarah's in the zone there.
That last one, Anina's out to the right as we're looking at the screen, beside the blue. Almost looks like it's a black one as well, even though it's...
That's dark blue,
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not quite sure what she was after there. Maybe a movement.
Jean, I think she was just looking to get down onto Sarah's bowl. Oh.
Different line for Nina this time.
Yep. Changed a lot of things. Got the line but forgot the weight.
Yep. So you're saying earlier, Steve, that you and the crew pack down tonight?
Yep.
Everything moves on to Hastings and reset for
Yep.
next weekend, 3 days again. Then do you get a break for a couple of weeks before you then head to Dunedin?
Dunedin's, for the north-south September. So.
Oh, September, is it?
Yep. So, good effort. Good effort from Jean Sarah from the Waihopai Club. But it's certainly 1 to Wellington, or Victoria Club. Looking like two out.
Pink one looks next, doesn't it? But
No, that wing one of,
Yes.
that Nina sort of turned her back on. Could be in the...
out comes the measure.
Okay, Sam's looking to add to the count while the ladies measure. He's not a million miles away, is
No,
he?
he's played it pretty well, hasn't he?
Very good. I'd say Dino will be up into that.
That bowl almost looked like it turned in fairly square, didn't it, coming to that side?
Yep.
2 to Victoria.
Two
to
to
Victoria.
Neil.
Neil, get out of the road.
Yeah, but he's got another one, doesn't he? He's got another one coming.
Oh, the downside of me in the commentary box, Dave, I'm not out there yelling at them to get out of
Keep
the
away
road.
from the cameras there.
Oh, no, it looks like he's moved.
I noticed yesterday I said to a couple of them to move out of the way of the cameras, and as soon as they realise they're in the way, they jump out quick because they've been told at the start.
Yep. Ooh, he's just under. Good weight.
Got onto that second shot of Sam's. That probably would have killed that at the rate of knots.
Yep.
It's a good starter.
Very good.
Marianne draws a toucher with the first bowl.
We just need someone to be
Oh, great bowl. Sorry.
jump out and remind Neil.
Turn my back more often. Two good bowls.
Oh no, hold on. Oh, that's a great bowl. Great bowl from Robyn Hall to change that head there.
Great. Thank you. And it's doing again, Marianne.
Just gone to tell the players to keep out of the way of the cameras so that we don't lose
Very good.
the
Very
picture.
good.
Marianne Wilson just draws up another one to have two shots on that head. So Temuka, Steve, are going to have to get moving soon if they're going to get back into this game.
Yep.
10-1 down halfway.
Yep. Sorry to just went for a walk there to remind Neil of his responsibilities to stay out of the centre line. Got all the jobs here now, Dave.
Yep.
We're running a bit thin this particular event. If you're watching in Auckland there, Martin McKenzie, hope you are getting well, my man. I know Mr. COVID did visit and gave you a fair whack, so hope you're going good there, mate. Oh,
Update coming through.
update coming through. The Sheldon Baggery Harley team of himself, Elliot Mason and Thomas Cockrell from Gore, playing the Waihi Beach combination of Devon Brooks, Wayne Head and Terry Scully. When we last came to you, it was 3-4 to Waihi. It is now 7-5, so that's after 8 ends. So it's a tight match there. So, and I think probably Sheldon would have been thinking he'd be running away with this on paper, but good on Waihi Beach for giving them a game. So
It's 4-1 since we got the last update, Steve. So 5 shots over 4 ends.
Yeah, so they're doing it in one. So. As we discussed, Dave, it's a fickle old game, the 2-bowl trips. It takes one person to be dominating or throwing bowls around, and we're probably seeing it on the left there, Dave, with Sarah, I think, in particular so far, and those first 9 ends doing very, very well.
Yeah, Sarah's probably been player of the game to date, I think.
Yeah, just as we talk her up, she throws
drops
in
one
two.
short. However, this time Marianne's got 2 pretty good bowls in, so...
Yep. Okay.
Yep, down there, Jordan Neal.
Marshall Stoddart
the
just got a
bowl,
nice
squeeze
wee
the
rub
jump
to
off.
get somewhere in the zone.
Comes a bowl handy.
And we've just got
Very
Hema
handy
back with
bowl
us
here.
today, or this afternoon. So full complement of tomorrow, Colin and Hema.
Hurry.
Just had a good bowl from Evelyn Ussher, but I don't think she got the shot out of it. But she trailed the jack towards the pink, but the shot, one of the Marianne Wilson's bowls fell in right behind. But it's a bit tight ahead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. You're around the orange room.
If you get good bowls in good positions, you don't drop a number normally.
It's another thing we've been discussing all weekend, Steve, is the need to keep the score down if you're going to lose a head. You can't afford to lose big numbers in this length of game. Doesn't really matter
Correct.
what length of game it is, you can't afford to lose big numbers.
Didn't
No.
Prideaux 2, eh, Sarah?
No, Marshall's just
Leader.
not
Be all
too.
over it.
Wouldn't be happy with that one. Okay, so we got Patrick Golder attempting to change things round.
Nina just swept across under the head, not quite taking the green.
It's not a million miles away here. It's not going to just quite get back. Good home. So
Heard Dean
Dean
say
Drummond's,
very good.
yeah. It's set up there for it. It's the old story. You can set a trap, then you've still got to pull the trigger.
Comes Gene Stratford, just going to pull up a little short, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
See him coming down to pick up his bowl and
The swinger.
see what he can do to add to the head.
So yeah, with the ladies there, Nina just trying to be neat with her weight.
Yeah.
Because of, the tightens the head, and they invariably just get on that short line.
With the care she played that, you'd think that she's probably that blue bowl behind the kitty is definitely shot because she didn't want to give it away. Here comes a beauty again from Jean, very close.
Yeah, 2, bloke.
Yes, no, maybe.
Probably come through just a touch quicker, maybe.
That's one to Victoria.
I was going to say she took it out carefully, but the next three were all her own.
All her own.
Yeah.
Had it surrounded, but still one down.
How far short's that? Like, got it.
Victoria's getting a little mini break here as well at 10-5.
Around them.
Yeah.
Yep. Temuka's holding 2 at the moment. Sound like Dean's looking to be playing through that as the call from between him and Patrick Golden.
Little comeback
So-
on here. Sam scoring 2 last end, holding a couple this end to date.
He's going to catch some of the red, is he?
Catch the red one.
Oh, second prize, cut the swelling,
Cut it
down to 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sam really needs to score on this end and a couple more to keep
Yeah,
coming
we've
back.
2s here, it's not about getting them all at once, as you know, Dave. It's
Absolutely.
just one in the end. He's got enough ends to
To work his way back into the
peg
game.
it back in. I remember when I first started the game, way back in the 80s, and Ireland were playing New Zealand in Dunedin, and Ian Dickerson was the New Zealand singles
Stay
player.
there, Marianne.
And one of the old boys at the club told me to take a day off work to go and watch the bowls.
Yep.
And so Dickie was playing a guy called Stan Espy, an outstanding international bowler back in the day. And it was first to 21 then,
Wait, you've got a crack.
a 20-second green at up the hill in Dunedin there
On grass.
on grass,
Very
and
good bowl.
Dickie was down 20-3. And you think, that's all over. Well, Dickie managed to get a score, and then he pulled the mat up and put his first bowl front toucher after front toucher, and then didn't matter where Stan Espy put a bowl,
He
Dickie matched it off.
Yep.
And got up and won 21-20. So it ain't over till.
Sarah.
Yep.
But it was a real lesson. And the other big thing, the lesson I got out of that was playing on the natural greens. Find a side that works for you.
Yep.
And Dickie just went up and down one side. Magnificent display. So, This
Temuka
looks-
got one in that last end.
yep.
And
And it
Dean,
looks like they've
very close draw for
pulled the
last
mat up
bowl.
a bit and gone deep. Here's one C Lander arriving in the office just to check that we're still there. I'm
our
picking
job.
that he's looking to thieve some of Tamara's lollies, but we'll soon see. And no doubt, Kerry, you're watching this back at home, so hope that dog of yours hasn't chewed up too much. He's, Chris and Kerry got the maddest dog that I know. Doesn't matter what's lying around, the dog will eat it. So, cause a bit of angst every now and again. Chris are losing socks and undies and all sorts of manner of things getting nicked by this dog.
Since we've been
mad Leo, isn't it? Love to hate him at times.
Weight's great, touch of grass.
I don't think Kerry was too impressed with the other week $600 pair of headphones, chomped. I thought it was funny.
Just going to say, Steve, since we mentioned Sarah going well, she's...
Do we put the commentator's curse on her?
Absolutely.
Oh, God. Sorry, Sarah.
Right.
Yeah, please, white. White, no sugar. You mentioned Chris coming in to get some of Tamara's lollies. I'm pleased we've started the commentary because we've got a plate of pineapple lumps in front of us.
Oh, yeah, and
I love
you're scoffed half them.
Yeah, just as well we started the commentary because otherwise I would have finished them.
Goodness gracious. So, Christine, if you're listening at home.
No, she's gone to see her mother over in the Wairarapa today.
All right.
His mum's birthday is Tuesday.
You're in.
And I'm sure Pauline's sitting at home watching this on grandchild duty. So she's blown there with Otis, so I'm sure she's having a ball with him. So be home tomorrow.
Wasted.
Yes, you've had a disruptive weekend, Steve, with Air New Zealand pulling your flight the other morning.
Oh, I was really impressed with that. Due to fly down here at 7 in the morning on Thursday to help the guys set up and do all the bits and pieces. And you get a text at 8 o'clock at night going, your flight's cancelled. And big lesson, they offered another flight. I go, oh goodness, yeah, I'll take it because it was earlier.
Close.
What I failed to notice initially was it was for Friday.
Yeah.
There was nothing on the thing there, so so I had to grab the keys to Bowls New Zealand 7 and drive down. So made for a bit of a big day on Thursday, 6.5 hour drive from Tauranga to here, and then help the team for a few hours setting up. So
probably I had the slightly opposite reaction to you because I was meant to pick you up in town at 9, and that's quite a trip from Upper Hutt at that hour of the morning. And when you rang me to say I didn't have to pick you up, I probably had a different reaction to what you did.
Fair enough too. What happened there, the ladies? Obviously, Waihopai.
I think got one.
Okie dokie.
There it goes. The board's just changed and it was one.
It's a fair effort for all these teams that have qualified to come through the field, Dave. You know, like one of the things, with research you do and you have a look and, man, there's some strong teams in, both genders. Yep. And anyone could have won it. And, and we had a couple of teams that just went bang, bang. They're out. And, they'd be, in your top 6 fancies of picking to win it.
Yep.
And and for a lot of them, it came down to that last round, and we were looking like 10 there, I think, at one stage there. Like the bowler's hat on. When I had my bowler's hat on, I was hoping they were all qualified. But as an administrator, for this event, I'm going, please don't be more than 8. So, and same with the guys. It's very, very good field. There's national champions in there. There's guys that go deep in national championships. Even Bill Clements from Alexandra with his 487 centre titles or whatever he's got. I think it's in the 70s somewhere.
Yep.
you know, as I said, Steve Smith, he gave the backhand a fair working out. He did impress me. I was wandering around yesterday, typical Smith, you know. He goes, Billy, I'm going to draw a shot on my forehand. So I'm standing there and he draws on his forehand. And I says, mate, that's 6 shot. He says, yeah, I didn't say which shot I was going to get. He says he just wanted to prove that he could get it back into the rink on the forehand. So if you're listening up there in the Northland and you haven't figured it out already, if you block Steve's backhand, you're in with a chance.
Yeah, interesting character, Steve. I'm not sure if you knew him before. We both met him the same night when he joined our CDO team in Auckland for a meeting.
Yep. Yeah, no, I've been around the blocks with him a few times.
Since.
Yeah, oh yeah, one of the besties. Good man himself. And he had we had a wee medal ceremony for him there because he got 3rd equal with Dusty and the two pools in Central Otago. So as back-to-back, because we didn't have the nationals there, they claimed third prize again. So we had a couple of medals lying around. So as a fun thing, they got the medals for 2 years in a row.
Did you get the same for the 4s?
No. we tried. Morris Signs worked very hard to try and claim a second national title in the 4s back to back.
Nobody beat you, did they?
Yeah, we ran into a bit of resistance there from the boss. But we are going to be heading back as soon as Morris found out it was Central Otago again.
Yep.
Within an hour he had the same accommodation booked. He had his flights booked and the rental car. So we're all set to go and look forward to, in a few months' time, getting back to Central Otago. Certainly a place I love to be. I grew up there as a kid. So I always sort of count Central Otago home for me.
And here on the left screen we have a big head building up at the moment for Waihopai.
Movement on that bowl, bring Kitty back to here.
Looks definite 3 shots and nothing in sight for Victoria.
Oh, just that wing one out there, isn't it, really? Sarah's got a bit of work to do.
Sarah's already played the first one. It's out.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just see a bit of
gone out to this side of the screen. It might be that little shadow there.
Yep.
Yep, you can stay there.
Greg Valentine off to a good start for Big Sammy.
This one looks more in the territory for Sarah.
Get up.
Needs to rest something.
Oh, great effort.
Great effort.
Great effort.
Still 3 down though.
The danger of playing little run shots when you're 3 down is if you miss, you're still 3 down.
Oh, look at that.
Great effort.
Okay. Dean's happy with Neil's sort of handyish bowl, although albeit square.
What be your view, Steve, on that head that Victoria's facing? I heard Nina saying she might use a little bit of weight. I don't know that I would be. I'd be trying to draw close, wouldn't you?
Well, with your first, you'd be trying to get second shot at worst, wouldn't you?
As we saw with Sarah's bowl, she played a little bit of weight, only just missed, but now way
Still
out.
missed. Because all Jean's got to do is just get something in the zone there.
Yep. Doesn't want to get one too close though and give Nina a rest or a
So, yeah, don't want to be just something just foot in behind would be perfect.
Very good.
No, and she's certainly come in the hand there where she's really narrow. Oh, she's left a bit. Missed the bonus. Oh, still coming.
I'm not sure that she has missed the bonus. It's a pretty spread head, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Sarah's asked Nina to draw one close.
Yep. Dean must have been stuck on that 10 for 3 or 4 heads now.
Yep.
Ooh. Another one up.
Oh, this is starting to get ugly.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You get down to there, you turn it through the orange, you get under it, you bring in the jack with you.
Goodness gracious. Mark O'Connor, president of Bowls New Zealand has just wandered in, grabbed the biggest handful of lollies you've seen in your life, and thinks he's fairly clever as he walks out. Unbelievable. Oh, and lander. Crash. Oh, he's got the jet plane. It's gone.
Hang about.
And I can
All
tell
these
you
could be
it's nice
counted.
when they shut that door because it's very cool coming in from that arena still.
Okay, Nina, you've got a big bowl to play here, young lady.
Looks to have better weight this time.
Oh.
Somebody's
Oh, no,
right in our
she's
way.
too big.
Oh no, she's
Too big.
Now the
How many?
count begins.
1, 2, that's 3.
Idea sort of still really the same, just search
The
up.
rag's gone down. I think we're going to be looking for
Contact
more
in
yet.
any of this sort of area.
Here comes 4. This
Yeah,
could
tie
almost be
rope
a
for the
full
rest,
house
but they
here,
could be.
Steve.
Could be. Yep, out comes the tape just to confirm.
Very good.
Go out to the black bowl first, will they? Measure the other 2.
You would think so. Tight head here with the boys.
There's 5 out without the measure.
Yeah, yeah. I ain't got to measure that anything up when you were given what I got. Yeah.
Don't think we would have seen a maximum.
And we might be just about, they're still wandering around looking at that last one.
Yeah, just get down and measure, ladies. That's the way. Other side, please.
No matter what happens now, Waihopai have gone to the front because they've got 5 at least here, could be 6.
Oh, going back to check. Just making sure.
It's a full house, isn't it? Yep, here goes both hands going up.
Yeah.
6 shots,
6.
full house.
Wow.
6 to Waihopai.
Whew.
We mentioned as that was building up that playing those little weighted shots, if they miss, they're in trouble, and it proved to be.
Yep. Second shot's your friend when you're got a lead of 4.
Yep,
You know. Wow.
big turnaround in that game. And playing 12 of 15, it's now a tight match again.
Yeah, and what it does to you mentally as well, whether you can park that.
You need to. It certainly gives Waihopai a lift to think they can do that again.
Yep. Well, Sam would love a 6 right now. There's a pretty tight head going on.
He'd be happy at the moment. He's won the last 3 ends, hasn't he?
Yep.
From 10-1.
And holding shot. Or maybe not. With the weight he played
The
that,
weight he
and it
played
would
it.
tend to indicate that purple one's closer than the that black and white bowl.
As long as I'm on the wide side of it. Oh,
Good
one's
start,
good.
Marianne. Very good.
It certainly is the one to the purple. They're just discussing whether they want to bank that. Not. Yeah. I'm saying pick an eel, just declare the head and
I was going to say probably bank it, put some, what, 11,
send.
5, 6 ahead and 4 ends to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but if I'm playing.
Nice bolt.
Sam must have one in the chute. I think you
One
got
down
on the
to
bank.
No,
You
he
stay there,
won the
Marianne.
last
Stay
head, so he
there.
Yeah, I can see 2 red bowls, one on the bank, and
bank, yeah. That last one we saw coming down must have been the one that went to the bank, was it?
yep. No, they're banking it. Common sense prevailed in the end. Can't see what took so long to figure that out, Dave.
And Waihopai have started with a reasonably good bowl over here.
Yep.
Oh,
They're moving through at good pace. Well, we got 41 minutes on the clock, so
Both well and truly finish.
yeah. So it's good to see. Not too much mucking around.
We're on end 12, so we must just be, if the other game's going at the same speed, the one we're not showing, we should have an update shortly for you.
Yeah. See Steve Sargent doing a great job, score gatherer for us and umpire, so that's all good. We're really grateful for the ITOs that turn up, and I think a couple of them are coming in from the Kapiti Coast to assist here, so it's an early morning for them because they're here as long as we are as well. So
Steve's definitely Kapiti Coast. I think Henry's here today, and he's both Whitby Club and up like that. I think Henry lives up in Waikanai, so he's in from the Kapiti Coast as well.
Yep.
And I think our two that were here yesterday, the Burridges, I think they might have moved up the Kapiti Coast now. They used to be Tawa, but I think they might have gone up the Kapiti Coast.
Yeah, no, we're really grateful for the work that the ITOs do, and they don't get called out that often, but when you do, you need them. Looks like Waihopai's got a
Building
couple.
up another very good end, aren't they?
Yeah, a couple. Sort of Nina's crew sort of gone a bit AWOL. Yeah, we talked Sarah up too much, I think, Dave, and
We did.
put the...
Hope she didn't hear it. Otherwise
yeah.
we'll get the blame.
Come on, Nina, we talked about this. Now the road, girl. Sarah, oh, yikes.
No.
Nina's got a bit of work to do.
Looks like
Because that's a
couple
wee
of
mini,
them
you know,
now.
if they pick up a 2 here, that's that wee mini break, you can defend that.
You choose.
Okay. Sam Morton's side holding a couple. Patrick Golder looking to change that with his orange bowls. Not so. Free hit here for Marshall Stoddart. Funny how it's easier to draw a shot when you're holding than when you're down. So
Correct.
it's easier for the Temuka boys than it's going to be for Nina over on our left. Another one coming in. Great bowl here from Jean.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Right.
Just giving us
Might
something to
also
catch, but
Yeah, Nina's just slow, isn't it? So Nina might have that as a rest.
yeah, just makes it more appealing to look at to the eyes when coming up. She got all the green here, mate.
She doesn't look like she's got the speed either.
Oh, yuck. Okay, Sam Morton's side holding 3.
Jean draws another one here, and Nina doesn't. That could be a 10 shots and 2 ends. That's a
Oh,
fair heap in this game.
yeah, sort of losing it in the light of the thing. She's on a good line. Just down to a speed now. Oh, it's in a good home. Big bowl here,
Tried to
Nina.
Encourage her with a couple of claps.
Yep. Oh, that might be tight too. Just given where Jean's bowl came back for. She's looking to get a
Got enough
clunk.
weight to hold on here. Oh, I don't know if that's helped or...
Wow,
Quick over
it's
there.
got to cut the swelling, Dave.
Quick
It's
out there.
it'll be 1 shot, maybe 2.
2 by the look of that.
Yep. 2 shots.
2 shots.
Oh, she saved half them.
This was-
Yeah.
See crash. See crash. I think it's 5, but
Why does she want to know?
Down, down. Ooh, close.
So I hope I are on the winning straight now. They've opened up a little break with 3s to go, they're 4 ahead.
Yeah. That's a huge swing, isn't it? 10-6.
Yep.
In front, travelling well. To see Joe Edwards come into sight there.
As we were saying early, you control the head if you've got a lead by not giving away big numbers. Unfortunately, Victoria have given away a big number.
Twice.
Turned that game right around.
Legend of the game, Joe Edwards just walking past the commentary booth there, giving us a wave. She is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. She's certainly the best lady player that's ever played the game anywhere in the world.
Nice ball, Mary
Put it
Ann.
down to Scruff Edwards' coaching, of course. Speaking of Scruff, I think he's just finalised his side for the North-South match. Sharon Sims was quickly into her work and got hers sorted out. So just keep an eye on things, folks, if you want to know who's in and who's out. The innovation, it's a celebration of the game, and we're looking to show the diversity of how great our sport is. That doesn't matter how old you are, because we've got 2 over 65 players will be playing in the event. Doesn't matter how young you are, we will have 2 players under the age of 26. And whether you've got a disability or not, you can still play the game, and there'll be 2 people from the disabled community, either blind, deaf or physical.
Yep.
Will be part of the 8 in each side. So that'll be happening at the Bowls New Zealand's annual awards and annual general meeting in Dunedin.
Yep.
Okay, Dean Drummond's played a bomb. He's turned that head right round that was building up nicely for Sam.
Mary Ann Wilson looks like she's holding shot here for Victoria. So they'll be very pleased to get back in the game if they can get a couple back here. Yes, Steve, you say about all ages, it's one thing I know we've been battling ever since I started with the Bowls New Zealand, is to get this concept of it being an old person's game out.
Yep.
And I remember the year that New Zealand won that trophy for the best performed team at World Champs, our average age is 27.
Yeah. Okay, we've just got an update after 12 ends between the Sheldon Baggery Harley side playing Devon Brooks from Waihi Beach. When it's been was 4-3 to Waihi after 4 ends, 7-5 to Baggery Harley after 8 ends. It is now 9-8 to the Waihi team of Devon Brooks, Wayne Head and Terry Scully. So 3 ends to go, and we'll try and get an end by end for you going there. Thanks, Steve, for bringing that into us. Really appreciate it, mate. That's one the bookies would have had a bit different.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Right.
Sarah just overrun that a little bit.
They might be holding it. Looks
I
like
think
2.
they're holding it. They
Could
might
be a
have
couple
2
there.
with Mary Ann's bowls, yeah.
Yeah.
Definite one anyhow.
Yeah. 12-5 with, what was it, 3 to go. 7 shots and 3 ends. They'll be doing the math.
Stretch it a bit, isn't it?
Yeah. Starting to get thing there. That's 2 and a bit an end. Oh.
Yep, stay there, same bowl. He's level, sit there, bit of touch it.
Fair start from both them. Both leads in the men's event. Okay, Jean's
on the way.
Yeah, looks like she's
She's going to hit that front bowl or go under it.
She's not even going to reach the front bowl.
Yes, correct.
Oops.
She might have reached it, but she's well under it.
Yeah. Just
Nina will be keen to draw another shot here and add to the count.
yeah, it's just looking to see where that orange bowl's under her.
No, coming
And
under
right.
it. Coming under it or around it.
You'd have to think that putting that bowl where Sarah's just signalled would be a counter, because I think Nina needs to play for counters now, not spend time covering when she's this far behind.
2-2s, I don't mind.
Yeah,
Sorry, Sarah.
you might have thought you'd take the open hand as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 2 shockers.
Nina's still got a bowl to come. I think that's somebody else's she just hit. Might be Sarah's early one.
Yeah.
It's a big bowl coming for Jean. If she can cut this down, it makes a huge difference in this game.
Oh, yeah. She draws a shot now. It's
Not a mile away by the look of this either. Oh, no, she might be shy as well. She is well shy.
oh,
Yeah.
this is bonus time. Yeah, Nina can.
Nina can draw a third one here, I think.
Yeah.
Sarah's turn to get in the way of the camera.
Yeah.
Just going to hang.
No, it's getting back. Not enough by the look of that. Maybe. No. Is it 2? Certainly 1.
2.
2 to Vic.
2 to Vic. 2 the difference. 2 to go.
Yep. We're in for a tight one there.
Great bowl on the other rink.
Bowl there.
Just in behind the kitty.
Yep. Just shaved it. Patrick Golder bowl. And the head.
So almost through the first round today, and the last game with time limit. Next 2 games, no time limit. Next 2 rounds, no time limit. Semis and finals. Interesting days bowls still to come.
Yeah, some good matchups, Dave. Looking forward to it. Yeah, it's sort of who's got shot here. Not sure.
Don't think it matters. There's no big numbers there by the look of it.
No. Sam's got to start getting at least 2, obviously.
3 2s doesn't quite get in there either, so
Not quite, no. No.
he needs
We
a
just-
big one at one of these ends.
We just need Marshall to move over a bit.
And Nina.
Where's Alf when you need him?
To fix that, we changed the camera angle. Steve goes out and gets Nina to move off the camera, and Nina reacts very quickly. While all that's happening, Marianne plays a bowl that's a bit wide and a bit high.
Looks like the telling off is infectious. We're getting everyone to move.
Once again, it's something not many bowlers are used to having to stay clear of
Oh,
camera.
yeah, absolutely. I totally get that it's completely foreign for people.
Once they get excited and involved in the game, the cameras completely drop out of mind, I think.
Yeah, but they, when you talk to them about it, they all agree because they've watched the games on the thing there and get equally as frustrated as everyone else for someone that gets in the road. Here's big Sam Morton wandering into the head with his bowl. He's getting, no, just by the reaction there from Marshall. Sammy's short.
Sarah's come back into the game with a touch-up.
Bowl, Sarah.
That's a good bowl there. I think we're in for a
Very
one-end
close.
shootout
Bit like it,
situation,
doesn't it?
potentially.
A couple of those games last night in the last round, or the last round bar one, when you had one game in the last round. that were
Okay, in this
basically-
Sheldon Baggery Howley Waihi game, it's 11-9 to Sheldon. He's just picked up a 3 to go 11-9 with 2 ends to go. Thanks, Steve.
Oh, that's a bit of weight.
Yeah, there were a couple of those qualifying games went tight last night, last end shootouts. Paratutu played an extra end and they missed.
Yeah,
Upper Hutt were all square last end and they missed.
that was your brother, wasn't it?
That was my brother, yeah.
Oh, Sarah's missed a chance to add a 1. Okay. Sam's looking to change things around a fraction. Oh, his first bowl's just dived
fell
in and
over.
he's playing with weight, trying to get that purple bowl.
Whoops, and here comes Waihopai bowl. It might change the head again.
Oh, it has too.
Great bowl.
Brilliant. Evelyn, Ussher. Great bowl.
Nina's really got to find the shot here.
Yep. Chasing 3 and the last ends.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 50%.
Hard ass.
50% of the bowl's got to count. So that's 13-5. 2 ends to go. You would think Jean Drummond will defend that.
Temuka have only got 5 shots over 13 ends, so I wouldn't expect them to get another 8 over the last 2.
That's famous last words.
Well, I'll be pleased to eat them if that happens.
Jean didn't say that when she picked up a 6 from Waihopai. They come out of nothing. Nina's given it the wave. Oh, last thing she wants to click that. Oh. Good miss off that front pink bowl. Didn't want to cut that in.
Weight's good.
Okay, here's Jean. Her first bowl. Doesn't appear to be on a bad line.
Nice bowl.
Weight's not too bad either.
Oh, great bowl.
Oh, brilliant.
Sets Nina up with a little target, but if she can get it,
Has she got a drive?
I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to find out.
Just try and beat you.
You would think she's got to be up and under. Yep. She's played it on.
Oh, what?
Forehand side, and she's
Oh.
complaining already. It's off.
It's.
Now she's
Wow.
going to have some work to do on the last end because she's going to be at least 4 behind, if not 5.
Yep. Oh.
That one looks a bit narrow too.
Sorry, love.
That might have been a deliberate throwaway. I'm not going to disturb that.
Well, it could have been. Well, let's put it down to that, Dave. Otherwise, it's. Yes. Let's say that she decided not to play that. So that's for the diff playing the last. Waihopai side of Jean Stratford, Evelyn, Ussher and Robyn Hall out to a 4-shot lead. 4 up with playing the last end. So Nina has got a bit of work to do. Just like next door. 2 ends to go, 8 the diff. And we've got a shotgun head here where nothing's close. The South Island boys are pretty tough in their shorts in this stadium.
What? I noticed Steve Sargent, the umpire or the international technical official, turned up in shorts the first day, but it didn't take him long to get the longs.
Beat the wing black. Be good.
I know Sheldon's out there, he's in shorts and far too old to be freezing, Dave.
Yep.
Okay, Patrick Golder's last bowl. He was just looking to get something handy. Take the game away from Sam and his team.
Very good, whatever happens.
All right. And whatever happens, he draws a front.
Great.
Oh, side touch up. Well, if you're Sam here, you almost got to kill it, start again, wouldn't you?
I think you have to. I was just going to say that. Doesn't give you much chance for 3 or 4 on this end to
And
stay
you can't
alive.
see much of the jack either, so, and just the way it's set up.
Big lad, I take it he's got a big drive on him.
It doesn't come down very slowly, I can tell you. Now what's he going to play?
The Queenstown leads put 2 across the front and a bit shy on the
Queens?
last end of the women's. Sorry, Waihopai.
It's close to Queenstown.
Yes, down the bottom of the South
There you
Island.
go, Sam's.
Way away from where I live.
Not far away, Sammy. Oh.
2
Well-
square and only took 1.
Well, he got the shot out,
Yeah.
but he's needing...
But it didn't,
Needing
as you say, it
4.
didn't come down slow, Steve.
No. Certainly had the one wood. Yep, Dean will be just looking to...
Draw another one in the territory.
Yep. And if he sticks it behind that orange one, it's... yeah, can't be used. I don't think it's changed your shot, Sammy, but sometimes it just calm the nerves.
Interesting
Have a good
going
look.
on over the other head. There's 3 white disc bowls all in the same area. And Victoria's starting to build up numbers on the head.
Optimistically send it up chalked too, by the look of it.
Lovely bowl. I don't have to chalk it.
It's already chalked.
Well, whether it's 2 or not will be interesting. Unfortunately, with that side toucher, it looks like it's rolled round the back of the jack, so it'll stop Nina coming on the other hand and taking those bowls into play. Okay, Sheldon Baggery Howley's gone out to a 13-9 lead after 14 ends, so yep, the writing's on the wall there. Thanks, Steve.
Lovely
Oh, what a bowl.
There's a brilliant bowl from Evelyn Ussher.
But it's created an opportunity, so I think I'd be getting Sarah to play up on the other hand, sit
Backhand to try and push
that
it out.
white bowl through and possibly live 4.
Have a look,
Sam's
Sarah.
on the bigger hit, going the edge. Nah.
Game over on the men's game.
Yep. Don't have
Nina's invited Sarah up to have a look at this one so she knows what's needed. Certainly that Evelyn Ussher bowl has changed that head considerably.
Yeah, whilst it's yeah, they've got shot. It's created the chance for Nina.
Yep.
Don't know if that's your shot, girl.
No, I'd be looking at it the other way.
Yeah,
They're both looking to kick this out the forehand side, aren't they?
yeah.
Can you see that? Okay.
Oh, great shot, Dean Drummond, legend. 2 shots on the last, so that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Bowls Hastings will run out the winners 15-6 over Temuka. So that sets them up for probably to be playing Sheldon Baggery Howley's side. So Dean Drummond, Patrick Gold and Neil Barron of the Bowls Hastings Club in the Hawke's Bay. Likely to be, and we'll get it confirmed, playing the Sheldon Baggery Howley, Elliot Mason, the travelling player from Dunedin there, and Thomas Cockrell of the Gore Club. So we'll now just concentrate on this one. That was the danger of Sarah's bowl. Just
Bit of a nothing bowl, isn't it?
wow, it was too big. It's
And
not in the
I think
count,
it's
but
probably gone in the drain as well, so it's not even useful at the back.
I'll play
they're
that
playing
as well,
pretty
eh?
short. So yeah.
Nina's saying, I'll play that as well, eh? So they're going to try the same shot by the sound of it, Steve?
Yeah. Well, Jean's just got to throw something over the top.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be going anywhere near the head. Just get over the top. We've got a roadblock.
Camera now, whereas everybody's thinking about the bowl.
Yeah. Sarah. I think we might have to just let this go. It's too important bowls to be happening to.
Still driving a bit.
Dino. Okay, what's Jean played?
It's played down the backhand, coming in amongst all the front ones. Crash helmet's gone on Evelyn.
Evelyn put the crash helmet on. It's not all bad. It's
I was
still
going to say, it doesn't look like that bowl will go out quite so easy now.
no. And now the white orange, does it beat the black or the pink beat the black?
Yeah.
Takes everything out of play. Dean Drummond handed his microphone in, so we won't hear him anymore in the foreseeable. That's setting up to be a good game. Drummond showed.
Yeah.
Did they play? Could
Couple
they
of young
play through the
guns.
qualifying? Don't think. No, it didn't play through the qualifying, so big game, the young guns. Okay, Nina, need to make something happen here.
Turn that blue bowl out.
Yeah, she's got to play with big weight to stay under Sarah's bowl. It's not likely to stick
Interesting
around.
line here.
I think she's tight in it. Her only chance is a big slide. Oh, yikes.
Another one in the area if that blue bowl goes.
Yeah. Just about got lucky there, but it's given her a chance.
Yep.
You know, the chance is still there. Okay, we've got Jean Stratford, the Waihopai club, playing her last bowl.
On the draw on the forehand.
Evelyn's trying to ride it in.
Here it comes.
She's happy.
Oh, great bowl.
Oh, brilliant.
Absolutely
Okay.
great bowl. Draws all the way in for shot.
There's no way out of here, because that's going to lock in. Nina,
The only
you're
way
going
out
to
of
have to
here
kill
now
it.
is a kill.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Sarah.
Oh, coming up to have a look.
I couldn't hear what you said, love. That blue one.
Yep, the only chance is a drive.
On this hand, under here. And under your bowl here. No, you can't. Which way do you want me to turn this hand?
All comes down to this last bowl, but the only outcome for Victoria here is to kill and start again.
Yep, absolutely. Bit of a crowd building up down the side there. Obviously, that's the end where the heaters are, Dave.
Or the heat is big in the sun.
Yeah. And it's been the prime spot there, just off to the top right of our screen. There's a heater there and congregating place. Right.
I understand that at one stage there were two of those and we just walked out with somebody.
Nina's apologised already, straight out of the hand.
That
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is a great win for the Waihopai triple of Jean Stratford, Evelyn Ussher, Robyn Hall, running out the winners over Nina Munnik, Sarah Taukamo and Marianne Woolston of the Wellington club. So we have the Waihopai side coming through, and they'll be looking forward, I'm sure, to be playing Joe Edwards.
Yep.
So that'll be a great game. So the other semi-final will be played between Hema from Victoria and Sansom, and that will be the television game.
Where's the other one?
And so, well done, ladies. And oh, here we go, right in front of us. Wide was looking down. So Carlton Cornwall will play Woolston Park, and Nelson will play Waihopai. That'll be the Carlton Cornwall Woolston Park will be the TV game, 11:45 kickoff. And we'll have the Elmwood Park Foxton Beach will be the game that we'll be covering on Rink 2 for the men. 11:45. Look forward to catching up with you then. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for your comments. Thanks, Tamara. Thanks, Colin. And thanks, Emma. Looking forward to it. Signing out. Cheers.
Good morning and welcome to the Noel Green Negri Scrum. Now, I'll leave it now to John McGrath to lead the way throughout the day.
Yes, the Somerset champion of champion triples, and we're watching today the Foxton and Beach versus Elmwood Park semi-final. The other match, which is not being shown on screen, is Gore against Bowls Hastings. So as you can tell, two outstanding matches in progress. They've just started here, and four outstanding teams. So we see Foxton and Beach, who got through with a bye to this round. Elmwood Park also. Waihopai Beach were beaten by Gore, and Bowls Hastings took Temuka in the last of those matches there. So those are the games that are on today. The women, Carlton Cornwall playing Woolston Park, and Nelson against Waihopai. Waihopai, a really good upset win, you would imagine, against Victoria of Wellington, and they'll be playing against Nelson. So those are the two teams. The one we'll be watching is Carlton Cornwall against Woolston Park.
Well, to be fair, John, that result this morning, you know, the Wellington girls certainly were, I would say, favourites from one of the favourites to make their way through to the final, but not to beat. And I think it's one of the great things of these sort of events. For those clubs from all around the country, from the big clubs to the little clubs, doesn't matter. It's their day in the sun, so to speak, isn't it?
Absolutely. And
that's what makes these champion events to me. It makes it fantastic for great viewing, of course, throughout the rest of the day.
So the Foxton and Beach Club against Elmwood Park. Elmwood Park on the mat with the first end at the moment. But Foxton and Beach, as we see just standing in the background there, there's skip Ross Ellery. That's one of the smaller clubs around, and as we'll chat later on, they've had their ups and downs, some real disasters for them earlier in the season. So a small club up against Elmwood Park, one of the more recognised clubs around the country, from the bowls stronghold of New Zealand from Christchurch. And then on the other hand, two pretty impressive clubs in the women's.
Well, correct, John, and it's great. The Carlton side, let's put the great quarter, great for them. Of course, they've made their way every Dillison.
Yep.
They're subbing there as the great Carlton side. So. Carol Riveray, Lynn Ralph, and Lisa Redeed, who is through the in another final, and the ongoing. Sorry, I'll just leave it with you a moment, John.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watch now. The Elmwood Park combination has Ricky Cook as lead, Kelvin Scott, who most of you have seen a lot of with televised coverage of bowls, is playing at 2, and Nathan Glasson with his bowl here. He's playing with the white bowls, and white bowls belong to both Scott and Glasson from Elmwood Park, so that gives you an indication there of easy to pick up those ones. The red and black ones are Ricky Cook. Interestingly, he's got a little Crusaders logo underneath the stickers as well.
Now, Karen Reedham will call Karen, I'll leave it with you again. Sorry, John.
Yeah, no, that's right, Kevin. Quick drink of water and get back into it. So we're watching this, the 15 ends being played. The triples, Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park on your right. That's the men's semi-final. And Carlton Cornwall against Woolston Park. Same measure. Woolston Park combination of Jackie Sutton, Debbie Salt and Debbie Sansom. Debbie Sansom the skip. And Carlton Cornwall with Lisa Prideaux, Linda Rolfe and Karen Hema. So the Carlton Cornwall combination there in the yellow and black. And just towing the bowls back as Lisa Prideaux. She gets the jack, which obviously means she'll also pick up the mat and deliver the first bowl of the second. Concentration. It's always good to see. I won't do any skiting at all because I've got no reason to, but I managed to get into a team which played here over this weekend, and sending that jack down to the skip specification is very important. Hence me and my skip aren't speaking much at the moment because I couldn't manage to do that. They wasn't so concerned about where I put the jack, it was more about where I put my first 2 bowls, and I don't think we'll be speaking to each other for quite some time, but it was absolutely outstanding to be here and be involved in this competition. See the initial bowls coming in. The man in the white trousers down the far end, if we look at the men's game here, just in the background, Foxton and Beach, that's Doug Pitcher. And Doug certainly was getting them closer to the jack when we played against them yesterday. In come those red and black bowls of Ricky Cook. So plenty of space there, and it does take 4 or 5 ends really to get to grips. They've all had 2 practice ends. That there is Rohan Teaz with the yellow bowls. He was very consistent throughout this competition, setting stuff up nicely for his skip Ross Ellery. So now the outstanding and highly decorated Kelvin Scott have gone through unbeaten and would go into this match as firm favourites. That's a nice shot there, accurate from Kelvin Scott. Rohan Teaz is formerly from the Palmerston North club. Both he and his skip Ross Ellery were at Palmerston North before moving to Foxton and Beach, and their lead Doug pitcher was at Northern. But as Teaz, that's a lovely bowl. That's a sort of bowl that gives the skipper some heart, and he eagerly goes in and sprays that.
Coming in nice, Linda.
So holding shot here.
Yep, very good there.
Two white bowls coming in, and for a moment you thought it was the wrong bias, but it was going into the next green. And here's Scott, just not quite. A wee grab of the jack would have been nice for him, because he does have his Leeds bowl just sitting behind as well.
Yeah, drawing inside that now,
So we've
Linda.
got Foxton and Beach holding shot through that yellow bowl of Rohan Teaz. Now, this is Ross Ellery. Ross has been playing for a number of years, but was a New Zealand representative back in 2015. Went away to Malaysia and played the singles there and the pairs with Sandra Keith.
Yep, all the way.
And
Linda.
he played some. We played against this team yesterday, and he was always on target, as he's going to be again here with this. Just getting it up. It's not quite second shot. He's holding single shot there. The yellow bowl. Rohan Teaz. Steve Beale just jumping into the commentary position as we're concentrating just at the moment on the men's game, but Steve's going to keep a really close eye on the women's once he works out who's playing with what bowls, and give you a moment or two to settle into it, Steve.
Thanks, mate.
Coming towards the end of the second end of Foxton Beach.
Great.
Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park. Nathan Glasson just sending in his initial bowl. So Ellery wasn't far out with that first of his. He only needs to add another half a metre on, or not even that.
It looks like the Woolston Park girls are holding at least one. These angles are a bit tricky to pick who's got what there.
And also the fact
John?
that three players are playing with blue bowls doesn't help.
Yeah, well, I did suggest that Linda swap out, but she wasn't that keen.
So Ellery over the head here. Now, what's the option here? Scott having a close look at it.
It's still that same shot.
So Foxton and Beach, a single on the first. They're holding one at the moment on the second. There's Glasson with his second and last bowl of this second end. This is a semi-final, Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park. The punch up changes nothing, and so a single there. It looks to Foxton and Beach.
I think we've got Debbie Sansom coming down, looking to add to the count for Woolston Park. She gets under that, she's going to be close. Might have done enough.
Yep.
Looked like Linda Ralph was with finger down. Very deliberate action of Karen Hema. Just breaking into the head now. Linda's giving it a good look and riding it.
Yeah. Big run
And
after
she's
it.
got enough of it. Yes, that'll be Lisa Prideaux's white bowl out there, so
is,
she's made
yeah.
a couple of that. Great shot.
Karen Hema did warn me. She said, just be aware, keep the microphones down because sometimes my language gets away on me.
Well, she had this very long word that didn't start well. Yeah, she threatened to pull it out. Okay, so we've got Debbie Sansom looking to change things now. She was holding, but well, she gave herself a bit of a slap there. Not happy, but That's going to run away.
A little bit more weight, and she could have done some damage in there. All those shortish bowls, edges around for her, but they're pulling out one anyway, and two. And three.
That was a big turnaround.
Linda Rolfe won't give anything away.
No. Three shots.
There it is.
Out to a good start there.
Or just a wee feather. So we go onto the right-hand screen. This is a Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park. Foxton and Beach 3 over Elmwood Park. And those actually a green bowl. They belong to Doug Pitcher.
That was a good result.
Yeah, very good from Ricky Cook.
With his Crusader bowls.
Yes.
Can't help bad luck. It's that logo.
So Rohan Teaz drew the shot on the previous end. Well, he's got that green sorted out, but it's just that weight, and it does take a few ends, I think, to get to grips with this, and it changes quite a bit, Steve, doesn't it, as the day goes on?
Yeah, generally it does. So how'd you find it? Do you know the line? Or was it?
No, no, neither the line nor the weight, mate.
And you only got to get two things
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
Oh dear.
No.
Oh, Scotty's in the zone here.
Yep.
A bomb. Well, he's one of the best players that's never played for New Zealand, in my opinion.
Great reader of the game too, isn't he?
Yeah.
The track's very good, Lisa.
So Teaz, as you'd imagine, is being asked to change his hand. He'd like to play the same shot as Kelvin Scott did and just sit on that white bowl of Scott's.
It's coming
Yeah,
on.
that's where it's coming. Come on.
Oh, Ross got out of the road in time. That was just good. Scotty be looking just to draw some more.
Flick off that would have been handy, but it's
This one just
in a great
behind
position.
that.
So that's
Good.
1, 2, 3, 4 bowls of Elmwood Park all over the jack, all past the jack.
You going all right?
Means there's cuts down the options for Ross Ellery. He's looking to play that same shot probably that he got Rohan Teaz to, and that is to play onto the white bowl or onto the shot bowl.
Whilst it looks sort of healthier on the backhand, if he catches the jack, it's all going Scott Glass's way. So got the limited options really.
So we just heard the
Okay, so that's
Hornets
the
are leading Gore.
Yeah, so that's the Hastings boys 8-1 up after 4 ends. 1-8.
Yeah, you're just drawing in close now. Put it in here.
That's a interesting score, that, because, you know, we looked at those teams previously and you say, well, you know, likely finalists you're looking at, aren't you? Certainly semi-finalists.
Oh, absolutely. The way the draw came out. And, yeah,
Where are
when
you playing?
Chris Lander pushed the button with the system,
Trouble is,
that's
you
the
get
way
the
they
outside
fell.
of the bowl, you can
Wow.
pop ours out.
Keep running, Linda.
Kelvin Scott just finger measuring here.
I reckon
the
we'll
red one on
down,
the left.
actually.
Is that Ellery's?
You don't like it there? I mean, you get to that, you pop it out there. Trail the white, still good to there.
That's the shot. any sort of contact, good things should happen.
Not sure about your weight.
It's good having Scotty there, isn't it? He can give you a good commentary.
Well, something to use.
When I mic'd him up, he says, "Why me?" I said, "Because you don't shut up, mate." But he does do good. He's good, clear with his calls. He knows what he's doing, knows what he's looking for, and it's actually good for the watchers to get an insight from the player's perspective.
Now, the shot he was playing, do you think he thinks they've got shot, or do you think Foxton's got shot? But
I wouldn't make much difference.
No.
I don't think, John. It's just you got to play the shot.
Yep.
Be different if it was last bowl. If it's first bowl, he's quite happy to. Ellery underlined there.
He was a bit concerned that
You know, you've got plenty of
it
chances
would have
there
just
down
moved the
up
jack definitely to Elmwood Park,
Yep.
but
Yep.
what do they think?
Oh, you just
He's
whatever you
looking
can play to
good
get round
weight
the yellow.
because he get a slide off. Glass can get a slide off his first bowl. You know, the white one, pure white, and it'll make contact with Ricky's bowl, and out goes red.
Yep.
You know, take your shoes off to count them.
So maybe one down, but to two up if that happens.
2 and
or
3, yeah.
Yep.
And no danger at all. Haven't we said that before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch this bowl of Nathan Glasson's, and then we'll move over to the women's match, which sees Carlton Cornwall up by 4-0 over Woolston Park.
He's somewhere in the zone here.
Round
It's
that.
just ooh.
Hard luck, mate.
Yeah,
Half a bowl.
nice bowl there by Rohan Teaz, just to be, it's good. Those short bowls help, don't they? So now we get down, might be umpire called in here, but not often with these guys.
Depends if you can get the measure in between and needs the calipers. Okay, we've got Debbie Sansom playing her bowl. Kind of looks like 2 white for sure. Possibly 3. So looks like Woolston Park's on the board for sure. Just need Karen to tell us how many.
Have to favour them, but it's hard to tell when you can't leave the measure.
Meantime, we've got Henry Yee, really prominent bowler from who plays in Carpety and around Wellington as well.
Actually, we've got most of the umpires from Carpety.
They are here. Yeah, that's right. Dave and Ann Burridge, the husband and wife, umpires of the year last year, and for New Zealand, and also Steve Sargent,
Yep.
But I hadn't adjusted
who's
the measure at all.
officiated at Commonwealth Games and World Champs and so on.
And it
Can't quite see that scoreboard to see what Woolston Park picked up there.
it's hard to
Oh, it was the 3. Was a 3, as we thought. And a good opener from Jackie Sutton. So the purple bowls and the blue bowls look pretty similar with the coverage.
thought he's going through the hole. They actually come back off my bowl, didn't they? Yeah.
He's got the good set of calipers you
Yeah,
can wind out.
That's right. Henry won a Carpety Centre title this year, and he's one of the quietest people on the green.
All right.
He plays with his hands in his pockets, brings them out only to pick up the ball and deliver, and his instructions are normally just by hand. He's outstanding. He really is.
So what club's he out of?
He plays out of Paikakariki a lot, but also out of Whitby.
Yep.
Yep. So, I think he's in about 4 clubs. Bowls is a big part of his life, but
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
So far, you'd favour the
Yeah.
Ricky Cook bowl just on that.
Well, that's a great indication of why you need the chocks, eh?
Yeah.
Because one's on an
Very
angle.
good bowl. Shot bowl, girl. Shot bowl.
Lisa Prideaux.
Very good.
So Leif Selby taught her everything she knows on the bowling green.
Oh, I was interested in watching Leif Selby. I hadn't seen him play before, and but in the pairs, you know, with his lead, who had
James Williams.
Yeah, with that wide arm. Sort of, I thought
looks like an octopus falling out of a tree at times, James.
And it's one of those things, Steve, isn't it, that it doesn't matter how you do it, it's where it ends up.
It is,
Yeah.
and he'd be able to do it
He
consistently.
wouldn't be coached to do that, and no one would want to coach anyone else to bowl like that, but he was effective.
But if you want to coach someone to play like Leif Selby every day of the week, twice on
yeah,
Sunday.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Foxton and
Foxton.
Beach. So,
One down.
well, it's a good start for the Foxton Beach boys.
Yeah, it's in line with the...
they're consistent. You know, we played against them yesterday, and we thought, oh, early on we just seemed to be in there, but they just were so consistent. And
Pretty sure they lost their first game because they went into
Yes,
the
they did.
post-section
Yeah,
fairly
I
quickly
think
from memory,
they
didn't
might
they,
have
John?
got beaten by Temuka, did they? I'm not sure. But then they just carried on, and they're picking off some pretty good teams.
Yeah. Yeah, they lost to Sam Morton's team. That would be right.
So Carlton Cornwall now up by 4-3, just playing the fourth end.
Just you see that we had a 6 in the televised game this morning with the ladies.
Yeah.
Just turned it all around. The Victoria girls were cruising. 10-6, bang, 12-10.
6 and then a
picked
2,
up
I think, wasn't it?
Two,
Yeah.
so, you know, that's like 2 4s. And, man, just changed the whole scoreboard.
And it's not just the scoreboard, it's your attitude, isn't it? Your mental frame of mind. Wow.
And they didn't have a
deflate a
bowler
team.
than... Yeah, it's just one of those ends. We all have
Come
them.
inside,
Yeah.
people. It's all good.
Cookie there showing how tough he is in the cold weather here, still in his shorts.
Got Cookie. Great stuff, mate.
Well, for those of you who were watching the earlier games, you might have seen Drummond from Hastings wearing shorts also, but with a beanie on, and he looked absolutely frigid.
Mate, we arrived, there was frost on the ground.
Yeah.
And we had to open the windows to warm the place up. Lovely, lovely, lovely venue here, but boy, does it get cold.
So Doug Pitcher, I said to Doug, who's down there, just delivered this one, what's with the whites? Yeah, they're not your club colours. And he said, oh, yeah, basically his mate said he's too tight to buy any new gear. But he was, yes, he had a 20-year break and he's back. In his second year after this 20-year break, he came back hoping to get a gold star, and he did. He obviously won the triples for in the Manawatu area.
Cookie.
So he's got his gold star now,
Brilliant, mate.
playing with XGs. The Foxton and Beach were in the news for all the wrong reasons earlier in the year when in March
when
their
clubhouse burnt down.
clubhouse was burnt down, and
They
couple
haven't
of
found the
rinks-
reason
No.
either, I understand.
a couple of the rinks were damaged, but they're getting this building down from Hawke's Bay, from Hastings, a temporary sort of hall for them, and they're going to build onto that, and they're hoping to have their first part of it all done by September, and they're putting down an artificial turf there as well. So,
Yep.
but it's but the great thing, Steve, was that the community got involved, and you know, here at 9-0,
Yes,
Lisa White organised with a whole lot of help from.
Yeah, came down and played in that tournament.
Yeah, it was really
Bowls New
good.
Zealand put a team in with Mark
Yep.
Cameron, CEO, and past president Mark O'Connor,
Yep.
the lolly thief,
Yes.
who came in, grabbed the biggest
right.
handful of lollies I've seen. And but yeah, no, the stuff that Lisa did, and that was just really
yeah.
great for the club. And I mentioned earlier on that Foxton and Beach present the club with a plaque and
So am I
appreciation
playing
and all
similar,
that.
or do you want me back further?
And you know, Des Coppers,
Des was
did just,
just
splendid
getting
stuff.
lots of good auction items, and of course Des loves his bowls too. He plays here once a week with the likes of Grant Nisbet, and you all those sort of characters, they come over and play in the galas, and Teaz has really got into his bowls.
Yep.
Hanging out.
Yeah, Nisbo's been bitten by the bug as well.
Well, for a long time, you know, way back in the 80s, or late 80s, he started playing and just keeps on playing. There's a
Look at
good ball coming in now.
Yeah, that's 4 to Glass on the turn, so great start there from Elmwood Park. Challenges are hanging on to them. Ross has played a couple of bombs when he's needed to.
We had a chance of popping them out there.
So we're having a measure here with the ladies.
Pink balls are Karen Hema's.
And the umpire's been called.
Do you think you're right on it? Yep. I didn't realise I actually had this, like these.
Yeah, umpires are getting a bit of work.
Yeah.
The first couple of days, we didn't have sort of too much to do.
They were here early in the morning for nothing. So Ross Ellery is going back to the mat now, having come down and had a look. They're 4 down, and the 2 back bowls are his, which he will be well aware of, and that white bowl on the right, as we looked at it, is probably usable, isn't it?
It is. But it's sort of an ugly head to get at. You know, like sort of nothing right on it.
Yeah.
Because if he makes contact, he's going big. Oh, he's...
We might get a wick off this.
Yeah, Scotty caught it early.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, had to dip into that lucky bag of mine.
Yes.
Oh.
No, you're not. Sorry.
Yep.
Ross must have apologised and he said sorry, and Scotty says, no, you're not.
And also, everyone knows that happens.
Oh.
You know, he was up there were short bowls and he was able to use them.
Yeah.
And now he's gone from being 4 down to 1 down, I would suggest, with an opportunity, depending on what Glass does here, Nathan Glasson, to turn it to his advantage. Meantime, Steve Sargent is down on his hands and knees.
The only way Ross can get the shot is to drag it to his back one. So you think Nathan would play it.
Important measure, this too.
Yes, for Carlton Cornwall. I mean, yeah.
Oh, it's a
Purple.
Woolston.
Woolston.
Yeah.
Very good ball.
So that's 4 all.
2 to Carlton.
2 to Kelvin.
3, 4.
Oh, I must have been
Oh, I must be measuring for second, will they?
third.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Went to Carlton Cornwall. I couldn't work that one. No, so I got those colours wrong, did I? Anyway.
Yeah, it's these blues and
Yeah.
purples and that sort of throwing us out there. And not concentrating, of course, obviously me.
Big bowl here from Ross Ellery.
Not a million miles away.
Yeah, great line, everything going for it, but just over. So it cuts down any
Drag options for
yeah.
Glass. He's got the dead draw. He's just got to beat that wing bowl.
So Elmwood Park will get on the board here after 4 ends.
Ooh, run it out, Lisa.
I don't glad
Played this well.
Yep.
Come on.
you're in, mate.
Yep, 2 ball,
Yep.
2 shots.
That's good.
Six.
So Elmwood Park are on the board in the men's semi-final against Foxton and Beach. Played 4 ends, as have Carlton, Cornwall and Woolston Park in the women's semi-finals.
That's the Joe Edwards game. Well, I must be due for an update now there.
Yeah. That's your job normally, but you're in
It's
here.
normally
Close
his.
to the jack.
How about I?
We've got Nelson against the Nelson Club representing the Nelson district, of course, and Waihopai representing Southland Centre.
Yep.
Handy start, Coggy.
So that was a handy start from Cookie, obviously from Scotty, telling us that.
Nice. Very nice. Yep, very good. Very good. Nice guide for you out there, Linda. Oh. Okay.
Well done, Cookie. Stop, mate. Mate, you want about 4 metres. Hey? Oh, absolutely.
Okay, John managed to sneak a bit of a preview for us.
Yep, you come in here.
After 5 ends, it's the Waihopai side up 6-4 against Joe Edwards of the Nelson side. And in the other game, the Hastings Hornets, as they call themselves, are up 8-3 after 6.
Well, they're interesting scores, aren't they?
Well, it's a battle of the young guns, a wee bit there, that Gore Hornets game.
Yes.
And so we've now got Dave Hewitt on the job, so he'll be back after about 8 ends completed for us. So that's all good.
Thanks, Dave. So back to this live action now. Carlton, Cornwall, 6-3 against Woolston Park.
Looks like they were holding as well.
Yeah.
That Lisa Prideaux bowl just short of the jack. So it's the Auckland bowls with the white or the blue or the pink with the black stickers on. We're talking about getting real creative with the stickers from later on. We may go to fluoro or something so it really stands out. It's just that we bought a whole lot of black and white, so we had to use it up. Ever financially
yes, of course.
conscious?
Yeah.
Don't want to waste the bowlers' money of New Zealand.
As you see, any dark bowls with a black sticker on them, pretty
Very
much
simple, isn't it?
insignificant, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and then we'll change the graphics on the screen so it just sort of stands out a bit more too. So if you look at the Carlton Cornwall one, the extension is black, and as you see beside the 3, there's a bit of a white thing there. So we just need to be.
It's improving all the time, well, not improving. I mean, it's extending the coverage and the quality of it.
Well, I can tell you, Mark Cameron sits at home and he watches this, and
I
Tamara or myself or
lies
Crash, get all these instructions. Please do this for the next time. So, and as you know, Mark's not scared to try new things, change new things. So,
I was just saying to Tamara yesterday that it's all moved a long way since I met up with her down in Dunedin at the Nationals, and we did have one cell phone, I think, working and
someone
doing
walking
interviews.
around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's pretty impressive. And the split screen, while it can be confusing for viewers and for commentators alike, it's just doubling the amount you can watch and constantly updating the other scores. Is very impressive.
Yeah, we sort of talked to Mark about something to develop in the future. Like more or less have that ticker tape thing going along the bottom of the screen with the other 8 rinks going on, and it's a possibility, but we'll have a fiddle around, see if we can get something like that done, because whilst viewers are concentrating on what they see, they're also interested in, like you and I are, well, how's Ramada getting on, how's Mount Maunganui getting on, and
make it count, mate.
And you can just do that. So
again, as we look at the Foxton and Beach Elmwood Park game, Elmwood Park again in a very strong situation. Ross Ellery's last bowl was wide.
Okay, so we've just had the final bowls with the Carlton Cornwall, Woolston Park. It's obviously Carlton Cornwall scoring. Lisa's grabbed the mat.
2.
Go back.
Or 3, is it?
Lots. See, that's at least a couple of feet away, that one.
So Ellery's last bowl on the right. Last bowl of the 5th end. Probably down by 3.
3 shots to Carlton Cornwall, taking them out to a 9-3 lead. That's just a nice wee mini break.
Ellery looks to be, he got caught up in that other bowl and didn't move it anywhere, didn't use it.
Kelvin Scott.
So 3.
Well done, Cook.
So Elmwood Park at the front, 5-4 against Foxton and Beach. Ellery really annoyed with himself. You can sense that he's a
pretty emotive sort of player.
Yeah, but he's a perfectionist. He loves his bowls. He's part of his life.
Sets high standards for himself,
Yep.
and that's all good.
So semi-finals of the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples being played here at Nainai. Outside it's quite sunny. You can see the sunlight coming through the window there to the right on the women's match. They're playing right to that far end on rink number 1.
Yeah, depending on the colour of the bowls, we found yesterday you could lose the bowl a wee bit. Lisa Prideaux opened up with a nice wee bowl just in behind.
Jackie Sutton, she's been playing for 13 years. She's using vectors out there, the purple bowl. It's coming in now.
Just left a bit there.
Don't worry about that. You know your track here.
It's a handy looking bowl coming in from Doug Pitcher,
Go, Cookie.
who was, he's taken a bit, it was a good 1.5 meters over in the last end. He's just pulled up a bit short.
Well, Cookie's looking to make a bit of an improvement.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. And you count. Very good. Very good.
All good, mate.
Lisa Prideaux putting one right on, one handy. Oh, Jackie might be out a bit high again.
I think he was a smoker sitting out there with Barron, wasn't he?
Over on the right, Doug Pitcher with his second, the lead for Foxton and
You're
Beach.
coming down here.
Doesn't really want to get tied up in his own. Avoids it, but wanted to come around the outside of it rather than. But
Yeah, probably, was it good weight, which is code for you missed your line.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Don't you
good
hate
line
it? We'd
means
skip
you
say
missed your
that,
weight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great line, mate. Great line. You
Yeah.
don't get any points for great line.
No, they think we're thick at the other end.
Linda. Looking very nice. Yeah, shop old girl.
Karen Hema, happy. Linda Ralph. Man, she played well in the singles at Hastings.
Yeah.
And she had a chance. She picked up a 4 to get close in the closing stages, then bang, dropped a 3 back, and I don't know if it shook her or not, but just went on to lose it narrowly.
You come inside, you finish
But they've had an outstanding season, haven't they, with her in the singles, and then they had the pair, didn't they?
Lisa
Karen and
and-
Lisa.
Lisa and Karen.
And then these three are off to Hastings next week with another member for the 4.
Yeah,
for the champion.
That's where we
champion
need
of
Kelvin.
champion
You
triples.
remember that? So that's it's been a big year for them.
Very
It's a bit
good.
skitey, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you take all the champ titles in
come on.
Auckland.
Yeah.
Scotty well down here. Good bowl, Mark.
Well, that's a couple for them anyway, and a bit of pressure now on Rohan Teaz to get one of these yellow bowls in there. Got nothing over the jack either. Foxton Beach. Foxton and Beach they are.
Yep. Okay. Debbie Salt just wandering past the head. She had a wee nick at it, but we saw that. That's how Victoria dropped the 6 by just having a wee flick and a wee nibble at thing there and just slipping that 1.5 yards, 2 yards through, and then all of a sudden nothing close. And failed to get out of that.
Yeah, 2-ball triples is, you know, it's risky stuff, isn't it?
Oh, it's cruel if you don't get it.
Linda, I just lost sight. Where is it? I just lost sight of the jack. Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, Rohan got a handy second there.
We might lock up the Leeds bowl, not quite.
Oh, not quite.
Well good, Glass.
It's not all bad there. Got a chance to play through that yellow if Ross doesn't get anything close.
Will he be looking to sit that shot bowl out, and if the jack moves towards the yellow, you know, there's an opportunity for a couple here if he gets the edge of it or just sits on it, take the shot.
He's on that niggly line.
Yeah.
By the look of it. Looking for Kelvin Scott's white bowl. Not a million miles away.
Not a mile away either. That's a good shot. And move the jack as well. Yeah,
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant.
Weight's good. Like you can afford to, you know, try and sit the yellow. Weight to there.
So playing the other hand, then Nathan Glasson, movement of the jack, of course, could drag it back to the white and the Canterbury bowl back there. And
Yeah. He'll be
he's
happy
got
to
options.
just to cut the count back, you know, as Scotty suggested, you know, hit the yellow. You know, first prize is the jack, but
Yep.
Come on, Glass.
not a mile away either.
no.
Place, mate.
Through the hole.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Oh,
There
what a
it
bowl.
goes. There you go.
What a
There's
bowl.
the 3.
Oh, could even be 4.
The one with the W on it's a chalker because they haven't got any other chalk.
So Ellery still has 1.
So
He
one
can-
bowl
he
to
can
fix
still-
things.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's there for him. Play that niggly weight again, but he might have to change his hand.
Yes. All right, here we go. This will give us a better
Yeah.
view of what he's got in front of him. If he goes big, he's a chance to get the front one thin
Yep.
and plough the other 2. But I think he'd be just looking to cut the swell. Yep. It's not far away. Start to.
He can use any edges that are there. Oh, yeah, well, look at that. Oh, there you go. He said sorry again.
One down.
Scotty's going, no, you're not.
Yeah, Scotty would have played that shot. He would have taken it too.
Oh,
So it was great. That's Ross Ellery getting a couple of good. They're lucky breaks, but you know he was down well and truly at that stage,
Wow.
and got the breaks. So
Good things happen when you're up, I suppose.
yeah, that's right.
He's had a couple of them, though.
Yep.
Carlton, Cornwall. Yeah, Scotty's still laughing about it. Cookie will be going, oh.
And those breaks, you know, it's all part of the game.
Yep.
And while you can apologise and everything, it's like a, you know, net and tennis, isn't it? You
Yep.
know, I don't know why people apologise. It's part of the game. Sorry, you know, sorry. They don't really mean it, but they say sorry.
Yeah.
Same with this.
It's like,
You always knew when he played that shot that he knew that could be one of the outcomes, and so did Kelvin standing on the head.
Oh, yeah, as soon as he
yeah.
started going
Yeah.
there, you know, you could hear Scotty going, oh.
Yeah.
Very good, Lisa.
A good opener there from Doug Pitcher.
But the only good thing from Scotty's point of view, it wasn't one of their horrible bowls that had come off.
That's right.
Those are the ones that hurt most.
Yes, yeah.
When they use one of your misdirected bowls to great advantage. You go, oh.
All good, mate.
So an opportunity as we still look at that men's match on the right-hand side for Doug Pitcher to put another one in to just increase the pressure a wee bit.
So good. You got it.
stays down long after the delivery, watches it all the way.
It's quite interesting, not to dob him in, but aren't teams supposed to be dressed all the same?
I had a go at him before. As I said to you, they said, oh, he's gone whites because he isn't too tight to buy any new gear.
But the others should have to get into whites.
In fact, that's
Technically.
been one of the, I think, criticisms around this event, and a lot of it's to do with the cold.
Yeah.
So everyone's got summer gear, haven't they? You know, you have your summer uniform, but when it comes to putting a pullover on or something else, or a beanie and all that sort of, suddenly the colours change, and we've seen quite a bit of that where teams haven't really got consistent uniforms.
Yeah, and to be fair, like Crashlander, Chris and myself and Mark and that, we generally, we put the players front and foremost to this. It's about the players. Might stretch the laws a fraction on it, but as cold as it is out there, being pedantic over a jersey, a shirt, or a pair of pants is more to life than that.
Yes, and the viewers watching it wouldn't be worried about it.
No.
I mean,
a couple of the train spotters might be on,
but I mean, look, Rohan Teaz with a white short sleeve, which would have been fine back in the day, but underneath that he's got the club shirt, but underneath that he's got a thermal, and you just can't get it all right. So long, I think, as they've got the club shirt and trousers. I think the Doug Pitcher one is one that is an obvious transgression. Mind you, it's probably like I'd get one of my team to get some club trousers.
Yeah.
Short man. He said he had his partner, his wife, shortening them the night before. So maybe Doug's not the tallest man, and maybe he couldn't find any of the right size.
Yeah, well, I've been at events in the past where the umpire would come out and you'd get either your options were to put your wet weather pants over.
Yep.
Or forfeit the game. Back in the day, that was when the ladies used to get their skirts measured and and count the number of earrings, just in case someone would lose an eye because of an errant earring.
Players switching over now on the right. That means that the leads and twos have played their 2 bowls each, and the shot at the moment is the yellow one belonging to Rohan Teaz. He plays with Aero Evolves.
Yeah, I've been putting quite a number of different sort of versions out. I know that there's a few going over to the UK with the attorney sets that they've got, because you just can't play with our bowls on those UK tracks.
Good track here from Ellery, if he can bring it in to the jack again, just with a cut at the last moment, but that's not bad either, not a bad position. But I don't think it'll be second shot. I think they're still holding just the one, a bit hard to gauge accurately.
Yeah.
Happens here at times, though. I've had a few out here that, you only bowl under your line and gone. He's finished on the line, but...
Yeah, I'm using some Aero Optimas, which I got from the last World Championships in Christchurch.
Oh, okay.
The Israeli representative singles player, he used them probably only for 3 games. So I got a good deal.
Yeah, I must admit I play with Greenmaster XV1s, which are quite a tight bowl and great on good greens.
Yes.
But certainly if I'm playing carpet or just the heavier tracks, I've got a set of Aeros.
Yep.
And Morris Symes hates both of them. You're not a
big fan of them?
No. Especially when I'm spraying them all over the place. He hates them even more.
So Ellery, concentration now. Knows he was about 30 centimetres or so short with his last. He doesn't look all that happy with this. He's trying to sit that.
Hanging on.
Trying to sit this bowl here. I think he might have got it too, has he? Oh, gee, that's beautiful. That's lovely. 2 shots at
2 at least.
Yep.
We haven't heard from Scotty.
Yep.
Let it.
I think we're just 2.
Okay. 2.
Notice he had the word think. I think we're just 2, so we'll just see. 2 down.
And
Okay.
as men know, when they say that, we're generally in trouble.
Yeah.
Glass hasn't got much to work with here, but we've seen some. Ooh, has he got a
Miss
hang
now
on?
then.
Yes, if he'd caught that at yellow, it would
Yeah.
have hit red, and Cookie's bowl would have went for a big walk.
Yeah.
So that'll be a 2 to Foxton Beach, 7-5.
So looking at the women now, playing also the 7th end of 15. Carlton Cornwall with a really good lead at 10 to 3.
Yeah, Woolston Park's holding by the look of that. Now the bowl just to the left of the jack as we're looking at it. We might have to have a yarn. Oh, they're moving now. Not too sure where that one went. No. Linda's not giving anything away, so
That's good. Good to see the leads clearing the non-essential bowls out.
yep,
Yep. So black disc anyway.
yep.
This is the
10-3.
last bowl, yeah. 1 to Woolston, 4, 10, 17.
Oh. 1 to Woolston it was,
Yep,
so
yep.
10-4, yep.
Yep, 10-4, yep. Must be due to get
Barron,
Dave
sorry.
Hewitt in here soon. I did tell him to after 8 ends, and I can just read it's 7-all by the look of it. That Joe Edwards game after 8. Joe Edwards playing the Waihopai ladies.
And the other score's 5-8, but I don't know who's on top.
Well, Drummond was in
Drummond was
front,
up,
so
yeah,
you,
so
you
he-
predict it would be there.
5-8 after 8.
Yeah, we've just made Dave Hewitt redundant.
Yep.
Normally I can't see that far, John.
So pitcher, 2 balls over, one a really good green. A chance for Ricky Cook to plonk another one in. 1 on, 1 over.
Come.
He's not bad again, is he?
Yep, pretty good.
Two goodies, Cookie.
Yep. Kelvin Scott.
So Rohan Teaz would just like to feather the jack
That's
back
right.
a wee bit.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
He's wandering now.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Got to try and draw it round the corner, don't I?
Okay, Dave's just walked in with the scores and confirmed what we could see. That's 7-all for the Nelson versus Waihopai game for the ladies, and Gore versus Hastings. It's 9-5 after 9, so they just completed the end there. So thanks, Dave, and he'll be reminding the ladies on our rink 1. Leave the chocolate alone, Dave. Goodness gracious.
Well, better wait here anyway from Teaz.
He's given it a chance.
Oh, gosh.
Might have cut that front one of Cookies out.
A previous bowl, Scott almost did the job for
Come on, Lisa.
Foxton and Beach.
Come on, Lisa. Oh, very good effort.
Okay, so good effort is code for you missed.
Yep, yep. You're short.
Yeah. Scotty just still a wee bit too much petrol there. But
Too,
again,
just aware of what the, you're always thinking about what the options are for the opposition, aren't you? So,
that's right.
Um,
You've got to be thinking, like a lot of people just hunt the jack. And it's about, these guys are playing, well, if I actually get shot here, what are they going to play? And you can end up in a worse position by getting a shot. You're actually better off putting there. And I remember the late, great Kevin Darling, who was a mentor of mine. And KD would, if you put a bowl in a position there, he would give it the phantom lick, you know, cross as if he was marking a toucher.
Yeah.
Just saying, good as a front toucher.
Yeah.
And they are.
Am I in which hand? First one closed, just behind Jack's. Good,
Must
Linda.
always compliment, you know, the position bowls. And
Yeah.
a lot of people go, oh, just give me one round the back. It's about being specific, and because just round the back can mean it could go anywhere, whereas in the right spot it just negates or limits the options from the opposition.
Oh, that wasn't a bad bowl either
Nice
from
shot, mate.
Ellery. Hasn't changed it, I wouldn't think. It still looks like 2
Very
to
good.
Elmwood
Yep.
Park.
You just left.
Very good there.
That's the
Listening
safer
to
shot.
Scott's instructions.
You know, you just sit the yellow down.
Again, Scotty playing the percentages.
So I bet when this game started, not many viewers would expect Foxton and Beach to be ahead
I
of
think you're here.
Elmwood Park, but they've played some really good bowls. They've had a bit of luck, but they've been there. He won't be happy with that, and so this opens it up. There's still a chance here for
Yeah.
Ross Ellery.
He just needs to get on the nose of the jack, move it an inch or two.
You come,
And
you come through those.
I noticed you were doing the metrics
We're pretty
before. I'm no
close to
good with
the
that,
shoulder.
John, by the way.
I might do them, but I'm not necessarily accurate.
Definitely tighter.
Yes, in a singles game I played, I think at the Nationals, asked how far away I was, and they gave it to me in metric. And I said, can you
Look at this, look at this. Just on the outside. Whew, yeah. Now that would have been a valuable shot if he'd picked that jack up clean.
You got it right through to the back, it wasn't.
Yeah, yep, you heard Scotty.
You got to
Yeah.
play there now. Just draw with confidence, mate. You'll be right.
Eh?
Yeah, full of confidence, Scotty.
You had it, did you?
So on the other side, do you think it's the white disc bowl that's got the shot?
I'm picking that. That's the one.
On the right-hand side of the jack as we view it. White discs belonging to Woolston Park.
So yeah,
They really could do with a couple here, and just to keep in this game. Last bowl coming in from Glasson. This is the 8th end.
Just a bit lazy, mate.
A bit lazy, all right.
2, I think.
Scotty says 2. It'll be 2.
Don't let him talk you into it, Rohan.
Karen Hema looking to change the result.
2.
Oh, she looks. Was she after that bowl?
Yeah, I think so. Or an inside edge.
Oh, what a bowl.
Wow. Well, from 1 down to 3 up. Maybe even
Maybe
more.
4.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Brilliant. That starts putting the pressure on Debbie Sansom. Hat full down.
I was chatting to them beforehand, and I said to Debbie Salt, so there's 2 Debbies. Do we have to give the full name all the time now? You know, so what are your nicknames? She said, I'm Salty, and Debbie Sansom is Debbie S.
Debbie S.
Debbie S. and Salty. Ooh, how's she going here?
She looks big.
Yeah. And she stepped back off the mat too, which was good. Undecided, or
Yeah.
in doubt a wee bit. Went back, took a line again, brought it back up, but now an opportunity that didn't really look likely for Carlton Cornwall on this end, although there was plenty of space around to draw. So an opportunity to go up by a 4.
Yeah, last bowl. Free hit. The only criminal thing that can happen here is crossing the centre line.
Yeah. Asking it to do a bit from out there, and it's
Yeah,
doing
now
it
it's
too.
coming.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, and round that. Beauty.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well done. It's is it 5?
Well done, Cookie.
I think she's fingered 4.
1, 2. There's 3. There's 4.
And she'll say, if you want 5, you go for it.
Yep. Just start going down.
Yeah.
Measure.
Yeah. You're saying to Linda, or, you know, if you're really into it, you'd say, okay, you want to get 5 out of this, you measure it.
You did right. The ladies have a sort of different etiquette than the men. Men will just drop and measure.
Yeah.
The ladies got to walk.
Yeah.
That's 5 it is. That's huge. That just about takes it out of the realms of be a huge comeback from there, John.
And it came about from Woolston Park having just that one bowl. It was the shot, but nothing else.
Nothing else
with
round.
Cooey, and
Karen just played a bomb.
Yep.
Yeah, chop and lie.
So one game is becoming a bit one-sided, but the other,
Tight as.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cookie's holding. Rohan Teaz.
Temuka boys standing in the background, leaning up against the pole there.
Yeah,
Somewhere near the bar, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Well, they...
Well, actually, Sam, to be fair, he borrowed my computer to go and do a bit of work, I reckon. So I'm going,
Wow, look at that.
Scotty.
And a beaut opening bowl here in the women's match.
Yep, from Lisa.
So I was quite keen that the Temuka team did well representing South Canterbury and really become the strong club in that area, taking over from the Rats club, Kia Toa and those guys. They've always been...
Is that Rat or Mr. Rat?
Mr. Rat.
Mr. Rat.
Barry Andrews. And but Temuka have really come on, and they're attracting a lot of players. They've got a really good club there that, the volunteers work hard, and I watch them on, have a look at Facebook and, have a look at their working bees and that everyone can appreciate. Just looking at the women's match here, you can see a couple of the Temuka guys there, and a good yarn to them. And their president is Laurie Sullivan, who I've known since school days. Went to school with Laurie's older brother John, and they together started a place called the Jolly Potter.
Oh yes,
in Temuka. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, great establishment. I've had many a meal
lemonade.
and drinks there. So Laurie said he was heading off to Sydney on Friday. Didn't coincide well enough to come here. He'd done his planning a bit early and then ended up with COVID. So Laurie, you'll be sitting at home, I'm sure, just watching this and being very proud of that Temuka team, which played exceptionally well to get through as far as they did. Yeah.
Yep. No, they qualified early.
They did. Yeah.
Just round the back. Couple of mats from Jack. I don't mind which hand.
All right. Glasses.
He hasn't helped his situation, but they were holding a couple, weren't they? But that's pushed it up, maybe still holding 2.
Still holding 2. It's just, and actually it's taken the weighted shot. Limited those options for them. Lisa Prideaux just opened a couple
Beautiful.
of bombs.
Yep.
Come on, Linda.
And Linda will just wander in behind there, hopefully. Otherwise, hasn't really fattened the target, has it?
No. So Ellery's been forced to play quite a few big shots, hasn't he? They've been in a down position, and he's had to pull out the big shots. Here he is.
There's Debbie Salt's having a wee run. She's in the zone here. Bang, bang. Oh, look at that.
Nice shot.
Very
Needed
good.
it, eh? It needed to be an early one.
Yep.
Still got a couple, mate. Yep.
Come on, Linda.
Oh, I reckon you're a wee bit quick, actually.
All right, you're drawing a close shot now.
Obviously, Glass just asking how his weight was. It's always good to get an instruction if you ask that sort of question, how's my weight? And the guys just don't look at the result. They look at
Glass.
the whole thing.
And as we mentioned earlier that
He wants to miss it
Scotty,
again.
Kelvin Scott is one of the best
Very
readers of
quiet.
ahead, and his instructions are always clear. And he's played with top players who've he's learned off and they've learned off him.
Yeah, yeah.
So you say he's never played for New Zealand?
No.
Well,
I had the pleasure of playing a national some years ago. We got played, it was him and me and the two Pascos, Lance and that, and we managed to make the last 4 of the 4s, but it was just fun playing with the guys. You didn't have to sort of say too much and whatever, because you knew what you had to do. And we had a hell of a lot of fun, but we got taken out in the last 4. That was the rainy nationals in Auckland, where it just seemed to rain every day.
You can have a crack. Danger time. No, yeah. Oh, mate, he's had a couple of...
so at least she's over the head there, which I'm just talking here about Debbie Salt. So Debbie Sansom goes down to the mat along with Karen Hema. Again, Ellery, though, as we look to the right where the action is now, 7-all. And Elmwood Park holding a couple.
Looks like
He's not going to be short, I don't think. Is he?
As Scotty said, he's using weight, playing that hungry line.
Oh, gee.
He wouldn't want to caught thin
No,
Glasses
no.
bowl. He would have popped his different 2 shots.
Yeah, it wasn't a good end at all there for Foxton Beach. There was not much for Ellery to do.
No, it's just
he
nowhere
moved
to
the
go,
jacket, was
really.
coming back to more opposition bowls. So a couple there. So for the first time in the game, Elmwood Park hit the front in the semi-final of the Somerset Champion of Champion men's triples, ahead of Foxton Beach by 9-7.
Not sure if Karen Hema just drew another shot there or not. She's square of the jack. DBS.
Did he hit your ball?
Was it DBS?
Devious, I think.
DBS.
Yeah.
Your ball was short of the jet, though, wasn't it? Unusually short.
She might be a million miles away. She's got the speed.
They've been coming in from out there, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a big draw out there,
Yeah.
really, for a carpet.
Yeah.
Where am
So
I
Lisa
finishing
Prideaux is the white bowl there to the left, which looks
then?
to
Am I
be the
changing
shot.
my head?
Go, Cookie.
It was a good opener. Well, hopefully Cookie, he's starting to come into the interview now. Over adjusted. Obviously Dave didn't really talk to Linda at all.
Either that or she said, I'll
No.
stand where I like, thanks.
Yes.
So coming in on the right game we've got here on our screen. This is Doug Pitcher. That's good. He's got one on. He's got one over there. So Ellery will be happy with that.
Yeah.
Close. Shot.
Well, nice shot there from Woolston Park. That's Debbie Sansom.
We've had Hopper Bell
Wonderful.
listening in on our conversation around shirts and being sensible about the players, and he pointed out it wouldn't be acceptable in Australia, of course,
No.
but good on us in New Zealand for seeing the light there.
Well, it's been exceptionally cold
Yeah.
in Nainai.
Oh.
You know, it's a fabulous facility.
Absolutely.
But when you see spectators with blankets and beanies and players with puffer jackets on, you know that it's it's uncomfortable. So you can't afford for players to not be comfortable.
Yeah. And we got this cheeky Bob Smith and Timaru
Bob.
suggesting the two older Dunedin guys on commentary now. He can talk.
Yeah, that's right.
Goodness gracious.
Rohan Teaz. And there's another, all of these three played in the Palmerston North area, because Foxton and Beaches, Manawatu.
Yep.
But he played at the Palmerston North Club.
He did for a long time. I never associated him with Foxton Beach, so because he was the mainstay of those Manawatu, generally the singles player, I think, from memory.
Yeah.
Always hard man to get past.
This is up there. It's a very tight match, this too, as we see the skips move down to the mat. This is the men's match. Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park.
Kelvin Scott on the jack. The next lot of bowls belong to the Foxton and Beach boys. What's Glass going to do? The danger of coming down that backhand, he's going to fatten it up. He's having to think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's better off just sitting out to the side there. That's what he looks like he's going to do.
Trick's good, Lisa.
Ooh. Got himself a slap.
Very good. Very nice.
So what here has Ellery got to do? He's got his two lead bowls are over the jack, and he's holding second shot with that yellow one.
Yeah, I think he'd be, a couple of feet away, no more than that.
Yeah.
So it's handy if he misses, and if he handy and misses,
Got another
and
bowl.
Glass misses, he's got a chance to peel it out for more than one.
Very close.
It's not
Scotty
bad, is
thinks
it?
it's very close.
That's a very good bowl. That's a great bowl. Oh gosh. Oh.
Good one, mate.
Well,
Oh.
how far away is that yellow bowl? It's hard to gauge. So maybe it is still 1 to Elmwood Park.
Well,
But
Scotty just called it a holding one.
hold
So
one. Okay.
very good. Just
That
good
was
bowl.
delicate, wasn't it?
Oh. Catches the bowl thicker. He's laced 2,
Yep.
maybe 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
That Linda Ralph bowl just did good things there with Lisa's bowl. It's just taken that, tightened that jack into that.
So now that the jack's moved over to the left, we can't quite see where
Yeah,
Glasson's bowl ended up.
it's one of the downsides of at the moment of the double split screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it.
Simply because we run out of cameras, and
I think he did. Is it on?
Yeah, there we are.
I think they're whether it's in the rink or not. And but I understand from tomorrow.
Moved it
Mark
around a bit.
Cameron's
There we go. We can see it.
Oh,
Just
yep.
there. Yeah.
we'll be getting some more cameras. She needs to put in a bigger Christmas order, and Mark needs to open the checkbook a little bit more. I
Matching
think.
this one, Linda.
So just staying with that Foxton and Beach Elmwood Park. There's an opportunity here for, well, Ellery obviously would like to draw it, grab the shot, but if that white bowl of
If Scotty's bowls disappears, it's
yeah.
sort of, again, we're getting nailed by the angles. Because that's Cookie's red one.
yeah.
Very good.
So it
Yeah,
depends
very
whether they
good.
want to try it, a more difficult shot and go for numbers, or
Yeah, I can sort of see it out the window. I don't think it's really worth more than.
okay.
You can play mine if you want.
Famous last words.
Played that last shot so well with
Oh.
perfect touch, great weight. Unlucky not to get the favourable result. He grimaces a wee bit.
It's
Looks to be weighted, doesn't it?
looks to be hard. It's coming back.
He's having a good look.
Scotty's getting the magic fingers
Yeah.
out.
He's very accurate though. You really have Kelvin Scott call it, and he's not right. He says
Yep,
one
he's
up.
got one.
Rohan says, I'll measure, thanks very much, all the same. I do trust you, Kelvin, but this is a semi-final. And we want to stay in this game.
Yeah,
One glad.
never in doubt. Never in doubt. So what's that, 10-7 now? There we go.
Pink bowl.
Karen
Karen
Hema's.
Hema. Yeah.
Yeah, she's holding a couple with Lisa's white bowl, and that's at about 4 o'clock. There's Linda Ralph's bowl. Debbie Sansom.
Playing that backhand where one of her own bowls is possibly in the line, but it won't do any harm to hit that. Push it up.
Start a cookie.
Round that and sit on the second shot, maybe.
Or
Push that up. Oh,
Or out.
hard luck. Yeah. Couple of shots.
yes, so
Undergo.
Woolston Park are needing to start getting into that multiple stage and end and consecutive ends. Karen's given this a bit more air.
Go cookie.
Two out there for Carlton Cornwall. They now move up to 17-5.
Linda. 2. Thank you.
Time running out for Woolston Park. A team of Jackie Sutton, who's leading, Debbie Salt and Debbie Sansom.
All good.
This Carlton Cornwall team, just such, we were talking earlier about their marvellous record and champion of champions this season with singles, pairs, triples and fours. So it's the same club representing Auckland at all of the champion of champion national finals. The same players.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Dave Hewitt. Well, it's certainly a tight game between Joe Edwards of Nelson and the Waihopai girls. After 12 ends, it's 9 all. So we've gone 7 all after 8 and 9 all after 12. So it's all on. And Gore versus Hastings. Hastings were out to an 8-3 lead, then a 9-5, and now it's all square after 12 of 10 shots apiece. So again, tight scoring and tight games. Thanks, Dave.
Waihopai team of Jean Stratford, Evelyn Ussher and Robyn Hall. Had a quick yarn to them before because they were really so thrilled that they'd got up and got this far.
Yeah.
And then they said, yeah, but look who we're up against. And here they are, doing exceptionally well.
And again, Lisa.
I've told the story before with Jo. I think after she won the Commonwealth Games singles, and so obviously she can play a bit. And she comes back to her club, some weeks later, and playing, you would say, a good average club bowler who cleaned a clock in a game of singles.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it certainly brings you back to reality. But that's the beauty of this game.
Yes.
It's not only, anyone can play, regardless of ability, age, gender, disability. Anyone on their day.
Absolutely. That's what I often think is a big plus, and I've mentioned it before, is the fact that, an average club bowler and can get up and play in the Nationals. You don't have to qualify or anything. You can go to the Nationals and you can meet, as I did, the world champion, just playing Shannon McElroy on the singles. And I thought, oh my word, sleepless nights thinking about it. But that's, one of the great pluses of this sport. There's not many sports in which...
and you can compete too.
Yeah.
If it's golf, you're not going to beat a Tiger Woods or a...
Well, I might now.
Yeah. A bit of a crock at the moment. But, you can't compete with them. Or...
very close, Linda.
in tennis, the
shot
top
ball,
ones
girl.
just don't...
Shot ball.
That was a remarkable bowl there from Linda Ralph, wasn't it? They were down on the head. There was a lovely shot just sitting there from Jackie Sutton.
Yep.
She just played around that short bowl and
just with
the weight
perfect
was
weight,
perfect. Yeah.
perfect line.
Linda Ralph standing up there to the right of that screen. Her team up by 17-5. Who they'll play in the final is anyone's guess at the moment, though, is
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Tight as there.
So one on the head just behind your own's good.
Elmwood Park up
Yep.
10-7 and look to have the shot there.
The other end.
Yeah.
That looks like Scotty's bowl.
Yeah.
Glass missed his line with his first one.
Still good.
This is gettable for Ellery, the way he's been playing.
Certainly
Still
has. He's had it all, really. He's played some absolute perfect bowls.
Yep.
And he's had a wee rattle around in the lucky bag and had a couple of those as well. And because arguably a couple of them, Elmwood Park were holding hatfuls.
Oh, yeah. So
He needed just a little bit more, mate.
just talked about it, how good he's been, and he's just, you can see the way he walks back, his shoulders slump and he kicks the bowl around, and
Very good.
then he thinks about his next one.
Yep. Glass looks tight again. Yeah, he's turned his back on it.
What are we going to do?
Oh, it's worse than his first. Probably going out to give himself an uppercut.
Yeah. I don't know yet.
And that tends to work with the opposition in their favour.
Yep.
Ellery will have noticed that. Said he's left it open for me. Right, I've just got to be in there now.
He's got to take advantage of it.
Jack.
Gap.
Whoa, nice for them. Might be a couple of shots there.
One to you.
One
Yep.
it is.
One down.
So,
Yep, great bowl.
yeah,
Got to
so
go.
keeps them in there, 10-8. This is a great, I love this. This is a really good tight fight, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the game's over between Carlton and Woolston, you would think.
Yeah.
Wow.
5 ends to go, but okay, let's see what Debbie Sansom can do.
Play holding.
Oh, just missed. Great bowl. Oh, great effort from Debbie Sansom there.
Yeah. Okay.
She just went under the jack. John. Phew. Karen Hema looking to... No, she didn't like it. Waved it goodbye. Sort of taking the Michael out of Glass there, really, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I think with the score at that situation, even though there's still ends to go, sometimes the mind starts to wander a wee bit. Eh?
Yeah. Yeah, Woolston are needing over 2 an end to stay in it, and you got to put them together consecutively.
Yeah.
Not a million miles away again here, Debbie. I think she's...
Draw the shot.
Yeah, good shot too there on the
Oh.
other screen, the men's screen from Doug Pitcher. Holding shot there.
Did she do enough?
Well,
Might have.
you played 2 good bowls. Oh. Yeah, so say you had a...
Oh, yeah.
2 to Woolston, 7, 17.
3.
2.
11.
2, was it?
2 to Woolston.
I wanted to play that hand. I wanted to play that hand.
It was a great bowl then.
Yes.
I could see it. I could see a nice track in there, yeah.
Well, that's the first part of the equation.
Yes, the first of the twos you were talking about.
Yeah. There will be some comeback of epic proportions, but it ain't over till it's over.
Yep.
Yeah, down to the last, was it 4 ends? Yeah, Scotty somewhere in the zone.
So Rohan, a couple of times he's been a bit short with his first, but normally his correction is okay. He put the weight on. So at least now Ellery, when he goes back down after this bowl from Kelvin Scott.
One thing with Scotty, you never quite know what hand he's on. Just the
I
way,
know,
the way he
I know.
starts up, you
Yeah.
swear he's on the other hand.
Absolutely. Looked to
It's
be
just-
forehand all the way, didn't it?
Yeah.
Until he delivers.
Yeah, he's always had that delivery. Just depends on his speed now more than anything, I'm thinking. And it's
My word. Wow.
heavy and narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can adjust. You can draw it close now, Lisa.
Well, the way Ross has been playing, I think he may be up there. He's got the back bowls. His third shot's protected.
So
But
you come
quite a
down
bit
that same
from the
hand around his
Yeah.
short yellow,
Yeah.
punch the shot or bring the jack back to where he's got 2 shots down here, right at the bottom of your screen.
It out. Yeah, shot bowl.
Oh, listen, it's just, you know, Karen Hema has just been able to say that all day. Her front end is doing it so well.
They are. As they say, she will have to get out of her armchair soon.
Yeah.
Get an armchair right, all right.
Jackie Sutton's 2 purple bowls are not badly placed as Debbie Salt comes to the mat to play her first.
Arriving shot, isn't it? He played it very well.
It looks like Ellery's playing with a bit of weight. Yep. He's not a million miles away.
No,
He's-
doesn't want that gap. Oh, he
he's
dragged
got
them
it.
back. What a very good shot.
Oh, and back sticking around that yellow bowl.
Mat behind
He's
your
made a
back.
couple of it for sure.
Come inside my foot.
Looked like it was just going to wander under, didn't
Yep.
it? And it held on.
I think it's there, Glasson. Yeah, it's there. Draw the shot.
Always calm. Kelvin
Yeah.
Scott. And he knows Nathan has played a couple of ordinary balls in the last couple of ends. He just hasn't been in his normal form.
No. It's just a question whether that shorter
Go,
cookies
mate.
bowl there with the black and the reds, whether it's in the line or that, but it'd be,
Yeah.
as long as it's round there somewhere, I'd say on line, with good weight. Let's see what he can do.
And the jack's
It's a good yard.
just,
Right,
just,
right, right,
yeah,
mate.
just over the 2 metre. It's just slightly out of shot here. That
He needs to catch this.
oh, he's in the ditch, is he?
It's good.
Stayed,
He
hang
said
on.
it's good. So metre and a bit over.
Well, it's a reasonable sighter.
So now it looks straightforward for Ellery to draw another shot. But if he tickles that jack slightly, Nathan Glasson's got one back there as well. So
That's
it's,
right.
it's got to be, you know, one of those perfect bowls.
I think the trick's not to get on the jack.
Yeah.
With this, he's better off leaving some holes that Glass can find, and something. If he's round cookie, he's good.
Oh, yeah.
That's 2 bombs.
Oh, really good stuff.
Very good. Wow.
That's 3
But you got
to
to look for the jack
Foxton
in
and
the pitch,
Beach.
or reducing.
Yep, as predicted. He was get something close, and that changes Glass's shot. So You'll be on the backhand.
Yep.
Trying to bin it. She can't be any worse off.
And he just doesn't want to get tied up with Cook's bowl. Oh. Yeah, but
got rid of
there,
one.
got a couple. Yeah, so
Take
Got
them
rid
out.
of
Let's
two shots there to Foxton and Beach.
All square.
Wow, what a battle this has been. Really, Foxton and Beach, the underdogs going into this, although they've won the Manawatu triple, so that's, pretty, that's a
Well,
good
they won
team.
their clubs too.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
See, some of these guys come through, 10, 20 games.
Yes, yeah.
Just to be at this point.
So 10 all, 13 ends gone. Foxton and Beach against Elmwood Park.
Oh, yeah.
Manawatu representatives against the Canterbury
Well, that's all right.
representatives.
We've read
And the other match, after 12 ends, it's 17-7.
And it's looking out there, I can see it's 10-9 to someone in the ladies' event. So it's all tight as.
Yeah.
And it's 11-10 in the men's event. So they're going down to the wire. The only runaway one's this Carlton, Cornwall, Woolston Park.
Well, it was 9 all, wasn't it? And I
Yep.
see Waihopai have the last bowl by the looks of it. So must be Nelson up by one.
try and
Jones
get
up
it
by one.
close, eh?
Karen Hema with 17 centre titles. It's a very experienced player.
It's a fair effort in Auckland.
Yeah.
Oh, eh?
She's just struggling a wee bit.
No.
Thank
it
goodness her
didn't.
front's going good.
Yeah.
You get that in some games, different mat to different lengths, and there's a fair reply here from Cookie after a bomb.
One. Linda.
Well done.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, and
Oh,
might have moved the
right.
jack, but
18,
sometimes it just springs it back to the...
That's all you ask from
Yeah,
a lead. If
yeah.
they've got one tight,
Yeah.
get one close.
Doug Pitcher stepping back. Maybe someone in the other game's on the mat. He's full of concentration.
Just something similar to what he played before, but certainly you wouldn't want to be short.
No, and that's what Ross said to him.
And
Just be
looks
over,
like
mate. That's good.
Looks like he's got fair weight. He's probably more missed his line a fraction, but it's handy there.
Well, that's where the jack will go probably, isn't it, if there's any weight
The
on
old Wailing
hitting
Park.
that.
Yeah.
Squared out that
Good going.
side.
Very nice.
It's an art in itself too, is actually drawing off centre.
That's it down the line. There.
I find a lot of people generally over-green it.
Me too.
We haven't had any indication who's holding, have we?
On the back end. Reaching much.
And again,
This is
Lisa.
where Rohan Teaz needs to really be up. He was short with his first a couple of times. And something into those right now would be absolutely fine for Ross Ellery.
Ooh. Didn't reach.
No.
But like putting, short putts, you know, if you're short
Yeah.
of the hole, you don't
Yeah.
go in.
That's a very good home.
Lisa Prideaux throwing handy bowls again. Certainly giving Karen Hema an armchair ride. Linda Ralph's been chipping in as well, so the front two, that Carlton Cornwall side, have been on fire.
I got the run.
Kelvin Scott in the bowl in a good position.
Yep.
Outstanding.
You follow that up.
Probably would have put it there with your
Come
hand if
inside.
you could have.
You come inside, Lisa's.
Yeah, he's talking about that. If you hit that, the jack will go out that way, but they've got one out there, and Kelvin Scott has also put one out there, so.
He's high.
But over, that's
Yep.
good positions.
So the way Elmwood Park's playing this, it's suggesting that Cookie's bowled just in behind shot.
It's all right.
They're just looking to protect. Not bad again by the look of it, John.
Packing them up.
It's not bad for pretty similar.
That's, yeah.
We've got Woolston holding.
You draw through the headland, movement of the jack will go. We're at the back. Just drawing through.
So they could be holding a couple. Woolston Park.
Just watching the others, Ellery and Teaz discussing two shots here. Ellery initially looking at coming down, as you look at it, the right-hand side, and maybe the jack springs across, but then he put his hands out as if to say, but we could go two down.
Yep.
Teaz says, play the other hand and just touch our shot bowl, you know, and it might grab it, and the jack, the red shot might come back slightly, but
The danger of that one is
Yeah.
if he gets on the front of that the green bowl, double kisses it,
Yep.
squirts it
Yep.
sideways, he's going to be three down if he doesn't get it hard enough.
so it looks like he's playing the shot he was in favour of, which is
Same thing could
Oh,
happen
no,
on that
not
hand,
he-
but he's a chance
Yeah,
to
yeah,
sit
yeah, no, he's
Cookie's
playing the
bowl
forehand.
out.
yeah. Oh no.
Playing it with good weight to make sure it does move
Yeah,
a distance, not because if you start
I
fiddling
think
weight
you're right. I
with that,
think if you're getting into here, this is a danger bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're talking about where the jack might go if Ellery hits it, squirts it. Playing the hand that he did then.
and Ross has declared his hand by the weight that he
Yes.
played that first one,
Yep.
so anything slightly wider than that green bowl would be nigh on perfect.
Glasson following instructions.
Glass.
I suppose that, you know, the miracle shot would be for Ellery to just clip the edge of the red
Yep.
and take it out clean. Stay there as well would be 3 shots.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so, you know, that's got to be close your eyes and try that.
Yet we've seen a couple
Yeah.
of miracle shots
Oh,
through the games, in this champion events. Remember D. McMurtry, playing an absolute bomb. Bart had one, like literally, he's somewhere
Narrowed that
there.
up. He's not a mile away here.
Okay, let's see
There's
what
going to be
happens.
some damage done. Oh, it went, as you said, it might go the other way.
Got
Yeah.
two, mate.
Didn't play it with
No.
the right. Yeah, it's just that fiddly weight.
That's right,
Yeah,
Doc.
yeah. As they
Well,
all
there is
get
enough.
recognised, that's where the jack was going to go. Scott was covering all
Even
the
if you
time.
set it down, it won't cut out anything.
Come on, Ross.
He'll be annoyed. Yeah,
Yeah, he's given himself
one down,
giving
now
himself
2
a
down.
talking to.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening with the ladies there. Looks like certainly one to Woolston Park.
I think so. Yeah, maybe
One
2.
of the,
Yeah.
maybe 2.
Get
It
down.
looked like a Linda
Get
Ralph
on the
bowl.
Get down.
Oh, good effort, Glass.
He'll be measuring that, I think, will he?
Yep.
2.
2.
Yeah.
That was ahead of changing
Wasn't it?
fortunes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was, you just,
Let's go, Cookie.
a real lesson in positional bowls, what to play, when to play it, and possibly not what to play.
Here we go, look. Karen Hema pushes that right back to where the black bowls are, isn't it?
1, 2, 3, 4. I can see 5 white
Oh, you'll
discs.
get excited every now and then, don't we? You only yell at Jack when you know you're getting it. You never yell it out otherwise.
Yeah, well, it's a hatful to Carlton Cornwall at the moment, because all the white disc bowls are short there. Debbie Sansom has got a bit of work to do.
Too, yeah, that's.
She's round this. She's going to get round it. Oh, yikes. It's a 4 by the look of that, at least. 5 maybe.
Shaking hands.
Shaking hand time. Well, we found our first finalist, John. And
it's the Carlton Cornwall combination of Karen Hema, Linda Ralph and Lisa Prideaux, who've beaten this Woolston Park combination. Too many good bowls, too much pressure, and also positional bowls all the way through. And Woolston Park were always under the pump.
They were, and you know, Lisa and Linda, the 2 L's, were quite exceptional there, I thought. And if they go like that again in the next game, they're going to be tough to roll, whoever they're going to play. Whether that's Joe Edwards,
Jackie Sutton there, obviously upset, and you know, you can blame yourself sometimes, can't you? But it's a team game, and the fact that they've got through this far is, you know, impressive, isn't it? Getting through to a semi-final of.
The semi-final's always the worst to lose, because you don't get your chance at the big dance. Whereas if you make the big dance, you're a chance. And I think, like, I know they'll go home, they'll have a bronze medal around their neck, and they'll reflect on it and say, actually, we did good.
And this is sport, isn't it? You know, the loser's coming back with the victor, who's consoling but congratulating at the same time.
Yep.
So we're now
full screen.
Second to last end of this, and only 2 points in it. 12-10 Elmwood Park. An update now on those other 2 semis.
Nelson Waihopai, 11 all after 15. Was it extra end? Yes, it's a shootout. Playing an extra end now. Wow. And in the Gore Hastings game, after 14 ends, 1 end to go, Hastings is snuck in front by 3 shots, up 13-10. So all going down to the wire. Yeah. Can we see Joe's game? We might have to stand up and look out, out the window
you
here,
keep
John.
an eye on it, mate, and I'll watch these guys.
We don't do remote, Mike. Oh, I could grab Karen Hema's one.
This is, yeah, good.
Let's try that.
So this is our last end, and that's a sign of the tension that's here. Both teams, Elmwood Park know they've got that advantage, but 2 often isn't enough playing a final end. Foxton and Beach know they're in with a chance, but both their lead bowls are a bit scattered. So currently it would be 2 shots to Elmwood Park. Now, Rohan Teaz. If ever you wanted the perfect bowl, Rohan, this is it. The leads have done their job, unless there's an extra end, of course. What does Ross think? Is he up here, Ross? What do you reckon? He looks to be up there.
One at the moment. Everything's about 2 foot away from the head. Just on this extra end.
Here's Steve Beale. Has just gone out onto the green.
On the forehand. Not a million miles away. One far. Waihopai holding.
4 bowls to go in this, the men's semi-final. Elmwood Park holding shot up by 12 to 10.
Holding as the skips go and do their thing.
Nathan Glasson short. So how does Ross Ellery get 2 out of this to at least force an extra end? He can draw 2 shots.
He's got to get over the head.
It's one of those heads
Shot
where
bowler's
sort of
only
most of the bowl's 2 foot away.
Half a mat in front probably, that's about all used. Unless he gets it with the edge. Nearly
Come on,
did.
mate. Nearly got
No.
it.
So
Waihopai in the zone here.
Yep. Yep, you're beating.
Just
You're beating
drawn
this by,
a
you know, you get to there, you count.
couple of inches behind the jack. Pressure's on Joe now.
Glasson, his last bowl, looking to take his team Elmwood Park through to the final. Holding shot. Is there any danger for him? That was one of his own bowls that went up, so I think they're still just holding the 1. Or possibly 2. Maybe that right-hand white bowl is in the count. Up comes Ellery. He's played 1. He knows that if that jack can come way back to this red and yellow one down on the about his feet, that's a hard ask. Does he drive? Does he have a go at Rohan's yellow bowl and punch the shot out and hope that something comes out of that? Apologise, I've been thinking this is the last end. Say it is end of 14. If I read what was in the top corner, then I would have read that. So Foxton and Beach, 1 down here probably. Steve's been out watching the other 2 matches. He'll update us right now because we've still got this bit of time before Ross Ellery plays his final bowl on this penultimate end.
Were you able to hear what I was calling out there?
We were, and then we took you out because there was quite a crucial ball coming in here.
Okay.
So you let us know what happened over there. Wait till Ellery plays this. This is a bowl in which is really important. Do they go into the final end 3 down, or can Ellery pull out some magic here? He's played some really good shots today.
Certainly has.
Does he like it?
I don't think he does.
It's hard to gauge. Whew.
He's just going to go past.
Oh my word, that was almost it. Look where the jack would have gone to.
Yeah.
Eh?
Would have been a handful.
Rohan Teaz was on edge as he saw that come in. Just 1 it is, so going into the final end, Elmwood Park leading by 13 to 10.
Okay, in that Joe Edwards, Gene Stratford game, Evelyn Ussher played a bomb to sit Joe's closest Colleen Earl bowl out and was laying 2, but nothing about 2 foot away. And then Gene steps up
on the backhand, boomfa, an inch behind the jack, sitting flat. And Joe's got like an inch to draw the shot and missed. So Waihopai, Southland into the final.
Well done. Yes.
So there's the ladies' final for you. Waihopai of the Southland team playing Carlton, Cornwall from the Auckland Centre. Wow. And in the other men's event, the Hastings boys prevailed, 13-11. So they're just sitting around watching this game, and whilst it's sort of probably eked because it's the last end now, 3 up, you wouldn't think they're going to drop a 3, but who knows? So yeah, Hastings, Dean Drummond, his last game in New Zealand for some time. Will play the winner of the
Ross Ellery and
Nathan
Glasson.
Yep.
Which is into that final end now. So there we are. So that was an extra end, wasn't it, for the women?
Yeah.
Well done, Waihopai.
That was close all the way. There was never more than a couple of shots in it. 6-4, 7-7 after 8, 9 all after 12, 11 all after 15.
So Doug Pitcher's been given a wee bit of a helping hand there from his opposite, Ricky Cook. But Cook's ended up still in it's a reasonable position for them.
Oh, we've got Lance Pascoe in the thing there, taking up a fair bit of room of the TV screen.
Yeah.
Oh, indeed, he's having a yarn, so
yeah,
it's not always
there.
It's not always good, is it?
Actually, at the Raumati club that I'm involved with, we invited Lance and Gary Lawson to come over and do some coaching for us. Absolutely fantastic. The pair of them just imparted so much knowledge, and our newer bowlers walked away from that saying, well, was that worthwhile? It really was. So
yeah,
he was really impressive.
Oh, it's good. Oh, Scotty's 2 down. No, he's having I think he was having a runner, was he? No. Oh, he's just on the draw. Missed it.
Well, that's about the first time in the match.
Oof. Advantage. Yep. If he's just looking to turn that jack around the corner, take it out of the eye.
Yep.
Handy.
Yeah. Could be third.
Could be. Well, we'll see what sort of adjustment Scotty's got.
You want to just jump over just a touch, mate? Cheers.
Oh, and Mandy Boyd.
Yep.
Now there's a woman that can play.
That bowl's 3-5. She was remarkable, eh?
Yeah. Oh, Scotty's liking this a bit more than his first attempt.
He's going to go under it, I think, was he?
No, he's gonna. He is, but
that's
it's
all right.
Third shot.
Well, this is a tense bowl for Rohan Teaz. He wasn't far off. He doesn't want to narrow it up too much. That's coming in well too. That's coming in well.
Okay, is it?
Yeah.
Is it the 3? Oh,
well, there's certainly a chance for 3, isn't there?
Yeah, Scotty's got the magic fingers out.
We'll hear what he says.
That's definitely in.
Yep. 3 down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Just hopefully no one sneaks across the middle in this crucial end.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to see good shots win this.
Rowan's obviously got the nervous.
Oh, he has. He's gone from
on.
one side to the other. He's chewing like Rob Ashton. And gee. Looks calm, but is he? We'll see if the lip starts to go as he does sometimes.
Yeah. Time to play a bomb. Oh, he's going quick. They're not.
Oh. Well, he's shown his hand.
Yep.
He knows he's 3 down, and he also knows that it could go 4 down if Ellery can draw another or sit on that white bowl or whatever he's going to do. Coming in onto the green, might move the jack back into the yellow, but he's, I mean, if he's holding 3, he's good, but he wants to win this. Doesn't want to go to an extra end.
Well, there's talking about putting a block in.
Yeah. Doug Pitcher will be happy. He's looking at that now, the lead for Foxton and Beach. Sees his 2 green bowls there. One was assisted, but the other was in there.
Yeah,
So
that was a bomb.
yeah.
Like someone obviously mentioned centre line.
Ross Ellery doesn't often have any trouble with his weight. It looks like they're putting the block, are they?
Well, that's what they're waving their arms about.
No, not effective there.
Well, the danger is if Cookie. Well, if Cookie gets his own white bowl,
Yep.
he's going to get some of the green.
Yep.
Surely.
And if he gets the jack, it's all over. So he just missed the jack last up. If he gets the shot bowl, it'll take the jack as well. Could end up with a killed end. You never know.
Yep. He's going big again.
Not quite as big. He's looking for one of the
He's
greens.
got something here.
Oh, and that'll be enough for them. That's yeah, hard luck. So on the line.
Ooh, how many is it?
Don't know.
Just looking out the window, there are nothing within 2.5 yards.
Is he coming in? Can't tell. Can't tell. Get out of the road, Ryan. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not in, is it?
Done.
They've clapped.
Yep, 3 down.
3 down.
Wow.
3
extra
down.
end.
Wow. What a result. So we have extra end. Foxton and Beach.
You're looking for a 4. Where are you going to get the 4? That's the elbow.
You can see the red. There's more red ones. Well, that was an opportunity always existed, but it was going to be really tight for Ross Ellery to get us a 4 out of that.
Okay,
but
so this is where the
came
change
again, went their way with that run shot from Nathan Glasson. So
if
13
it hadn't
all.
locked in, would have got a kill, start again, but that's the way it goes.
Yep.
And thing to review here, folks, is that there is no kills in an extra end. So the jack will keep going back on the 2 metre mark. If it's killed, it gets killed again. It gets back on the 2 metre mark. So this will be the last end. Whereas in regulation play, if you're playing the last end and the bell goes, you keep replaying it.
So they've tossed.
And Ellery's given the mat away. Wouldn't have been too many would have bet would have been an extra end the start of this, would they?
No. Most to be just ticking the box and saying so it'll be Elmwood Park, probably against Gore. Maybe Hastings. Well, it's ended up being Hastings.
Oh, handy start from Cookie. Good bowl here.
Yeah, that's a really good one. He'll be nervous standing on there. And just relieved now that he's got one in the zone.
Cookie's tight.
Now, do you want your lead to now put one around the 2 metre or not? You want him to just draw another one?
I'd be, if he can get into that pocket just in behind that with a foot more weight.
It's out.
You need another one handy just to take that option out. But take anything that's over.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's a bit shy, is it? It is.
Could be troublesome.
Yeah. You just hope it's not for them if
Yeah,
Scotty
that's
puts in
right.
a front knocker here. On a handy sort of line, it gets on the back of Cookie. Nah.
Yeah, I think he said to Rohan, don't be short.
Yep.
That's it. He's given it a bit.
It's hard to pick the speed of those yellow ones, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought just by his action, mind you, he has that sort of action where it looks like it's a good shove.
Yeah.
Wanted a bit more on that, I think.
Hey. One down.
Yeah, well, if he
I think I
gets...
was that quick actually when I let it go, but
Scotty will be just looking to get handy. If he can give Glass 2 seconds and not together, gives them the option of hunting that shot bowl in. So Cookie's bowl's in a position to be used.
Yeah, or, well, you don't know from his stance which hand he's playing, but there's also the opportunity to sit on that shot bowl anyway, and he's playing
on
the other.
back hand. He's on the back hand. Same hand, he came down, just whether he's adjusted. It's just speed. Not a million miles away, is he?
Doesn't want to spring the jack too far, though.
Ooh.
Oh, my word.
That's a good bowl there.
Yeah. Well, the audience is quiet. They're watching this.
Yes.
All eyes are on this match. The others have all finished.
They've
Playing an
got
extra
the green,
end.
got the green to themselves.
Ooh.
Just
That
may
wasn't
take
good.
that.
Yeah.
It wasn't good, but might
I
have just hit that green
yeah,
bowl from.
this way. Land it, Jack. I mean, we're only one down. Yeah.
Cobden.
Oh, I thought I had that, Jack, eh? Did you?
I think he's looking. We talked about a forehand shot, was it?
He hasn't played any bowl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give a chance for the bowler, Jack. Yep. He's liking
Come on,
it
Glass.
so far.
Get down. Get down.
Ooh.
So does Ellery just follow that down, sit on amongst those white. Who's got the backest bowl?
Yeah, I don't think that sort of matters.
Yep.
It's there's a lot of options there, but it's a hard shot. You'll be wanting another shot. So it just takes that.
I think that's the first time we've seen Ellery sort of wipe the sweat from his hands. Yeah. This is tense, so it's tense enough watching it.
Yeah, he's coming down the forehand. So he's looking to add in there. Or, you know, just muck it up a bit,
yeah.
I think. It's,
sit in amongst those whites, perhaps. Or
no,
he's oof.
Oh, he's not going to get. Oh, what
Yep,
is that?
you pick your weights up, mate.
Must be still. Cookie's bowl must still be second shot.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced how far away that short green one is, though. It looks.
Yeah, it's obviously shot, so Scotty's
second
called him on any weight he likes.
Yeah.
So Sydney or the bush.
Ellery's not watching this, sitting in the background, folding his cloth, thinking, do I have to play another shot? Look at that, head down, not watching, still not watching, and doesn't need to watch.
Wow.
Because that's it.
Thanks, guys.
Foxton and Beach
Thank you.
have come here to play and play brilliantly against a very strong Elmwood Park combination. An extra end, and Foxton and Beach go through to the final where they'll play the Hastings Hornets. And of course the women's final is between Waihopai of Southland and Carlton Cornwall of Auckland.
Well played.
There we are. That's the progress of the teams in the women's competition, ending up with Carlton Cornwall playing Waihopai. And the final, Carlton Cornwall beating Woolston Park and Waihopai beating Nelson on an extra end. So the final between Carlton Cornwall and Waihopai. And then the men's, as we've just seen, that fantastic final. Brilliant last end as well. And Foxton and Beach have beaten Elmwood Park and through to the final against the Hastings Hornets.
Just heard it from the boss here. We were down for a 3 o'clock start, so we might pull that back 20 minutes.
Yep.
So that gives them 40 minutes of for something to bite on. So come on back around the 2:40 mark. Yep, thanks, John.
Brilliant. Thank you, Steve. Come back later, everyone, for some more excitement. The finals of the Champion of Champion Triples, sponsored, of course, by Somerset Retirement Village. We'll see you soon. It's been a magnificent 3 days of bowls here at the Nainai Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley. The final has now been reached. The Somerset Retirement Villages Champion of Champions triples. And as you can see on the screen there, the women's final will be between the Carlton Cornwall Club and that of Waihopai. Waihopai of Southland and Carlton Cornwall representing the Auckland area. They're the teams which won their respective centre titles and have gone through to meet up in the final. The men's final is between Foxton and Beach, representing Manawatu, and the Hastings combination, which of course is representing Hawke's Bay. So those are the finalists. You're going to see them both live here at the Nainai Centre. So it's been one tense lot of semi-finals, without doubt, and we'll chat about those. Kevin, I know you watched quite a bit of the women's. And that was a deadly match between Waihopai and Nelson, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. And, you know, if you look at both of the matches, John, we had, men and ladies, we had 2 extra ends in the Elmwood Park game, of course, and in the Nelson game. And full marks to the Waihopai side, who just, you know, they're up against a really, really tough competitor, of course, in Joe Edwards, and ran out the winners. And also, one could say, with the Foxton Beach side, who were up against, you know, the very, very well-performed Canterbury side, you know, with Nathan Glasson and Kelvin Scott. And, you know, to be fair, I thought the exhibition put on once again by Ross Ellery, the skip of the Manawatu side out of the Foxton Beach Club. He was outstanding in that game. There was numerous ends where he was down against a very, very formidable side out of the Canterbury region, and Ross Ellery was he was outstanding. The Hema semi-final, they over the Woolston side, they really were in front from woe to go and led the way. And you know, I suppose Dean Drummond up against, you know, he played Sheldon Bagley-Harley in the other semi-final, one of the form players in New Zealand, no question about that. And Dean Drummond, of course, about to leave the shores. He flies out on Wednesday, where he becomes a member and playing out of the Musgrove Hillside in Queensland. And is that...
Oh, my word. Well, this is a Jackson there because of the first sort of shot of anger we've seen today, really. There haven't been too many run shots or drives, and that one leaves Waihopai with shot against Carlton Cornwall, the first of 15 ends, and in the other side on the left we've got the men's final. You're seeing there Dean Drummond, who's just delivered, and next to him was Ross Ellery, who had to play some really remarkable bowls to steer his team to a comeback victory against a very good Elmwood Park side. And ducking in to pick up the jack there is Doug Pitcher, the lead, and he's doing that because that jack just squirted towards his bowl, and they picked up at least one. Might have been a couple out of that.
Well, very well performed player, of course. Ross Ellery, remember, he's won the 2008 National Interclub, 2009 Intercentre, 2010 National Intercentre, 2015 Champion Singles out of the Manawatu. So pretty formidable record, John. You know, he may not be a name that's up there in lights, but if we talk the Central region, you know, he's certainly been around at the top level for a number of years. And you know, not surprising to a number of players, but people to see Ross Ellery there when the bells are ringing. And in the other side, of course, in that women's game, you know, Jean Stratford, the skip of the Waihopai side, she was absolutely outstanding against Joe Edwards. She moved the jack around and really, you know, she just controlled her side to a, you know, top win. And that's 2 weeks in a row now for Joe Edwards now, last week as well. But you know, the great thing about champion events, isn't it? Look, here we've got, you know, Waihopai, we've got Foxton Beach, who have gone through some pretty hard times of recent times, and here they are in the final.
Absolutely.
Now the women's final is between Foxton Beach, and we just got it right now. Just thank you, and also
Beach. So that game is on the left, Wellington, the Hastings against Foxton Beach. So they picked up a 2, Foxton Beach. At one stage in their semi-final against Elmwood Park, they were up by 7-0. So they relied a lot on their lead, of course, Doug Pitcher, who was getting as he is here, getting a couple in reasonably good position, and more often than not he was over the head as well. And then the experienced Rohan Teaz was just, putting them in there as well, and the opposition were really fighting all the time to get on the board. But once they were there. I think they got up to 7-all, and then going into the final end, the Foxton Beach crew needed
well,
a couple to level it, or needed one to win it, but to get 2 an extra end, they had to get a 3.
And of course, it was both of those last 2 ends. It was Doug Pitcher's bowls that were there in the count, that were the telling bowls.
So Patrick Golder with those purple bowls.
Golder, of course, very, very well performed player out of the Hawke's Bay for a number of years. Has been part of the Hawke's Bay representative scene for a long time. And very, very tenacious, steady player. And as you know, John, playing in this event earlier on, owning the head very early is pretty important, isn't it?
Yep.
And you saw there from Golder, just got that nice trail on the jack. Just moved the jack around a wee bit. And just for interest in the women's, of course, we have got playing in the middle, number 2 for the Carlton Cornwall side, Linda Ralph, going for her, what is a silver star. She won the champion singles in 2012, mixed pairs 2014, the national centres in 2019, and the champion fours in 2021, and now going for that elusive number 5. And it's a fine statement, John, isn't it, when these three Carlton players out here are representing the club and Auckland in all 4 disciplines in the champions around the country.
Really, yeah. So it's 2 orange bowls of Patrick Golder. Look to be holding shot, maybe 3.
So I think what we'll endeavour to do to try and make it simple for people, as we spoke before, John will look after the men, so to speak.
Yep.
And I'll look after the women.
Yep.
There's no bias in that at all, John.
No. But we'll obviously concentrate on the close games if it gets to that stage, and make sure that we don't confuse you too much. So the men playing on the left of your screen and the women on the right.
And Linda Ralph, they're playing right up to that 2 metre mark, playing right to the end of the. And it was interesting in that final end, in the Joe Edwards final, the Waihopai side changed that length right to a full length head and took advantage of it. And just a small bit of match play, I suppose you could say, but it certainly worked in their favour.
So we've just seen in the men's match, Ross Ellery play a weighted shot trying to take out those 3 bowls, and no doubt if he'd hit that purple one, it would have, on the right angle, taken out the 2 orange ones as well. I think they're holding 4th shot, so it's a good start at the moment for Hastings on this particular end. They're down by 3 on the board.
As we watch, the Jean Stratford just gets a touch on the front, the jack low bowl, direct line to the jack, may well be a couple of shots now to the look at the head now, could well be 3 to the southern side. This changeover.
A big shot coming in here from Ellery. They're 4 down. Those 4 bowls parked up are all against him. He's going down to have a look, I think, and he can do.
Well, got an attempt there as well from Karen Hema, who, as we said, there's at least a couple down, just fell on top of the orange, the shot bowl there, lower the jack, and may have cut one out, because it's a wee bit challenging, John, isn't it? Our angle is not always the correct angle, isn't it? From what we see here, what's live on the green, it can be a wee bit different.
Here's this shot now, the last bowl of this end for Ellery. He's tightened it up nicely. Will he get them all? Oh, he spins a couple out anyway. So a good weighted shot from him. Didn't quite get the angle he needed, but at least it's cut it down. They were down 4, but Drummond has an opportunity to put a 3rd in there.
the Karen Hema, Carlton skip down on the head. Not sure whether it was 1-2 or what it is on the forehand as Hema just fell one bowl low with her first bowl. And is on a good line. I just question how far is the weight going to carry towards the jack. Looks on a good line. Is it going to get all the way down? Yes, it will. Well played by the Carlton player. The Carlton skip draws right to the jack down on the head. And it will be Carlton that open their account. 2-1 to the Southlanders. So good bowl there from the Carlton Cornwall skip.
Drummond played a pretty good last bowl. He was short, but he had enough weight on it to push up one of the shorter bowls, and maybe a 3, no, just a 2. So Foxton and Beach, after 2 ends, are leading 3-2 in the men's final.
And it's interesting to see the change of desired length from both of these women's sides in the final. The Waihopai side were playing the longer length. I noticed Karen Hema straight away when got the mat. The very consistent lead, Lisa Prideaux, they've shortened the length of them up. We'll just see now whether that pays dividends straight away for the Carlton Cornwall side.
She was very consistent in their semi-final.
Very, very consistent player, John says. That's good adaptation right at that jack level, one bowl jack high at turn. So and as you know, whether it's the men or the women, the 2 bowl triples, it's that start that you get off those first couple of bowls, isn't it, which can make such a difference to how the head can work out for you.
And applause and some chalk going in for that first bowl from Doug Pitcher.
Great response from the lead. Robyn Hall just drifted by a metre. That was certainly on that centre line track to the jack. For those watching at home, if you watch players like Lisa Prideaux on the mat, you will see that ever consistency in her delivery that is ensuring that she's most times is back to the centre line and in and around the head to give your side that pretty consistent start.
Pitcher has started this end well for Foxton and Beach.
Well, great bowl there from the lead. Robyn Hall just moves the jack away from the Lisa Prideaux bowl. The pink bowl there, just getting chalked on now by Jean Stratford. Just drew down to the jack, got some movement on the jack. Well played by the lead from the Waihopai side.
Developing a couple of good heads here, and we expect it, although sometimes when it gets to finals, players have given so much that they just struggle to retain the composure and the adrenaline. Some of it's left them, and I'm thinking here of these 2 combinations, Waihopai and Foxton and Beach, who went through extra ends. So it drains a lot, and mentally more than physically probably.
So Evelyn Ussher, number 2 for the Waihopai side, watching a bowl, trying to get down to that jack area or the counting area, and is going to go by, and that's fine. It's over the head, nothing wrong with it being over the head, holding the shot, perhaps 2.
So the orange bowls in the men's game belongs to Hastings, and that's their number 2, Patrick Golder.
Linda Ralph on a very good line here, getting down to the counting area, gets inside the pink bowl, could be close to making shot, and I think it will at jack level. Well played by the Carlton Cornwall number 2. And under the line will Evelyn, Ussher, change over. I'm sure at the change over here it will be the Carlton Cornwall side, the middle bowl in that line of three out of Linda Ralphs, actually sitting jack level, would be, if not the shot, certainly a measure for the shot.
Just in the men's game, you could sense that Ross Ellery expects Drummond to play with weight eventually, so he got his number 2 to put one up well over the jack. So they got the back bowl. If in fact Drummond does decide to have a wee zip at it. Not this time though.
So Karen Hema now, the Carlton Cornwall skip, is on a good line, that breaking down towards the jack. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? Needs to sit inside. The ball do so and sit in fact on the Linda Ralph bowl, so I'm assuming that will be shot.
Foxton and Beach leading 3-2 and holding shot here. Well, if that was his intention, he's filled the hole pretty well if Drummond was going to have a lick at it, but he's not. Took him a long time in his semi-final to get to grips with the pace here today, Drummond, but eventually when he did, after about 4 or 5 ends, he latched onto it pretty well.
So Karen Hema now endeavouring to add to the head for the counties, for the Auckland side. Just question the line, and their line and weight's going to finish under the line, but I'd say the jack level bowl, that's the first bowl of Karen Hema's, I imagine will be shot. So it's now Jean Stratford endeavouring to draw the shot for the Waihopai side. And drifted under the line did the Southland skip. So the number 2 now, Evelyn Ussher, having a look at, so there's one that's taken out, and we weren't sure about that second bowl, whether it was a measure or not for the Carlton Cornwall side, looking closely at it, conceding that shot, and then the measure in that middle bowl, that's a Lisa Prideaux bowl, and that triangle of bowls to see whether that jack level bowl in fact is in the count. It was 3 shots to the Carlton Cornwall side. So good head, that takes them to a 4-2 lead in the early stages of this Somerset Champion Women's Triples final.
Identical scoreline with the men here on the left, and Doug Pitcher, who his first bowl stayed there right throughout that last end and gave his team the 1-shot result.
Yep, you can draw there, yep.
This is Neil Barron, who's been in Hawke's Bay for about a dozen years or so, formerly out of Wellington, where he played for Victoria, played for Wellington representative team, and got a fair few titles under his belt.
So, as John rightly said, we've got 4-2 now in both of these finals. And of course the 3 Carlton Cornwall ladies here, we'll see them in action as well again next week back at the Hastings complex.
Coming in nice.
Just falling, jack low, need another really yard of weight to the Lisa Prideaux bowl.
Just Pitcher's ball would have just liked a bit more of an edge, and it would have slipped in to be sitting on the jack. However, it might well be the shot anyway.
Interesting, John, just before this game, I picked up one of the yellow jacks, and they're actually quite heavy, aren't they?
Oh, they're the carpet jacks.
Yeah, they don't move as much.
No, that's right.
And yeah, for those bowling people, bowls people out there, there's certainly a different weight on those yellow indoor jacks, isn't there, to, let's say, your traditional white outdoor jacks?
Yeah, well, we've got a Tiger Turf 2 at our club, and we deliberately got those heavier ones. Just we think they're a better fit for the carpet as well. And you do notice a big difference. White, traditional white, and those. I mean, there's a marked difference in the weight. Yeah.
When I got handed one today,
yeah.
I thought
it'd be a good weapon. Stick a couple in a sock and hit someone. Yeah.
Lisa Prideaux equal to the task with her second bowl, as you'll see. Just got a touch inside the pink bowl of the Waihopai side and drew a touch at right sitting jack level.
Go inside that bowl, Linda.
I like it when you've got orange and yellow bowls, and you can sort of instantly pick whose it is, but also they stand out if you're the bowler and they're not getting anywhere near those yellow bowls. Oh, they're his.
They're all over it.
Well, I can tell you for the Commonwealth Games, I don't know how much bowls coverage we're going to get at this stage, but the deciphering who's bowled who will be easy because they're all playing with, they've got literally custom bowls, so to speak, when they line up at Leamington on Spa. And good luck to our New Zealand team, who are about to, only a couple of days away now, jump on the Silver Bird and go into their training camp based out of one of the universities close to the Leamington on Spa greens, and they'll be having a week's practice before play gets underway at Leamington on Spa.
Yeah, it's, I think a lot of that coverage will be sort of day by day, you know, what's important and what does the bowls clash with, but there, you know, there's a lot of hours being put into it, a lot of channels on Sky and Prime, I think, have got 24-hour coverage or something like that.
Results make a difference to coverage as well, John, don't they? You know, how you're situated and who's playing who, etc.
And if the New Zealand team, in whatever discipline, are doing well, then they'll get covered, no doubt about that. So Ellery, this head not really shaping up to his advantage. It looks like there are probably a couple down. He's gone really wide out there. I can't see it coming in yet, and he can't either. So,
well, similar in the women's match here. It's the I'd say the lonely bowl of Lisa Prideaux sitting jack level, and Evelyn and Ussher trying to reach up to what is the shot bowl, and there's a great attempt for a fantastic bowl here. Got a touch on the jack, and jack falls in behind, and who's got shot is I don't know. Who's got shot there? I'm not going to try and guess who's got shot. Just to say the jack's in the middle of those of the white bowl and the blue bowl.
So Ross Ellery, who represented New Zealand at singles at that Malaysian tournament and played with Sandra Keith in the pairs. That was 7 years ago, I think. And what he's shown here today, you can understand why he was in there and why he's won the competitions that you've talked about. And his bowling like that, and his touch bowls have been really very good this 3 days.
Very tenacious competitor. He's one of those guys that he doesn't rely on picking up 3, 4, 5s or 6s. He's a real fighter and has been for a number of years in the Manawatu Centre.
So Drummond looking to sit it. Not quite. So 1-2 Ross Ellery's team. That's Doug Pitcher, Rohan, Teaz and Ross Ellery. And they now lead by 5-2.
Well, the indication in the women's game, Evelyn Ussher asking Jean Stratford to play literally down through the head under the pink bowl, leans one to think. You can see that twist out of the hand, which is the one great thing about this commentary position, John. You can see pretty quickly out of the hand, can't you, whether you're in the vicinity or under the line, and you can just see the hand there of this Jean Stratford just dip inwards at the delivery point, and the bowl just disappeared accordingly. So the way how that shot was played, one would think that it is the front bowl of the Carlton Cornwall bowl, the Lisa Prideaux bowl, which may well be shot. Hema out on a wider line here, gets past the front's got a good bowl breaking towards the head. Is it going to get all the way down? That's well played by the Carlton Cornwall skip. Sat literally right on top of the jack, rolled the Lisa Prideaux bowl back one, but well played by Karen Hema.
So Jean Stratford and her team, I was asking them, you know, what other sports did you play? And they've all played indoor bowls. She's won a national masters indoor title, Jean. They played a lot of indoor bowls. They've played golf, or two of them have played golf. Both Jean and Robyn had played netball, so it's just that progression, isn't it? And what you find too is a lot of people who take up bowls at a senior age often say, if only I'd known about this years ago.
Absolutely so correct. And it was interesting talking to Gary Murawai yesterday out of the Wairarapa, and Gary and his wife are doing a great job up there in the Wairarapa. What he was telling me today, that he's got 2 dozen secondary school students from in the Wairarapa area who he's spending an afternoon or a part of the day with, running a bit of a coaching clinic for that. So we are seeing that those younger players as well, John, aren't we? And I suppose you could say that if look at the Commonwealth Games side, and no disrespect to Val Smith, but the other women in our women's side are, they're young, aren't they? They're in their 20s.
Yep. Yep, if you want to reach the top, I think in bowls you need to start early. So a lot of older people are saying, we don't want them to start early because otherwise we won't be the best.
The good thing, I think, John, and you would know, being actively involved in playing, that I think in the last few years, what I would say, that the openness of clubs and participation in the mixed environment, I just think we've seen a change, a complete change in the whole, how the sport is played.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And for the better.
Follow him down, I think.
And it's, as we promote at Raumati Club, if someone wants to play bowls and they work 24 hours a day, we'll find something for them that suits. You've just got to accommodate people. You can't be too structured on these things, otherwise you turn people off.
Your own now, Lisa.
So a very good bowl here from Teaz, which has saved a couple of shots here for Foxton and Beach. Here he goes with his second. Nice smooth delivery, and lifts that back leg all the time when he goes. You think he's almost playing with weight. Sometimes he wishes he had played with weight. He had a few that were a bit shorter than what he wanted. This is a good home as well.
And equally Lisa Prideaux with her second bowl, just drifting by the head, over the head by about a metre. No, plenty of room to draw the shot.
Orange chasing pink.
I was going to say chasing for a clash there in the middle, John, aren't they?
Yeah, you draw close, Linda.
And we hope you're enjoying this new concept from Bowls New Zealand of the split screen coverage, that enabling you at home to be able to watch 2 games at once. It's met with pretty good reception. It's been favourable.
The reaction's been really very favourable. We chatted to the team here before about the possibility of, because sometimes you can see both games if they're in rinks next to each other, adjacent rinks, that you can get a bit confused when you're watching. So ideally you'd have a spare rink in between so that you're definitely able to concentrate just on one. And those are the sort of things and the feedback that people are sending, I'm sure, to the team here. And the great thing about Bowls New Zealand crew operating here is that they listen to stuff.
Absolutely. Well,
they don't profess to be the experts.
No.
So they're willing to listen and take up ideas.
Yep, still there for you.
And you're right, John, in saying that we've been able to, Bowls New Zealand, been able to continuously bring improvements to the coverage. We're running 8 or 9 cameras here today, and you bring those changes about. A lot of those changes have come about through positive feedback from people within their clubs or whatever, and that feedback is more than welcome by Bowls New Zealand of any way that we can just do what's required. But
Drummond seeking the jack or the shot. Gets one shot. Where did it go to? May still be one down, Hastings.
Well, the women's match at this stage, Carlton Cornwall leading 6-2, but this particular head doesn't belong to anybody because they're certainly fairly well scattered around And this bowl here of Evelyn Ussher's is going to fall up well short of the jack too, and I'm certainly not going to try and guess as this gets changed over who's got shot there, because it's a clothesline really.
Oh, and even Ross is short, well, wasn't short, but his line was off. Does he think that they've got shot, and was he just trying to arrest the orange? We'll see what Drummond decides to do, and we'll have a fair idea of who's holding.
Just looking to move it on the draw sort of thing.
That would indicate, John, that they may be down to that front bowl, the yellow bowl.
Yeah. And he'd be looking to just about dead draw the jack and give himself 3, because those two, the orange and the purple, are both Hastings.
Garen Hema here endeavouring to draw that shot down towards the jack, but going to draw, well, will, I would say, be shot, but still quite some distance lower the jack, and plenty of room there, one would think, for Jean Stratford to draw the shot. But that's easy. I'm sitting here, she's standing on the mat, but there does look to be a metre to come past that front bowl of Karen Hema's and make shot.
Foxton and Beach up by 6-2 now, picking up a single on that last end. So we're a third of the way through, 5 ends of 15.
Oh, coming down towards the jack is there. Gets the, oh, there's a Karen Hema, what's the Lisa Prideaux bowl sitting in behind the jack, makes shot of it. Well played by Jean Stratford, came down with that yard of weight, had the perfect line, got the jack. And not many options on here for the Carlton Cornwall side, because they've only really now got one bowl on the head, so they certainly won't be adventurous, one would think, trying to get to the shot bowl. In 15 ends as well, John, you do have to play the board, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, there's not much room for gambling, is there, unless you're really chasing it, to say the back end of the game.
No, that's not the line.
I think that's why we've seen so few really aggressive shots. Oh, there's another nice opener from Doug.
You can stay there, he's high.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
The danger, of course, on this surface for players, John, as you would know, you've been playing here the last couple of days, if one tries to steer the bowl, it hurts, doesn't it?
Found that out very quickly. Here's a good one. If Stratford were looking to sit on that white bowl and maybe
low.
spring the jack over to her other two, but in the road.
Another end gone, though. They're on the board, another score 6-3, and they'll be quite happy at this stage. You know, you're not being, you're still there. 6-3 is a low score, as the same we've got the men.
Yep. That's good bowls here from Doug Pitcher. One jack level and one just over.
We've got that triangle of a metre, really, haven't you? Those three bowls, they're all, you know, just that, so they're all within the metre.
It's a point you make there too. We had got saying, you know, we had Gary Lawson and Lance Pascoe in to do some coaching a while back at our club. We had Sharon Sims last summer. And again, you know, the experience that those people bring through for new bowlers is extraordinary. She talked about, you know, the triangle.
Absolutely.
You're not trying to draw the jack.
No,
draw into triangle. Yep, get me one in that triangle.
Absolutely.
And all the new players were saying, oh, well, is that all I have to do? And then found out how hard it is. But and other things like, you know, Lawson said about the New Zealand team, they were asked to just draw within 4 mats, put 4 mats, draw. And he said it looks so easy. And yet even for top quality bowlers, they had to really concentrate on it. So I think it's important that new players get some exercises that they can do by themselves. Really good, rather than just putting a jack down and trying to draw to it. Must try it myself.
Well, John, I was fortunate that in my early days in Taranaki, I came under the guidance of the great John Murder and Dave Baldwin, and our practice used to be, we never used to have a jack on the green.
Yep.
You know, that was we'd have regular Thursday practices, and we just didn't have a jack on the green. It was about getting consistency around that metre.
Yep.
You got it. In you come.
Well, again, plenty of room in this ladies' final. 6-5 it is, Carlton Cornwall leading. Lisa Prideaux that familiar stance and delivery on the mat. Always gives that little grimace, so you don't know whether I like it, I dislike it, or whatever, but always gives a little bit of a frown. But if you look at the two heads, though, John, compared...
Yes, yeah. No, I was just looking at Patrick Golder. A long time on the mat, sizing it up again. He'd drawn the one on the left was his first that he delivered, and then it was the consistency and getting around the same track, same weight, and putting in a second shot.
Well, it's the key thing is, John, I know it gets talked about a lot, is your first concentration has to be to get back to that centre line. That's got to be, if you can do that, of course, you're going to get consistency, isn't it? But it's when you're struggling to find your way to that centre line where it becomes somewhat challenging.
Good looking track here from Ross Ellery. Oh, I thought he was just going to carve around that, but sadly for him, he's pushed up a third, but it's opened it up for him. And there's the opportunity if he pulls that jack back a wee bit, and we'll see whether Drummond recognises that. Is he going to cover, or will he look to draw another one there?
Well, he's
like they're holding three.
Well, he's immediately going to that backhand at John, where he can also get some cover as well, and count actually as well. But a good rest down there for Ross Ellery, isn't it? You know, he was only half a bowl away really with his first.
Yep.
And this women's match, as John rightly said, we've got a different viewpoint of heads at this point in time.
So Ellery playing the forehand. He played it last time.
Yep. Come on. Yeah. Close to a couple of mats.
Any movement of the jack will be to his advantage. Good line. Oh, bit of fortune, but it worked for him. He's got a couple out of that.
No, the ball was there to use, John, really, wasn't it? You know, it's sitting literally at that jack level position, and any movement on the inside of the ball was certainly going to be advantageous, wasn't it, to the Foxton beat side. So, you know, some could say a wee bit fortuitous, but no, because he's actually in the target area to get a result, wasn't he?
In their semi-final match against Elmwood Park, a couple of times Ellery got nice little touches and pushed bowls out of the road and ricochets and ended up, and he apologised, and Kelvin Scott said, and so you should, and then they both laughed because, you know, everyone has those breaks.
Absolutely.
He played some really, he was just outstanding at times, Ross Ellery, and he's already showing here today that Foxton and Beach are holding their own against this impressive Hastings Hornets combination.
Of course, remembering, John, that, you know, on the carpet is Hastings' home. You know, their club in Hastings is
of course, yeah.
It is a carpet club.
So a couple of shots there, it would seem. 1, 2, it is. Nothing to measure. All the rest are Hastings, or, oh, I see, we're going down to have a wee look. I'm not sure that Rohan T's eyes are quite as good as some others, and he's measured or considered measuring a few times, but in a final, why wouldn't you? Eh?
Well,
and from here, you would say that it's well worth a measure.
No sense to leave it in your pocket.
No.
A lot of pressure here on the Southland side, the women here, because although there's nothing close, the three closest bowls looking through the monitor here, or fourth bowl now, if this reaches up, well, really it's a matter of where the blue bowl's sitting at the back, because other than that, so I'm sure though that Gene Stratford, the Waihopai skip, will draw, got the opportunity to draw through that port, and looks under the line, out of the hand, just depends how it holds up on the weight. May sit on these bowls, might sit on this, no it's not, it's going to go by. Well, we'll see what the measure does here.
All right.
This is a long measure. 4, was it?
4.
Yes,
4.
it was.
Yeah, 4. Well, good on you, Rohan. As the opposition certainly weren't going to
They weren't going to give
concede
them
it.
to
No,
you.
no.
They weren't going to say have 4 just for...
Well, that's a big end for them then, and that came from that delightful shot from Ross Ellery.
Just got that nice flick and touch around the corner, didn't he? And this could be just... I'm not going to try and guess because of the distance that's apart, but they've taken 2 out of the Carlton Cornwall side of scoring shots. See them out there to the side of the mat. You can see them at the side of the rink there. Going around all the bowls now. Round to this other Lisa, and that's in. 3 it was. 9-3 now to the Carlton Cornwall combination. That's just a little tidy buffer. Interesting, John, is it, with the measuring? The ladies have always been traditionally to put the rag or the cloth down on the green, don't they, then place the bowls where the shot, as they take the shots out, whereas the guys just kick them all around the place.
And I must say that I think putting a rag down or a cloth down is a good idea.
I think
because
it's a great
so
idea.
often I've seen people go and measure ones that have
Absolutely.
already been taken out. Say, hang on,
Absolutely.
no, that's those 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, throw a cloth over them or something, you know.
Yes, it's been the traditional part of the ladies' game that they certainly know what's going on and they safeguard of what's been taken out. Of course, Lisa Prideaux here on the mat. Dual New Zealand pairs winner with Val Smith. Won it, then beaten semi-finalist the next year and then won the pairs again. So very, very formidable lead and played, of course, top-class bowls at St John's Park Club in Sydney, where she played with Val Smith. So, you know, that combination of Val Smith and Lisa Prideaux goes back a number of years, but very, very consistent player.
Oh, just coming inside the purple bowl there is that yellow bowl of Rohan Teaz.
Still there for you, Lisa? Track's very good.
It certainly appears, John, that from watching the 3 days here, that you take your green, you get rewarded.
Yeah, it was taking I found it was taking a much, as the day wore on almost, it started to get wider and wider.
Oh,
I didn't adapt, and, until it's a bit later, you think, well, that's the green I've been taking earlier. Why isn't it working now?
Well,
you just got to keep adjusting, don't you?
I had Raymond Martin in here with me yesterday, who I'd say is one of a real carpet expert in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And he was saying here how, you're quite right, it gets wider and wider. And I was amazed yesterday about, like, some of the bowls are literally coming in at right angles from outside the head. You think, well, we're getting outside the screen, the line on the screen here. Then all of a sudden, you'd see them just appear in and getting a really big draw back to the jack.
Inside, Lisa's.
Here's Golder looking to move the jack. Not quite going with it. So still one shot for Foxton and Beach, who are leading almost at the halfway stage now. 10-2.
It's a healthy break, John, isn't it?
It's similar. Each game's got that, hasn't they? A similar healthy lead.
Linda Ralph, of course, runner-up a couple of weeks ago in Hastings in the champion singles, runner-up to Tania Wheeler of the Waihopai out of the Martinborough Club. Another good bowl coming in here, though, from Linda Ralph. Going to send it just in behind. Definitely 2 shots to the Carlton Cornwall side at this point.
So Ellery just getting in. May we even have 2 shots there now? It's a bit hard to gauge, as we keep saying to you, but certainly got the prime spot. That's the bowl on top of the jack.
The movement of the jack's okay too.
Well, the indication of that is really watching Karen Hema here, because the bowl that just came in from Evelyn Ussher looked as though it's sort of like in the draw but it's an indication straight to Linda Rowe. I've already got plenty of room, draw around that bowl, get down to the jack. So the angle is, it's not, it looks as though it's just lower the jack. Well, there's, as indicated by Karen Hema, there's plenty of room.
Oh, track is so good too.
Drummond just stealthily gets onto the mat. Yeah, interesting now with what he was trying to do and how Ellery will respond to that. Teaz is just saying, yep, sit on that yellow, sit on the orange and give us another one.
It's also fair to say, John, on this particular surface that that your delivery is pretty important, isn't it? Because, yeah, it is important.
It's unforgiving if you're slightly off, and that's why it's worth watching these players. Even watching Doug Pitcher, he's at the lead, constantly putting his foot, deliberately putting his foot exactly in the same place. If he was playing the backhand, he'd move his foot over to the other side of the mat, but it was always this very deliberate placement of the foot. So that's the start to it, isn't it?
He's getting that nice, he's getting that green width off his, directly at that point of delivery, isn't he?
Look, and Drummond going through the same routine. So 1 and
1 to Foxton.
1 and good on you, Rohan. It worked last time, and Golder certainly wasn't kicking too many away when.
No, he's not.
He thought, I'm sure I'd be measuring if I was you. He was saying to himself.
So Karen Hema, here you go, just drew under that blue bowl, lower the jack and will count, and certainly putting pressure now on the Waihopai skip. Jean Stratford down on the head, endeavouring to get up to these counting bowls, needs to be inside the blue bowl, breaking in now. Is it going to get in underneath that counting bowl? No, it's not. There's only a bowl away under that line to get a good result. Of course, one's got to remember from the skip's point of view, it is very challenging when you're playing to these heads and you've only got inches to get a good result or a bad result. It's
Ross Ellery straightens the jack again. He's had sort of command of the mat in this match, and Doug Pitcher about to play his first on end 8. Well, Jean wasn't far away last time, Kevin. She was just a whisker outside.
Only a bowl away. Brought the line in. There's the old danger, I suppose. Depends if it makes any contact. Well, I can definitely see. I think it looks like 3 from here, John. We'll just see how that distance looks. They're now going to look between the front bowl and the bowl of Lisa Prideaux in behind.
Very good.
Out comes the measure. They've taken 2 out with Carlton Cornwall leading.
I was interested. I had a chat to the Waihopai team, and Evelyn Ussher, who's down there measuring now. I said, so Evelyn, have you played other sport? And she said, oh yes, I played. I tried golf, but I didn't like it. I've played a lot of netball. And she said, and then she said she'd won something. And I said, what was your name then? And she said, oh, I was Evelyn Randall. And I said, Evelyn Randall? You worked in radio in Invercargill, didn't you? She said, yes, John.
Really?
Remember we used to go to all those South Island broadcasting tournaments? And she said, then I married Tony Turner, and she said, that's another story. And I said, oh, Tony, yeah. So anyway, it was all this. I hadn't seen her in 40 years, probably.
Really?
Yeah. And, she was really the life and soul of the radio station in Invercargill at the time. And we saw a lot of each other as the stations would travel down to Invercargill for a tournament, or they'd come up to Christchurch or Timaru or wherever it was. Yeah, so that was good. good thing about bowls, isn't
Oh,
it? Any sport,
absolutely.
you catch up with people.
Absolutely. You meet people from, for me, I can say for me, meet all around the country, ex-rugby mates and that from Taranaki and school, they, and the nice thing about it, John, is that that contact in some way, it keeps, it's there all the time, isn't it? And it's good. It's the camaraderie that I think that one gets out of the sport.
That's all right.
In our mature years, as we call it, is great, isn't it? So 9-3.
So, yes, 9-3 there. 11-2 over here with the men, and that's a perfect bowl. So Patrick Golder, who bowled 2 beauties on the last end, coming this way, is now done the same again, but so too is Rohan. Teaz gets it, knocks the shot out, and gets applause from Ross Ellery. So maybe the shot.
And as John rightly said before, Foxton Beach certainly come in a very trying time for the club with their fire that ripped through their club a few months back, and it's also fantastic the way how we've seen some of the bowling fraternity in the central region or southern region of the North Island, who have certainly rolled their sleeves up under very trying circumstances for the Foxton and Beach Club. And thank you to all of those people who have been, whether it be at auctions or raffles or whatever it's been, but there's certainly been a number of, and I see, John, one of the racing identities, Des Coppins did a lot as well for the fundraiser here for the money to go to Foxton and Beach.
Huge event. I think some of our members came and played in a tournament, and I came over and watched and supported, and they made something like $28,000.
Fantastic effort from
Des was right there with auctioning great stuff, and he's got a lot of mates who enjoy a punt, and also they're not afraid to put their hands in their pockets when it comes to good causes, and you can't do without that. So really, really very good.
9-3 is the Carlton Cornwall side, the famous yellow and black, the line, the blazer, what is known around the bowling fraternity in New Zealand, the tiger blazer of Carlton Cornwall, which has been sitting in the winners' circles of numerous events nationally over its long and proud history. The Carlton Club colours have never changed, and it has certainly had some fantastic bowlers who have come through that Carlton Cornwall Club over the years.
Yep, good Wellington colours.
They are, well, they're good Taranaki colours.
Oh, of course, yes.
Oh, Linda. Yeah.
So I'm not sure. In the men's game, we did see a different angle, and it really didn't spell it out either. Who's got the shot here? It looks like Drummond might have in a moment. Look at this. And nudges it. So certainly it looks like the orange bowl has it. There's the back bowl of Patrick Golder.
And Linda Ralph, you can't see the jack at this point, but you'll see that blue bowl that's just been rested on with a bowl alongside that. The other navy blue bowl is the other bowl of the number 2 of Linda Ralph, and the jack is sitting right in behind that bowl, the Carlton Cornwall bowl. And there you'll see it there now as the camera swings around. There it is, just sitting right in behind the jack.
I wonder here if Ellery's trying to push that jack back to his 2 back bowls.
May well be. May well be, John.
He did look at what Rohan was suggesting.
Well, he's
this is a line for it. If he picks up that jack, he's going to get 3 out of this.
No, playing with reaching weight.
It was the weight, wasn't it? It was very good. Just missed out. So now Drummond, how can he get multiple points out of this? Holding a shot, I think.
It's close there, isn't it?
Yeah, when we showed Drummond's bowl going in, it did look as though the orange one was up. But
I just heard Patrick Golder say we've got 1.
Yeah, good. That's it then.
And talking about the Bowls Hastings Club, where of course we'll be again next week, and many great thank you to Shannon McElroy, Joe Edwards and Sir John Kerwin. They're running coming up shortly, a suicide awareness tournament at the club in Hastings. And I've had, I'm watching this bowl of that Skipper D. Is it going to get to, well played, magnificent bowl there from Gene Stratford. And you'd think would be shot. You can't see the jack, that's for sure. And I've had, so Joe Edwards has donated a couple of signed shirts for me for the auction. Shannon McElroy has also donated signed one of his New Zealand shirts. And Sir John Kerwin has kindly donated half a dozen bottles, which I have to pick up yet, half a dozen bottles of JK14 wines for this fantastic cause that the Hastings Club, Bowls Hastings, is going to be running in the coming weeks. And Joe Edwards, only too happy to say, yeah, I'll help out, I'll do my bit. And just great to see those top sports people who just do the right thing, John, don't they?
Absolutely, yep. So Drummond now looking, he's had a long time down on the head, chatting with Neil Barron and Patrick Golder. What will I do? Looks like he's just wanting to try and steer one in there.
Karen Hema trying to reach the counting area, not going to do so. I also could, from the Hastings point of view as well, John, we want to score, so let's not take any risks. Let's take the one and let's, start again. Let's see how we go. Indication is still the shot. I was sure that Gene Stratford had actually drawn the shot locked on top of the jack by the blue bowl of Linda Ralph, but indicated there from Evelyn Ussher that's not the case. It is still the Carlton Cornwall side holding one shot. And needs to get a touch on the bowl. But got a touch on the bowl on the way through. You'll see there, yes, Linda Ralph just raising the hand, declaring the one shot, 10-3. Handy lead for the Carlton Cornwall side. And as it is as well for the Foxton and Beach combination up against Bowls Hastings. But we all know 2 ends can change things dramatically. And really, for both of these sides, John, now it's a wee bit of making sure that we're not going to drop any numbers,
Yeah,
more than 3 type thing.
I hope I get a 4 and suddenly, oh gosh, we've still got 6 ends to go.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But that Carlton Cornwall team is so consistent, you just can't imagine that happening.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and I suppose you could say with Lisa Prideaux leading, she's certainly got one of the best coaches going around with her partner, Leif Selby, who we saw give a masterclass last week in Dunedin in the Champion of Champion Pairs. Well, so you would expect his partner, who's a very accomplished player in her own right, that is always going to be pretty consistent.
All right, that's good, open up.
And for those who don't know, here at this Nine Stadium, I can't remember initially when the first carpet went down, but the carpet they're playing on now is a new relayed carpet, which was under 12 months old, John, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I think, wouldn't it be?
Yep, start of the year, I think.
So it is a new carpet which they're playing on, and the man behind it, Mark Perrin, might be known by a number of people in the cricketing world from the Mr. Turf man of cricket wickets, but also in the bowls as well, and does and Stephen Beale was telling me of the work that was done here by the contractors to get those levels right, to get everything, because once you've got it down, it's down, isn't it? You can't.
That's right. Yeah. And they, what they'll do is do a stretch. They possibly have stretched it already. I don't know.
I think there has been one stretch. I think.
And then eventually, the people who put these down are, if they're any good, they'll be in here doing all that sort of thing. But a lot of them are so busy now too. They're laying turf all over the place.
Absolutely, they are.
Retirement villages,
Absolutely. Well, yeah, Somerset. Somerset. Well, I don't. Last year, John, it was a challenge, I must say. I covered the they had this mini Olympics, and I went down to Hamilton, and I covered the final. And one was playing in one location, another one was playing in Hamilton, and it was all done by lasers and all sorts of it was.
Yep.
I must admit, it was very challenging. But yeah, like I think all the Somerset retirement villages now, or most of the retirement villages, yeah, they've got top grade surfaces for their residents to play on.
There's Rohan Teaz looking to make the adjustment. Makes a good adjustment too, does he? Oh, just sliding through.
Just
handy place though.
Well, the good thing is about that, John, is you've got controlled weight around the head, haven't you? Your bolt's still in play. That's the key thing, isn't it? That's the.
Get to that green down there. I'd sort of hate to sort of sell out a bit there.
And of course, both John and myself are looking forward to one of the next big events that we've got coming up is the weekend of bowls in Dunedin, where we'll be having the Bowls New Zealand Awards dinner, the Bowls New Zealand annual general meeting, and plus, of course, the North-South encounter. Now, those teams are only possibly hours away from being announced.
Oh, right.
They've just wait. Dave Edwards, I believe, was just getting some confirmation of a couple of players, and we'll be bringing you live action right throughout that North-South match, which it's really about a celebration of bowls that weekend, and it'll be great to bring the North-South match, the live action right throughout the weekend.
So Dave's selector of the South Island and Sharon Sims the North. Is that it?
Yes, that's correct. That's the two selectors. So the New Zealand selectors have had nothing to do with who's in the, and there's a bit of a criteria insofar as there is a para or visually impaired player in each side. An under 25 player, which is not difficult in today's world. There's plenty of those, and an over 65. So you might be able to play on John on the Saturday. You know, you could. Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
So it's
That'd
diverse.
Be good to look at. That'd be really good. That's a good idea. Good concept. So you see, Ellery now. Oh, didn't want to do that, but it's opened it up for his next shot if he likes, because any movement of the jack is in his favour, and Drummond realises that.
What's happening there as well, John, as you rightly said earlier, the difficulty that's creating for Dean Drummond. Yes, sure, he's done a round of ends, but it's about building the head to get a number, isn't it? Because you're at that point of the match where you want to get a number, don't you? And you've got to build that head to be able to do so.
Drummond's ball coming in out on the right of your picture. It's handily placed for any jack movement, but still, Teaz says, just get it in here, mate. You just need to touch it just a fraction. We'll be inside the orange. Give us the shot. Up by 11-3.
Karen Hema has drawn a jack level bowl, and the Lisa Prideaux bowl directly behind Jean Stratford, just been through the gap. Of course, they're at the point as well now. The Waihopai side, where getting something on the scoreboard becomes pretty important. Like 13-3 behind now as we play end 8 and 2 down on the head. And it's a free head for Hema to play to.
That might be the loosest bowl that Ross Ellery's played all weekend.
Certainly was. It was.
Yeah. So 1-2 bowls Hastings. That's been a long time coming.
Certainly has.
11-4.
Linda Ralph encouraging the Karen Hema bowl on. Don't think it's in there. I think the blue jack level bowl being shot. I think we had the shot here for Jean Stratford is to endeavour to play down there to on that backhand side, jack level bowl there. That of Karen Hema's the jack level bowl, and Lisa Prideaux bowl just in behind, trying to get some movement to the jack or the bowl. Just how far is this going to hold up? It's in the line target area, but just going to drop under. Ideally, more than likely, wanted an extra yard of weight, not to be. Looking like a couple to the Carlton Cornwall side. So out comes the measure. One bowl has been removed on the Carlton Cornwall side. And it was 2 to the Carlton Cornwall side. So they now jump out to what I would say a healthy 15-3 lead. That's the side of Lisa Prideaux leading, Linda Ralph at number 2, Karen Hema skipping. And at 15.
Just really strangling Waihopai, aren't they? Not, Waihopai, it's just so difficult for them to even get one shot in here. Carlton are playing so well.
Well, the good thing is, John, as well, I think that, as you spoke about before, is they're getting a constant start with Lisa Prideaux as well. That just makes it that much different, doesn't it? You know that, and it's about effective. You'd have heard it when you had Sharon Sims and Gary at your club about, you know, the strive to have effective bowls is so important to be able to build heads to have scoring opportunities.
Doug Pitcher chatting to himself as he let that one go. Well, he adjusted nicely for his green. Still 1.5 meters short.
So there's Lisa Prideaux, exactly what we just spoke about. John and I just spoke about a moment ago with her first bowl, just coming right in behind the jack at 6 o'clock. And straight away you're minimising the chances of, let's say, dropping a number and just building that head with consistency. Foxton Beach, John, now they're at the point where they've just got to make sure that they don't have a vulnerable head, do they, where they, you know, leave the gate open for the Hawke's Bay side to score a number. And so often when you've got a wider open head, that can happen, can't it? Just, you know, unexpected, can just arrive on your doorstep.
And, you know, the old saying, second shot's a good shot.
Best
In
shot
this
of the ball.
situation, with 6 ends to go, if they've got second shot on each of those, they win.
Absolutely. And of course, for the Hastings side, they want to build bowls around the head so that their skip Dean Drummond can have an opportunity to trail a jack or dislodge a bowl, whatever, to make 3 or 4 of it. And you can see just what we spoke about before, John, you know, the Robyn Hall, the lead for the Waihopai side. You just drift by and you've got 2 bowls down. It just straight away becomes an early challenge, doesn't it? And of course, very shortly you'll be able to follow the progress of our New Zealand side at the Commonwealth Games, who I can assure you have got a challenging 2 weeks with some of their draws. Section play, of course, and there's two sides qualify through for post-section play, and New Zealand right throughout the whole draw got some pretty challenging sections in those unique English conditions. And going for the shot bowl was Dean Drummond to get a 2-shot result. Yeah, 2-shot result chance.
You're just coming inside, Lisa's. You come inside, you have shot.
Not too sure about Ellery's expression there. Oh.
Looks pretty good from my look. Ron looks in it, John. Well, just rolls by, but again.
Well, that was the option for Drummond, was to, you know, bring that in. He could, looking at maybe getting 3 with his orange bowls there, and now he's just cut that option out, really, or made it harder. So where does Drummond go from here?
Well, the maximum he's got is a 2-shot chance.
Yeah.
Playing down there, touch on the jack, just moving the jack back to that orange bowl. His bowl staying there, it's a 2-shot chance. Other than that, and of course, no sense in driving too aggressive at the head because Ross Ellery's still got a bowl left, of course. So, you know, I'd leave the gate open too wide for him to be able to capitalise on that and draw. But he's going on the drive is Drummond. and missed everything.
It's the sort of shot that, you know you're so far behind, 8 behind on the board, and nothing else appeals.
Yeah, I think you get to the point, John, is, you start the hunting to try and, that's, it becomes a real challenge, and you're not getting bowls around the head, and, if you look at what, I'm looking now at the Ellery side, and they have got 1, 2, 3, 4 bowls there, all within a metre or 2 metres of the jack. Well, you're not going to drop very many shots. And they've taken 2 out, I think, already from the Foxton and Beach side.
Well, that was a very good end for them. As you said, it was a bit exposed, wasn't it? But nothing was obvious for Hastings to score points from.
No, and that's, and well done by the Manawatu guys, because they're nullifying they're nullifying any scoring opportunities. 1, 2, we're not going to drop a 4. We're not going. That's the, and in 2 bowl triples, John, it's sort of those. That's one of the disciplines where you can all of a sudden. You can, if you haven't got bowls on the head, you can easily drop a number. But the Foxton and Beach side are controlling. I think they're controlling both their play, and they're controlling the scoreboard.
What do you want?
Just the sort of first bowl Ross Ellery wanted.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at both games as an example, John, there's the Lisa Prideaux bowl sitting still there as shot. You've got Ross Ellery's lead, same sort of scenario. So very early on, you're safeguarding the head, aren't you?
Yep.
Very good. Number 1.
So Barron gets a bit of spray.
Under the line, Karen Hema, it's a coach will tell you when you're steering it and running off the mat at the same time, it's not going to work kindly for you in most cases.
Yeah. Never mind, that's good.
But, at this Waihopai side, although down on the board, trying hard as Gene Stratford, the skip, trying to get down to the jack, may well do so and draw a shot, and does so.
2 to Waihopai.
2 to Waihopai is the call. Although the measure's coming out, it's already actually been declared by the skip that we're 2 down. And here's 2 good opening bowls here from the Hastings boys, John.
Yeah, so Neil Barron leading. Hasn't been always that close, but we know what a talented player he is. He's got a very high reputation, of course. He's played a lot of representative play when he was in Wellington and again in Hawke's Bay.
He's played for both Hawke's Bay and Wellington, hasn't he?
Yep, you draw right up to those. Turn.
One of the things, John, as well, if you take the English Scottish players as a case in point, which we're going to experience in the UK, they'll be trying to move the jackie around the corner, take that sort of open shot away. They're always trying to look to make life difficult for you. Bowl there, but as you rightly said, John, it's not a big adjustment that has to be made here by the Foxton number 2, is it?
We'll certainly want to be into these a wee bit, I think. Good track. Clip on that. No, hard luck. Nothing's changed, so probably still 3.
And 15-5 now as at the Carlton Cornwall Waihopai, and we're playing in 10 and 15. Of course, remember, no time limit in these finals.
Very good.
Wow,
now it gets interesting, doesn't it? This head.
It does. Just cuts that vision off a bit, John, doesn't it, to the jack?
Yeah.
Well, Lisa Prideaux here, one of the first times I've seen in this match is undergreened out of the hand, and you'll see it now disappear under that jack line. Well, you know, this game's about, this we all know is about consistency, and I'll still, you know, overall, it's fair to say Lisa Prideaux's consistency has been consistent.
So this might be the end that Hastings have been looking for. Possibly 4 up, hard to tell. As we see, Ellery's not going to be short here. Looking to get in amongst them, on target.
This is well
Jack will
played.
move here.
Might get
No, it
3
doesn't.
and shot.
Oh,
No.
wow. So second shot anyway, I'd suggest. Maybe just one. The purple one has stayed there.
Nice
Delightful weight, wasn't it?
I'm just going to say,
Just enough to
John,
move
it was nicely controlled weight, wasn't it? That's the. So yeah, Lisa Prideaux makes that adjustment. That was the second bowl that we spoke about, John, and it's about that consistency, isn't it? That it's great to have. 15-5. It is now Carlton Cornwall leading Waihopai in this final of the Somerset National Champion and Champion triples here, in a very pleasant weather down here in Wellington.
See Mark O'Connor and Steve Sargent in the background there. All they're doing is talking. They could be out here with lollipops, couldn't they?
They
Indicating
could
to
be.
everyone who's got
They
shot.
could be. Well,
Drummond. No.
Very busy social calendar has the past president of Bowls New Zealand. Was shortly to join Mark Cameron on the Silver Bird over to the UK for a meeting.
Mark O'Connor, he's never turned down anything that's hints at being social.
So on the back end here is Linda Ralph with the front bowl of Lisa Prideaux's holding shot. Ralph endeavouring to get past the first bowl of Lisa Prideaux's, not going to do so, just runs into it, but holding shot.
So looking at Ellery, there's not really much that can go wrong for him here. If he's probably got, he's 2 down it looks. I just need to have another look at that, but we'll see what he does. He just saved a couple with his last.
Interesting changing his hand, John, down through
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I thought he would have
It's
stayed
just-
on the other, but he knows far better than either of us.
Still wanting inside here, the pink ball.
He's asking it to come in a long way, and it does from out there.
Certainly does. Draws in this port.
That's his bowl.
Over the head.
Whoa. So he's probably cut out a shot, I'm not sure. So,
Well,
yes, he has, yeah, because the red one on the right is his.
It's another bowl on the head, isn't
Yep.
it? Another end to go. We might drop one, but you know,
Yep,
we're just.
that's it. Yep.
You'll see here Carlton Cornwall holding 2 shots. So the bowls in front of the, just slightly lower the jack of the bowls of the lead of Lisa Prideaux, and we just saw there Linda Ralph just run into one of the jack low bowls and turn her own first bowl into the head, which sits sort of jack level. Not a lot for the Waihopai skip for Jean Stratford to actually play to. May try and reach down through those bowls. She's got bowls in behind the head, so may try and reach down through the counting bowls, get some jack movement.
Wow. Big advantages in both of these finals. And there's no doubt that through the semi-finals, there were surprise winners really, or unexpected, when Foxton beat Elmwood Park and when Waihopai beat Nelson. So those 2 teams, you just wonder how you can keep it together when you're going into a final, when you've got that far, and probably shocked yourselves, possibly, and the fans and supporters from those clubs will be saying, no, John, they thought they'd do pretty well. But to get through and then play extra ends, each of them had
Each
to.
of them, yeah, correct,
Yep.
yeah.
Foxton Beach have kept their composure very well. And Carlton Cornwall are just a class act. So I hope I
Well, other thing, John, just looking here as well, you know, Linda Ralph attempting to get her 5th Silver Star title, and remembering as well, Ross Ellery has been part of 4 of those other events as well by winning a National Inter Club. and 2 national intercenters and the champion singles. So this would be a 5th for both of these players.
Oops, our camera for the men's match is just letting us down a wee bit, but I can tell you that that first bowl from Barron is very close to the jack. Here we are. Second one's not going to be a mile away either.
Just drifting by the jack there was the skip for the Gene Stratford. Just was a bowl wide of getting to the jack, and of course holding 3 is Carlton Cornwall. I'd say at a very telling part of the game as we play in 10 of 15.
Yeah, might be a bit heavy. I know.
Yep, you draw touch up.
So you'll see there Karen Hema bowl, that pink bowl just fallen behind the head, and out they come.
Good ball, Phil.
On the trip, come on.
4 to Carlton.
It was 4 to Carlton. 4 to Carlton Cornwall. Takes them to 19-5. 19-5 now. It is the Carlton side of skipped by Karen Hema, Linda Ralph at number 2, and the Lisa Prideaux leading up against the Waihopai side of Gene Stratford, skipping Evelyn, Ussher and Robyn Hall. 19-5.
Just ask Chris Lander to see if he could find out for me the playing strengths of these 2 minnow teams, you would say. Well, Foxton and Beach have got 45 players, 31 men and 14 women. Waihopai have got 120.
Really?
68 men and 52 women. Yeah, so that's quite a big club,
That's
isn't it?
a large club,
Yeah.
and it is a large club. So they're certainly going to put their going. Yeah, that's a fantastic. I didn't. Well, no, I didn't know that.
Good. Back ball.
Oh, if Rohan Teaz is going to play a good one, now's the time to play it. Oh, not bad, was it? That's in a good position. That's good.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Just got a feather off the inside of that jack level bowl, and of course those are the 2 bowls that were at the start of the season, weren't they? They're the 2 bowls from Neil Barron. So those are his 2 bowls that are counting.
Liking that, Lisa. Yeah, all right, that's good.
Another 2 very, very consistent bowls there from the Carlton Cornwall lead. Lisa Prideaux in and around the head with a 19-5 lead.
You draw them close now, Linda?
Ross Ellery will play that backhand, and he can see the jack from where he is. He knows that Teaz second bowl drifted on about 1.5 meters behind. Oh, maybe not that far.
And let's see a photo here. All the best. Taylor, a photo of Taylor Bruce here, all masked up with her proudly in her New Zealand tracksuit gear, all set to jump on the big silver bird and embark upon her first Commonwealth Games excursion.
I'm sure Vince Roper will be letting me know that Taylor's on her way.
Well, of course, he's had a lot to do with Taylor
Yeah.
and her early on in her career for sure. Gold, they'll be disappointed here, John, won't they, the Hastings boys, because they really had a bit of a chance there to get a let's say a 3 at least, didn't they? There was.
Get it close.
So now Ellery still has an opportunity here if he can move that jack. He's down 2 anyway, so unless he does knock one of those wing bowls in, but his accuracy is pretty much flawless today.
Been very, very consistent, John, hasn't he? You know, he's been in and around the head all the time, and looking at the arc of this bowl as well, just going to depend on where it runs. This is online as well.
Sit in amongst them, he's got the shot.
Shake,
wow, great bowl. Great bowl.
Shake hands, fellas. That was outstanding from the Foxton and Beach skip. Just drifted under that jack low bowl, sat on the counting bowls with that dead draw weight to the jack. And as you know, John, when the jack's been moved, it's always that wee bit more challenging, isn't it? Yep. Just to get that weight right, to get to that right position. And well played by Ross Ellery. And they've just haven't allowed the Hawke's Bay side to build heads at all, have they? They've been dominant.
Yep. On that occasion, so Barron had 2 shots there. Most of the Foxton Beach shots were within the vicinity, but he did have an opening, and Drummond, you know, would have hoped that he could have drawn another 2 and made it 4, but Ellery is just, you know, playing so well. So Drummond couldn't do it. Ellery
could do it.
Yeah, absolutely, didn't he?
But it also highlights, you made the point before, John, of your days as Sharon Sims and those others, and you know, this is how it all starts. And that, you know, I can't stress enough that to people that, you know, the art of this game is to own a meter, whether it may be. It just makes such a big difference, doesn't it, as you move forward on the various heads, as we see Linda Ralph draws the Hema just alongside what is the Linda Ralph bowl, jack level.
Good.
Gene Stratford, though, really trying here to get to the shot bowl. Well, when it's not going right for you, it does sit, unfortunately didn't fall inside the bowl.
She's accurate, though. I've liked watching her this weekend.
Like she's
a lot of good bowls.
Virtually all of her bowls, to be fair, John, have been in amongst only a bowl away from inside, outside, and her weight control's been very good. And so, although not looking healthy for them, certainly have put up. Well, look who they beat the round before. You know, you say, you know, Karen Hema out, really trying to get to that cover area as well, and that's a good cover through there. Any jack trail for the Jean Stratford side with her last bowl as we complete end 11 of 15. Trying so hard again as the skip just again falls.
Gee.
You know, it's unfortunately for the skip, she's always one bowl away type thing, you know, like the width of a bowl away, inside, outside. So another one to the Carlton side. Hello. I'm looking at shake hands time.
Yeah.
There it is, and there it is, the side of Lisa Prideaux, Linda Ralph and Karen Hema of the Carlton Cornwall Club in Auckland have run out the winners over the Waihopai side of Jean Stratford, Evelyn, Ussher and Robyn Hall. 19 shots to 5 in this final of the Somerset National Champion triples here. Down here at 9-8, and really, to be fair, the Carlton side have been consistent right throughout and really set up so well by their lead right throughout the weekend from Lisa Prideaux. And as we've said, John, they're there in all 4 events of these New Zealand finals, so they certainly put up a great. They were too strong, weren't they?
Yep. Did they lose a match all weekend? I can't remember. I don't think so.
Don't think so. No, I think they were. I think they were early qualifiers.
Yep.
They may not have played every round, but yeah,
early qualifiers.
I think they were early qualifiers.
So an outstanding performance from them, and gosh, you know that Waihopai team will be going away. They'll be disappointed, but their memory will be of the final end, the extra end against Nelson, against a team that included one of the greats of world bowls, Joe Edwards, and the fact that they knocked them over. So, and then had to come back again after that real high and take on the form team of the competition. So well done, Waihopai, runners up, and the Somerset champion of champion women's triples for 2022.
And of course, John, you were able to catch up with an old work friend from many years ago
That's
who,
right.
who hadn't seen for quite some time. And there he is again. Draws flat on the jack line.
Yep. So this is Ross Ellery we're talking about, the skip down the far end from Foxton and Beach. He's just been Mr. Consistency right throughout.
Certainly has been, and played some big bowls at the back end of that game against Nathan Glasson, and he played some really, they were behind with the Christchurch side and trying to hunt for shots and played some big shots, but this Ross Ellery was just equal to the occasion, bowl by bowl, and has been, if you were to pick a player of the tournament of these events, me, he has been, he's brought this team of his through to, well, only a bowl away, I think, from that New Zealand title, as we see a crash onto the bowls there. Well played by the Dean Drummond. Turned the ball out of the head. We'll see whether Ross Ellery now with this last bowl, which could be the last bowl if he used to draw the shot. It could well be shake hands, but he's certainly been he's been outstanding right throughout the whole weekend. Well, don't write it off, John.
He's followed it down, and he's followed it down with a fair knowledge that he's not going to be far away. Oh, no, he is a bit short.
Just that yard, and he gave himself.
Perfect green.
You got a couple?
We got two.
Could be, I just heard then Patrick Golder say it may well be three.
Yeah, I thought.
But you need 3, 3 and 3, really, don't you?
See a couple of the Alexandra boys in the background there. We had a good game against Bill Clements, Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas.
They enjoy their bowls.
They enjoy everything about bowls, yeah.
And full marks to those guys as well. They've never been frightened to travel around the country to tournaments. They're always, and that's, I think, what makes the sport so special to so many of us, that, we've built lifelong friends through all the tournaments that we've played in or whatever over many, many years, and what makes the sport somewhat special.
Oh, Dean, are you in or not? No.
No, I wouldn't think so.
We also had a good clash against Patararu. Liam Peters was leading for them, one of those guys that wears shorts on a freezing day. And Owen and Noel Sutton.
Well, well-known players, and they've been...
And here till the end,
Yeah.
Great company.
It was interesting. I can't remember who the player was, but at shorts, there was one very, very brave player from the Helensville club who, let's say he had, perhaps had shorts, John, of our youth might have been the traditional. Look, it's just out. It's the great thing about Champion of Champions, isn't it, though, John, that we've got them from North Cape to the Bluff, the boys were all the way from the far north.
Yeah,
here.
Carmo,
Gisborne, the Kerry, the Max Hamilton side. So it's great to see them coming from all around the country, coming together, enjoying the weekend. And I do think the format of which Bowl New Zealand have got with this, with the section play scenario, everyone's got a chance to qualify. And that makes it, to me, just makes it a good participation event.
I think Ross sort of said, don't want to let go now, boys, because that's a rare loose one, I must say, from Doug Pitcher. He's led very consistently. He's made it hard for Neil Barron. Neil on the last end got a couple on the previous end also, but it still didn't amount to much for them, but at least he has given them a fighting chance here.
Yeah, it's sitting jack level, isn't it? And, the key thing here, of course, the Ross Ellery side, isn't it, John, just to get, third shot's pretty good.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be on top of the jack. Third shot's fine. but he's my player of the tournament, Ross Ellery. I've had the pleasure of watching him on a few of the matches, and to me, he's been great for his team.
Yeah.
And of course, we'll be back again next week, live again from next Friday. We'll be bringing you from the Hastings venue. Yep. We'll be bringing you the last event of this Champion journey, I suppose, where we'll be back there for the Somerset Champion 4s, and we'll be back with all the live action right throughout the weekend.
Well, will this be the last end or not?
Well,
Ellery's all set up around the back. He's not unhappy, is he?
No, he's
might
happy.
Might be 3 down, but they could drop a couple. I won't mind that.
Well, this bowl will count, won't it, in that just over the jack. And so you're standing there, Dean Drummond. Where were those bowls, so to speak, in those middle,
earlier? Yeah,
in those middle crucial ends, where were they then?
Now, where does Teaz end up? Or is he going to make life difficult for Ellery?
Well, this becomes interesting.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? All of a sudden.
Yeah, 4 down.
4 down. All of a sudden.
And Ross Ellery, your player of the tournament, now has to do some work.
He has, and he's. I'm pretty sure. Good singles players. We know he won the national champion singles in 2015. I'm pretty sure his mindset will be that I want to get second shot or third shot. Not going to leave the gate not going to leave it open completely.
So if he beats that orange on the right, he'll be happy.
So Drummond playing possibly, it will be, his last 2 bowls in New Zealand for quite some time as he departs later this week for the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that's another.
It's another,
tuck
all
it
right.
Up, is he? No.
And as we sort of thought, John, is that I'm going to divot it. Or is he playing with weight? No, he's not. I'm going to get something close. That's the viewpoint, isn't it, of Ellery? Clapping. There it is.
Yeah,
there it is. Look at this. There's your player of the tournament.
Yeah, under pressure.
Down, down a huge number. What's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 may well have been down.
Yeah, go to the final end at 15-13 or something. It's a different game, isn't it?
And you draw flat on top of the jack.
Yeah.
If that doesn't show, tenacity and class and just patience of just backing yourself, do nothing fancy. I'm going to draw the shot, or get close. And the reward was, he drew the shot.
All of a sudden, that short bowl just at Dean Drummond's feet of Doug Pitcher becomes a bit of a nuisance, doesn't it? Well, congratulations being offered over on the right of your screen there from some of the supporters for the Carlton Cornwall team. Just reminding you that they won the women's title, Lisa Prideaux, Linda Rolfe and Karen Hema.
And also, big thank you yet again to Emma, Colin and Captain Tamara, the captain of this ship, and Stephen Beale and Chris Landip, and of course all of the umpires and officials throughout this event. But our live streaming team here, they do a sterling job. They're here from before play in the morning, getting things all set up. They're there then for the whole day, then packing up again here tonight, and
packing up their 12 suitcases or whatever it is with gear.
Yeah, so as they hit the road to the Hawke's Bay, so yeah, they do a wonderful job.
Drummond, 1 bowl to play, taking a long time over it.
How do you squeeze that bowl out of the head, John?
Well, this is where Morris Symes would be sitting here saying, no, there is another shot here, Kevin.
Well,
you know, because he just reads it so many bowlers. I love listening to them. But, you know, they need to get a 3 or a 4 out of this, don't they?
The only chance was to play down to try and squeeze through, but the problem is where the shot bowl's sitting, contact's going to go to the jack, which move out to the orange bowl out to the side. So trying to get weight to get a metre, to get a bit of movement is, yeah, pretty challenging.
Yeah, and he knows it's a difficult shot. He's almost got a half smile on his face thinking, well, if this comes off, I'll be thanking someone.
Full of concentration, though, on the mat is that the young Hawke's Bay player.
Yep. This might be the last bowl of the champion of champion triples.
Needs an inside
Looking for
slide.
an inside edge. Gets it, kills it. Whoa.
Well, full marks there for Dean Drummond because, you know, it was, you know, it's still a huge challenge that one has in front of him, but, you know, we saw Ellery again down on the head, draws a toucher, and really equal to the task with the attacking bowl that Dean Drummond to sort of stay alive. And of course, where we'll be commentating from next week is the home club of Dean Drummond, and that is their club in Hastings. So do you know, John, I noticed it's called Foxton and Beach, so did there used to be two
Yeah, I had to ask that myself when we were playing against Ross. I said I always just called it Foxton Beach, but then, and a lot of people do just call it Foxton Beach, but many years ago there was both a Foxton club and a Foxton Beach club.
Right.
Back in those days when lots of little places had, you know, a couple or more bowling clubs, and then I'm not sure, but it might be 30 years ago or something they amalgamated, or one closed and the other stayed. Could be longer than that even, so it's been established for a number of years.
So both names have been retained?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, one was Foxton Club and the other was Foxton Beach Club, so Foxton and Beach. Or it might have just been called the Beach Club.
And that's similar, of course, with our ladies winners, you know, because, you know, it was in the old days, of course, the Carlton Club, based under the motorway in Alpers Avenue in Auckland until, you know, fire destroyed, and they moved up to the Cornwall Club, located in the very, very picturesque Cornwall Park area, and they have got a 3-green complex now, and called Carlton. It was interesting. There was always quite a lengthy debate of which name goes first.
Oh.
The yellow and black jackets of Carlton.
I know Doug's got a bit tired. You know, you often think about amalgamation and what the benefits of it. Oh, there's plenty of benefits, but the sticking point is, well, the name.
Absolutely.
You know, and the colours. Not quite so bad the colours, because you can incorporate lots of colours in uniforms these days, but the name, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had a similar thing in rugby with Marist. You know, we amalgamated with what was the old East Temuka club, and some of the older members of Marist will still only ever call it Marist. It's not a combined club in their mind, it's still the name Marist. And it's the same as a number of the older Carlton players I know still refer to their club as Carlton, but it has been a very successful outcome for all, and that very proud and historic club in Auckland.
So we're back in another situation now where Ross is probably thinking to himself, I don't have to do it again, do I? Because we're 3 down here, and I really need you, Rohan, to put something in.
I know there's a meter he's saying, but, please just get me something close.
Yeah.
Well, he may just well be doing that,
I think
John.
So, yeah. You might even get a clap. He does, yep.
And it sits it alongside the jack.
Very enthusiastic bunch of spectators here too watching this, and I'm sure there'll be quite a few from up around that Foxton area. It's not that far to travel down to the hut, particularly over the part of the new transmission gully on the way down.
I had the pleasure, John, of coming down through it after coming through, in fact, from New Plymouth later in the week, and yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's just...
Well, I travel over from Kapiti, from Raumati over here, and I, up until the opening of Transmission Gully, I would often leave myself an hour and a half to get here because of traffic hold-ups and, you know, invariably there'd be an accident. So now it's, you know, 40 minutes probably.
Yeah, and the other thing about it, though, John, is you didn't know until it's all opened up. It's actually an amazing engineering feat.
Beautiful, yes.
Isn't it? When you see the way how they've got the things to, so the water flows when it comes off the hills. And so I was just amazed. I was astounded.
The views are fantastic. You could be driving through Canada, really, from some of those areas on the highway. That's a good shot there from Drummond, but they're fighting against it. They're playing the 14th of 15 ends. The end has already been killed once.
Because that opening, John, as well, I would imagine a lot of people who lived in the Wellington Kapiti region would never have even known what was behind that. Would they?
Right.
They would never have known what was there.
And we're now seeing a lot of Wellingtonians midweek, women groups coming up and just having a look, coming up for lunch or coffee, do a bit of shopping.
Great. It's great for the region, isn't it?
They know they can get there in
absolutely.
40
it's fantastic
minutes,
for the region. And
guaranteed.
Certainly it's been a long time. We know it's been a long time coming, but by goodness, it's certainly opened up an avenue to a different avenue into Wellington, hasn't it?
It's been a hard road, this match, for Dean Drummond. As you said, Kevin, he's heading over to Aussie straight after this, pretty much. His team has given him... There's not much there for him now, is there? I think
not at all, really.
2 shots there for...
But again, to me, it highlights again, Dean Drummond's a very, very good player. Patrick Gold is a very good player. Barron also a very, very good player. But that once again highlights to me, John, that... Just see on the drive, no, he doesn't shake hands time. But what it highlights to me again, John, is...
They are shaking hands. They are. Foxton and Beach have gone through as, well, you would say, underdogs throughout this tournament to step up and knock over the Hastings team and win the title of this Somerset Champion of Champion Men's Triples. An outstanding performance from this team, particularly from their skip, Ross Ellery, who never let any of the high-pressure situations get to him. He continued to be consistent, and he played some remarkable bowls, some telling bowls throughout this entire tournament, and none more so in the semi-final against Elmwood Park, and particularly now against Hastings in the final. So that's pretty impressive stuff here today. You go into tournaments like this, Kevin, and you look at the names and the teams and you say, right, they'll be up there. They've got to be semi-finals, that team. And you go down the list, don't you? And as we look here, you see Foxton Beach, Elmwood Park, Waihopai Beach, Gore, Hastings and Temuka. They were the ones who played today. Now, the Temuka team was beaten by Hastings. Waihopai Beach was beaten by Gore. These two met. Hastings went on to the final. And Foxton Beach, you would say, looking at that, who would you rather play, Elmwood Park or Gore or Hastings? Probably they didn't matter. They just said, we can beat any of these, and they did.
Well, they duly did. And, the Foxton and Beach side, skipped by Ross Ellery, who's been absolutely outstanding. Of course, Ross Ellery also featured the other week in the singles as well, champion singles. But, he highlighted, for those who are not around all the time, that we have got bowlers around New Zealand who aren't home names, like the players that we know so well. And there's a guy who's certainly got a fantastic record and is about to win his 5th Silver Star title here, as will Linda Ralph in the Carlton Cornwall side. And we saw this guy who, under the pressure of this whole event at various times, drew the shot, none so more at a couple of telling ends in against the Canterbury side in the semi-final. And to me, I just take my hat off to Ross Ellery, certainly the player of the tournament, and well done to Foxton and Beach, especially as well after the challenging time, John, that they as a club have had to encounter after their fire. And congratulations to them. And of course, congratulations again to Karen, Hema, Linda, Ralph, Lisa Prideaux side, who those three players, along with Karen de Jong, will have in fact featured in all 4 champion-to-champion events. So, yeah.
I agree. And while Ross Ellery will get most of the praise, he would readily admit that the many times that Doug Pitcher had a bowl close and then over, he was helping to keep the pressure on the opposition. Rohan Teaz just played some sublime bowls quite often during these games, so he had the backup, he had the support. It's not a one-man operation, but really I think they obviously played well enough. No one will criticise the performance or the result. They'll just say, Foxton and Beach, you were the best here this weekend.
Absolutely they were, and if we look, and I think that the Waihopai side and the women's, John, although I was surprised how many members they've got. There was a big number of members, but it's great to see these clubs who we don't see as sort of everyday events. Here they are playing. They beat Joe Edwards.
Yep.
They beat Joe Edwards.
That's right. That's worth a drink, isn't it?
Number, still in my view, number one player in the world, and we beat Joe Edwards. So I'll leave it to you to close the show, John.
Well, we're just getting ready now for the presentation, and I know that Chris Lander is out there, and he'll be with the microphone. It's being tested there. We can see the setup just behind that screen as we look here at the women's road to the final and the result. So Carlton and Cornwall, Woolston Park, Nelson, Victoria, Waihopai, and that was even a surprise to beat the very strong Victoria team to go through to the next stage.
Well,
then they looked at the board and said, Nelson.
What a draw they've come through.
Yeah, that's really been a tough day for them. 2 of the top teams in the country, Victoria, Nelson, and then, of course, Carlton, Cornwall. So they might have stumbled at the last, but they cannot be disappointed with that. They've had a great tournament. So Carlton, Cornwall, the women's champions. Foxton and Beach, the men's. The presentation about to be undertaken by, I see Mark O'Connor in the background there, past president there, and Chris Lander just sorting out the equipment, make sure they got all the medals. The players are all gathered around just in front of us here, and the supporters who've stayed on after 3 days of remarkable bowls.
And of course, John, we'll be back again next weekend from the Hastings Club. We'll be bringing you the last of these events, that of the Somerset National Champion 4s from the Hastings indoor arena there, and we'll have live action right throughout the 3 days.
Yep, so we hope you'll join us again next weekend from Hastings, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Chris and Mark and the presentation of trophies as the championship has ended, the Somerset Retirement Villages Champion of Champion Triples for men and women.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience while we've set this up. My name is Chris Lander, and on behalf of Somerset, Bowls New Zealand, I'd like to thank you for being here to watch those 2 finals. It's been great, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Everyone that was lucky enough to be here, well done to both teams that have won and to those that just missed out. To my right, Colin Williams is going to help us with the presentation. To his right, in the absence of our president, Anne Wright, who had her plans upset by Air New Zealand this morning or late last night and wasn't able to be here, Mark O'Connor, our immediate past president and director of Bowls New Zealand, to do the honours in terms of the presentations. To say thank you, of course, to Somerset for all of the work that they do in putting together our sponsorship, and to the partnership we have with them, clearly a very important one to us, and the entire Bowls community. Before we get into the presentations, I just want to say thanks very much to the 9-0 Bowling Club, Barry Morrison and your team. You've done a great job, as you always do when we come here, turn it on for us, and I know the players enjoy it, and the facility is really a fine one, and we very much look forward to being here again. Also want to thank our umpires, Steve Sargent, the dedication of you and your team of merry men and women have been fantastic through the last 3 days, and we thank you all for your diligence and support. Tournaments such as this one don't happen without a lot of effort, and I want to thank my team, the Bowls New Zealand crew, Steve, Tamara, Colin, Emma, and our commentators, Dave Hewitt, Kelvin Gledhill, John Macbeth, and of course Kevin Hickland. Great effort, team. Really solid 3 days. We've got 3 to go and we get to Hastings. To our presentations then, and before we get through to today's performances and this weekend's performances, we've got to take a little bit of a trip down memory lane. We've got 2 players here who have won 5 Silver Star events in history, but due to the changeover from what was the New Zealand Bowling Association Council to Bowls New Zealand in the mid to late 90s, their efforts were recognised as 3 wins and 2 wins rather than 5 wins. So we're going to put that right today. And firstly, can I ask Ben King to come forward and receive his long overdue Silver Star from Mark. Ben was part of 5 national intercenter winning teams with Dunedin in 1993, 94 and 95. In itself quite an achievement, a triple run, well done Ben, and 2 with Wellington in 2008 and 2018. Congratulations, mate. Well done, Ben. Long overdue. We're glad you got it in your hand, mate. Wear it with pride. Our second recipient is none other than our own Steve Beale. SCB, I know you've been looking for this for a little while now, and we're very pleased to be able to present it to you in front of your peers today. The same 1993 and 94 intercenter sides as Ben, and 96 too, as I remember, with Dunedin, and then again in 2003 with a Bowls New Zealand Club Championship forward side with North East Valley. So well done, Steve. Great to have you wearing that medal, and we look forward to sharing a beer with you later. Congratulate you. Well done. So on to today's performances. Obviously, we've had 126 players here over the last 3 days, and it came down to just 12 that we've watched playing in the last couple of hours. I'm going to go with the ladies first. Our bronze medalists from Woolston Park, Debbie Sansom, Debbie Salt and Jackie Sutton. Would you come forward please and receive your gold medals from Mark? And from Nelson, Joe Edwards, Colleen Earl and Faye Wilkinson. Anyone who's been lucky enough to watch these 6 play bowls over the last 3 days, or 2.5, depending on whether you were watching Nelson, who didn't have to do much yesterday. Really enjoyed it, all of you. Congratulations. I hope that medal has pride of place around your neck for a wee while yet. Certainly, I'm sure you're proud to be wearing it now. Congratulations to you. I'm sure you got a great amount of support at home as well. Nice work. And so to our silver medalists. Waihopai, Jean Stratford, Evelyn, Ussher and Robyn Hall, would you please come forward and receive your runners-up prize. Congratulations on the bowls you have played through the last 3 days. They've come a fair way to play this, and they've done really well. They've got 100-odd members at home that will be cheering them on right through. Very well done to the 3 of you. Congratulations. And our champions from Carlton, Cornwall and Auckland, Karen Hema, Linda Ralph and Lisa Prideaux. Would you please come forward, receive your gold medals, your winners' caps, and of course the trophy. He's managing you still. And one very special presentation to make too in a second, once we get this trophy in the hands of the skip. Linda, would you just come forward and receive your silver star for what is your 5th title win? Pakuranga in Auckland, you won the Bowls New Zealand Club Championship singles in 2012. You had a composite side that won the mixed pairs, national mixed pairs in 2014. A national intercentre win with Auckland in 2019. Bowls New Zealand champion of Champion 4s last year, and here you are picking up your 5th title. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, Carlton, Cornwall. Some caps there for you as well. You've all got a cap on, I think, haven't you? Yep. Karen, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, why wouldn't she?
You've got to hold both of those, because one's for the live stream and the other one's for here. So.
All right. Okay. Never had two in my hand before. Hey, kia ora bowling whānau. It's been a great 3 days, and to be hosted in my hometown, and I'm just thrilled to be here. Nainai, thank you for looking after us. Bowls New Zealand for turning up and organising us and commenting on our games, thank you. To all the players and our opponents that we came across the 3 days, congratulations on being here and representing your centre. I'm sure your club is going to be so thrilled with your achievements. Where is there you are, the lovely ladies over there. I've met 6 new friends now, so I'm really rapt. Yeah, so thank you. Guys, we're pretty proud to be standing here representing Carlton, Cornwall. We've had an amazing season, and for me to be here with 2 of my special friends, I'm just thrilled to be part of their team. But I have to give a shout out and a high five to all the supporters who are wearing the yellow and gold. I can see a couple in the in the crowd. Oh, Mr. Ashton, kia ora. Yeah, we're just so thrilled, and to take it out, considering we've had some challenging moments, girls. We're just thrilled. So thank you so much, and guys, travel safely. Have a good week, and for those that are going to be in Hastings next week, we wish you well, and we'll see you there. Kia ora.
Thank you, Karen. Great words and absolutely right. Great effort from everybody. Don't run away. So to our men's presentations now. Our bronze medalists from the Gore Club, Sheldon Baggery Howley, Elliot Mason and Thomas Cockerell. And from the Elmwood Park Club, Nathan Glasson, Kelvin Scott and Ricky Cook. Would the 6 of you please come forward and receive your bronze medals from Mark. Some great bowls played by these 6 guys right throughout the tournament. We can only have one winner, but any 3 of them could have been easily in this in the gold medal frame as well. But well done to the 6 of you. A really fine performance over 3 days. To our silver medalists, bowled Hastings, Dean Drummond, Neil Barron and Pat Golder. Congratulations on your performance over the last few days. You have inspired many of us to keep going at the game. And we look forward to being in your home club in about 5 days' time. Congratulations on your performance over the last 3 days. And to our champions, Foxton and Beach Bowling Club, you guys have had a rough year. And, you know, we're just so thrilled for you to play as well as you did against a very good side today. Just fantastic. Ross, Ellery, just player of the tournament for us. You were fantastic today. We're very well played. But to Rohan, Teaz and Doug Pitcher, please come forward. Receive your gold medals from Mark, your winners' caps, and of course the trophy. On I'm pretty sure everyone knows what I was talking about there, but the clubhouse at Foxton and Beach burnt down in April or May this year, and they've been very well looked after by others, but it's a tough time, and this is a real nice way to start there next year. One more presentation to make here, Ross, caps your day really. A silver star for you, mate, fifth performing event, well done. Palmerston North, you represented in the Bowls National Interclub in 2008, Manawatu in 2009 and 2010 for the Intercentre wins, and again with Manawatu in the Club Championship singles in 2015. Your fifth title today, buddy, well played. Again, sorry to give you two, but one's live stream and one's here, so just talk to them as if they were one.
To my guys, thanks very much. I mean, first game on Friday, we were a streaming game, and yeah, we got our asses kicked big time. So we've been in post section pretty much all the way, and just a huge effort to these guys because they, you know, we just hung in there, and a bit fortunate in the semi-final, but that's the way it goes. And I just can't take my hat off to them, especially, you know, as you know, Foxton Beach, we've had a bit of a disaster with the club, but I'd like to thank everyone that has helped us and supported us in those times, and Lisa White ran a big tournament for us, and we're getting there and we're getting some money together, and Bowls New Zealand have helped us out quite a bit. So for our little club, that's huge, and we're not too far from getting back on our feet and getting up and running, hopefully for the start of the season. To the Hastings boys, you know, Dino, I know you're going to Australia next week, and like I keep saying, I want to wish you all the best because I hope it really works out for you, and to Neil and Paddy. We've had some good battles over the years, and that was a good fight. And you know, to the guys in the semi-final, Scotty and the Canterbury boys. But wow, I mean, we'll probably have a few drinks tonight, but thanks very much, and thanks for everything. And thanks to Nine, the umpires, everyone behind the scenes. You know, without that, these sorts of things can't happen, and it's just great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and again, very well played, Ross, and your team. You've been deserving champions. You've played some great bowls in a great spirit, so well done. So in closing, I just want to again thank Somerset for their partnership with us. I want to thank everyone who's been here watching, playing, and enjoying what has been a really enjoyable tournament, I think, and to wish you all a very safe trip home. We hope if you're going to be in Hastings that we will see some good bowls from you there. If you're not, we hope you'll be watching on our live stream, which will be up and running from early on Friday morning. Please travel safely home. Cheers.